I am an abandoned princess, the most useless princess, a princess better off dead. All I want is to escape the palace. Aristana, in her simple shoes, trod on the cold tiled floor. She reached a door, still lost in thought, and when that day came, the door opened and a hand reached out to her. When someone appeared to save her, Aristana gently touched that hand, thinking, no matter who it is. She gripped that hand tightly, her eyes resolute, silently vowing, I will simply leave this castle and be grateful for my escape. It wasn't until Aristana looked up that her eyes widened in surprise. The man before her was Joseph Patello. He smiled courteously and raised her hand. Everything was as it had been until a man like him appeared. 5 years ago, in the grand hall of a vast courtroom, Aristana stood on the judgment stand, while her judge, the emperor, sat on the throne before her.
Loud, clamorous accusations were all directed at her. All witnesses indicated that Her Highness Aristana was the culprit. She had to pay the price for her sins. Aristana curled her lips into a cold smile, cursing under her breath. Despicable. They can't pin all the blame on me. The waves of whispers and murmurs continued until someone ordered, silence. The emperor's cold voice began to speak. I will ask you one last time, Aristana. He asked indifferently from his high seat. Do you admit that you killed the prince? Aristana replied without changing her expression. I do not admit it. In truth, she knew perfectly well that the emperor knew she was innocent. He was merely testing whether his heir was capable. Her sharp gaze, filled with resolve, reiterated once more. My answer will always be the same. I did not harm or kill Prince Zegwin. The information regarding the relationship between this prince and Aristana was that Zegwin was the only brother among many heirs. However, Zegwin had become violent at some point. Her memories returned to the time when shards of glass shattered everywhere, caused by Zegwin. We consider ourselves superior to others. Prince Zegwin in her memory panted in a fit of rage, shouting, How long do you think you can keep up this pretense? Don't be insolent, Aristana. His angry voice kept echoing in Aristana's head. She knew well that the emperor would not be able to protect her entire life. Suddenly, a loud shot pulled Aristana's mind back. How audacious! Your Majesty, please mete out a severe punishment. Facing her gaze was still the emperor's indifferent face. Aristana's current situation seemed to be a realization of Zegwin's words. She still stood motionless in the hall, reflecting on the disappointment when the beloved heir could not overcome difficulties, while they announced an increase in the amount of trash that needed to be swept away. Aristana began to doubt and ask herself, what have I lived for all this time?
She reviewed the misfortune she had endured up to this point. Everything started when her mother died unexpectedly. Her brother died consumed by hatred, blaming her for their mother's death. The emperor abandoned her without an ounce of remorse. Aristana lowered her gaze at a small speck of light, as if only a sliver of hope remained. She had merely lived out the fate assigned to her. Now there was nothing left. Remembering the image of a happy family, now seemingly covered in dust, she had once wanted to be a proud daughter, a proud sister. She recalled Aristana diligently practicing swordsmanship, trying not to be left behind among her brothers, but it was all in vain.
Finally, the trial came to an end, and the emperor announced, Now I shall deliver the verdict. The content of his pronouncement reached Aristana's ears as she stood motionless below. Aristana Yogrante is sentenced to 2 years. The punishment decreed for her also echoed throughout the grand hall. Hard labor in the filthiest place in the empire. You shall only be allowed minimal food, clothing, and rest. He sat cross-legged, perched regally on his throne, one hand propping his chin, adding, Furthermore, you must harvest energy. After speaking, he asked a perfunctory question, Do you have anything to say? Aristana, with an expressionless face, replied, Is there more? She stated a condition no one expected. I wish to at least have a decent bed. Murmurs of astonishment began to rise from the crowd. What? Is she insane? Aristana closed her eyes and tilted her head back slightly, as if giving up on everything. Do what you must. I only wish to rest. The order was immediately put into effect. Imprison the convict in the dungeon. Immediately after, 2 soldiers came forward to escort her. Aristana, accepting her fate, walked with them. Suddenly, her gaze swept across and met a man in the crowd. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, smiling at Aristana, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. That person was Prince Kilian Yograte, who was believed to be the protagonist of this story. She paused for a moment as she passed him. It seems that after serving my sentence, I will regain my status and escape the imperial palace.
Aristana's hands gripped her skirt, trembling as she told herself, Then I just need to be patient if he can maintain that. Suddenly he opened his mouth and exclaimed, interrupting her thoughts, Poor Aristana. Kilstain uttered words filled with immense malice. Finally, her wings are broken. Aristana glared at him, her eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. She unexpectedly reached out and drew the sword from the hip of the soldier escorting her, then lunged quickly towards Kilstain Yogrante, who was still standing motionless. Aristana pressed the blade against his neck. Seeing this, the Emperor immediately cast a spell to stop her. The sword flew from her hand and clattered to the ground. Only then did the soldiers react, rushing to shield Kilstain. "Your Highness, Prince Kilstain, are you all right?" Protected by the soldiers, he arrogantly replied, "I'm fine. It's you who are blocking my view." Aristana was now handcuffed. Kilstain continued, his voice dripping with a mocking, sinister tone. "Don't hide the miserable face of my beloved sister." The Emperor, now disgusted, commanded, "Take Aristana away." Seeing his detestable demeanor and unable to do anything, she gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. "Bastard!" Aristana was dragged away, resentment burning in her heart. Everything had gone according to his plan. Kilstain, as if never tiring, added another remark. "Come back any time, Aristana. I'll always be here waiting for you." Aristana turned her head back, frowning as she stared at him. He smiled back at her from behind the slowly closing door.
A click sounded as someone inserted a key into the lock to free Aristana's hands, which had been cuffed behind her back. The moment the lock clicked open, that hand immediately pushed her inside. Only then did Aristana turn her head to look back and see who was behind her. Seeing them about to close the door, she quickly called out after them, "Hey, wait!" The man stood behind the door, speaking through the small gap in a sarcastic voice. "I hope you can manage well here." She rubbed her wrists, which were throbbing with pain from being cuffed too tightly for too long. "Aristana Yogrante, Royal Highness." Aristana looked up at her surroundings. The surroundings were dark and dilapidated, and the ceiling was covered in tangled cobwebs. Manage? In a place like this? Suddenly, footsteps approached Aristana, and a slow voice rang out. "You finally arrived." It was an old man, and he began to instruct her on what needed to be done. First, she had to clean the water source. Aristana was soon put to work. She stood beside a well and used a rope and pulley to draw water. As she worked, she thought, "I knew it."
The attitude shifted dramatically when facing the imperial family. It was unbelievable. Only a few days prior, I had been under the Emperor's sword. Aristana's hands tightened around the broom handle. I had tried to be kinder to everyone, but that day in court, no one sided with me. Aristana let out a helpless, self-mocking smile, thinking, what I look like now, Kilstain would surely find amusing. A long day passed. Aristana sat on the bed in the dark room, lit only by faint moonlight. She slightly bowed her head, letting her hair fall. I had asked for a good bed. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door, making her turn her head in surprise and ask, "What is it?" A meager tray of food was brought in. The person delivering the food informed Aristana, "It's time to eat." She stood looking down at the tray of food in front of her for a moment. Then, Aristana reached out and picked up a piece of bread from the tray. A little thin soup, bread hard as a rock. It was unbelievable. Aristana could only look up at the night sky and mock herself. She had truly fallen to this extent, Aristana. Early the next morning, Aristana already held the brung in her hand, ready to work. Immediately, the old butler assigned her another task. "You," he said, pointing in one direction, "can you pull out all the weeds growing behind the town?" Aristana happily agreed at once. "Okay." The old man watched Aristana's nimble figure leave and felt that something wasn't quite right. Then he looked down and saw the grass shears left behind. This girl, he thought, she's going to cut grass, but forgot her shears. Aristana now stood in the middle of the vast grassland, thinking, he didn't tell me how to pull out the weeds. It seemed a plan was already in her mind. She took out a matchstick and began to strike it. The matchstick fell onto the dry grass and immediately burst into a large flame. Meanwhile, Aristana merely closed her eyes slightly, as if enjoying everything that was happening, if the fire spread. With the added wind, the fire spread even faster. The fire's progression was exactly as Aristana had predicted. It burned across the path and would incinerate the entire fortress. The fire grew fiercer and spread wider with each passing moment. Others also began to notice the fire and ran towards Aristana, shouting, "It's burning! Why did that madwoman set it on fire?" Immediately, an aggressive man rushed forward and grabbed Aristana, saying, "Come here."
Effortlessly, Aristana was naturally bound and escorted before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, this woman burned down the city for the ridiculous reason of wanting to pull weeds." The Emperor stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Aristana, and thought to himself, this woman. But outwardly he asked her, "Did you do that intentionally?" Hearing the question, Aristana merely replied casually, "Would you believe me if I said no?" The Emperor had not anticipated this answer, causing his mouth to slightly gape. Then another person presented a document and read, "According to the supervisor, this appears to be a work-related accident. For now, you may return and await the emperor's decree. The decree is supervision for 2 months." Aristana pensively watched Joseph dozing off in front of her cell. "You don't even need to watch me." She rested her hand on her forehead, lost in thought. Where could I possibly go? Aristana's facial muscles relaxed, as if completely resigned to her current situation. Let's see what everyone thinks of me. When dawn broke, a piercing scream echoed. Young men were chasing a scattered herd of horses. Why are these horses out here? Catch them. Meanwhile, Joseph came to confront Aristana. "You did this, didn't you?" Another day, people cried out again when they smelled a foul stench rising because filth had been splattered everywhere. "What's that smell? Old man, I'll kill you. Who did this?" Joseph helplessly watched Aristana, who was indifferent as if nothing concerned her. It's her again. Half a year later, 2 men were busy cleaning up the mess while grumbling to each other. "Hey, it's that silver-haired girl again." The other man, hearing Aristana mentioned, snapped his head around and irritably replied, "Oh my God, just ignore her. Have you heard about her? That annoying brat was truly troublesome. People said she was a pathetic failure." Accepting her life as a failure was a kind of solace. Aristana slowly sat up, but the terrible food and the uncomfortable bed were still hard to endure, and it would be a comfort if those issues could be resolved. Suddenly, the chattering of servants outside echoed in, catching Aristana's attention. They were excitedly whispering to each other. "The prince? Really?" Aristana stealthily leaned forward to look out the window. Those were the palace maids.
They never stopped talking. One of the 2 maids put her index finger to her lips and said to the other, "Don't tell a soul. Only you know." The next second, an idea flashed in Aristana's mind. "Wait, I think I can use this to my advantage." Aristana spoke up, startling the 2 maids. "We can't discuss it. You'll be arrested for insulting the royal family." She leaned out, smiling brightly as if gossiping with them. "Wouldn't going to prison be easier? I know who the crown prince slept with." Hearing the new gossip, the 2 immediately grew curious. With whom? Aristana happily thought to herself, "They're so easy to trick." A chorus of astonished voices continuously rang out. "You're engaged to the prince?" Aristana sat eating pastries and drinking tea with 3 other maids. Another person also asked her in surprise, "But aren't you just a maid?" Amidst the curiosity of those around her, Aristana slowly brought the teacup to her lips and took a sip. This story would keep them gossiping all day, but when she looked at the piles of bread and tomatoes, she felt it was worth it. Well, thanks to them, she wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. One of the maids then started another story about the royals and the 14th Empress, saying she had lived a solitary life for a very long time, without a consort. One maid immediately joined in enthusiastically. "That's right," Aristana unconsciously blurted out. "There's another big fish, isn't there?" The other maid asked back, puzzled. "A big fish?" Marquis Joseph Patello. Joseph Patello emerged through their stories. Born into a powerful family, one of the most experienced and upright merchants in the empire, he owned a gold mine worth nearly $10 million and controlled a large portion of the railway industry running through major cities. This made him the golden boy who captivated the hearts of all single women. But for some reason, he never showed his wife to anyone, so all sorts of rumors arose. He must have a secret lover somewhere. They became increasingly gleeful with their gossip about others. "Oh, of course. I thought it was something I didn't know." Meanwhile, Aristana remained silent, not commenting on their stories. She probably didn't understand why they were so interested in these matters, so she just thought to herself, so much maid gossip. Suddenly, one of the maids asked Aristana, "Have you ever met the Marquis in person?" Under their expectant gazes, Aristana considered the question for a moment. Marquis Joseph. If I tell them, I'll surely get some extra bread, she thought. But when I arrived, he had already gone abroad, so she could only answer those expectant faces. I don't know anything about him. But she couldn't miss this opportunity to gain something. The very next second, Aristana crossed her arms and hinted at another secret story. On the contrary, I know why that Baroness started drinking.
A maid immediately deduced that she was Baron Royston's mistress. Aristana began to recount that when night fell, she would sit by the roaring fire. She reflected on the past few days. Thanks to trading secret noble information, I even had extra firewood to keep warm. Thanks to having several gossipy servants in my grasp, I lacked nothing in terms of materials, so afterwards I could exchange that damned bed and even stockpile some food. But suddenly Aristana fell into deep thought. She just sat there watching the blazing fire with half-closed eyes. Then she questioned herself. What am I doing here? I shouldn't have set foot in this place from the very beginning. Aristana was recalling her entire life. I was born into a small family in the northern border region of the empire. Then I entered the royal family thanks to a special prerogative, a power reserved only for royal blood, divine blood. This was possible thanks to a rule stating that those who possessed it could only join the royal family through a selection process if they were not of humble origin. The emperor hesitated, thinking of the family he would leave behind, so he accepted my mother and Jegwan into the royal family tree.
My mother and Jaegwon were very happy, and so was I. I once thought I could protect the happiness of the three of us if I tried hard enough. An image of my mother also appeared in Aristona's recollection. One day she had just smashed a teacup and was scolding a maid. "How dare you talk back to me?" The maid clasped her hands, trembling. "I apologize," while she relentlessly questioned, "Who do you think my daughter is?" "That is Aristana Yeogrante." She enunciated each word as she grabbed the head of the maid kneeling and pleading at her feet. She repeatedly stated, "Princess Aristana Yeogrante, recognized by the emperor." At that moment, Aristana and her brother were secretly standing just outside the door. They hesitated. "Mother! Tana!" Inside the room, the maid was crying and begging. "Please, madam, forgive me just this once, please." Zegwin frantically called out, "Mother!"
But he realized Aristana was behind him and didn't want his sister to see their mother's state right now, so Zegwin quickly closed the door. Aristana had seen everything inside the room, and she asked Zegwin doubtfully, "Is she always like that?" Zegwin could only close his eyes and admit, "I'm sorry, I've witnessed this a long time ago." Aristana clenched the sleeve of her other arm with one hand. "All right." Then, before turning away, she told Zegwin, "I'm leaving now. Please take care of Mother." But Zegwin hesitated, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Tana, wait." He pulled Aristana into a hug and advised, "Don't overexert yourself, for our sake." Aristana's eyes widened in surprise at Zegwin's sudden embrace. They exchanged a few more words. "What is this? I can't do that." "That's fine. I'm not wrong. Aren't you being too harsh on her?" After that, Aristana waved goodbye to Zegwin. When he was alone, Zegwin admitted to himself, "My mother is truly cruel. Whenever she becomes like this, no matter what, I will turn my back." Zegwin's mother had told him, "So you blame me again, even though you sit on this throne because of me. Zegwin, think carefully. I am your mother. A gentle girl like Aristana, you will never be able to abandon your own blood. We just need to utilize that gentleness." Aristana's eyes, at this moment, seemed to turn red like the flames as she recalled the past. While trying to gain the emperor's attention, I bore the burden of power and corruption. I once wanted to sacrifice my life to protect my family and be recognized as a worthy successor. But over time, even Zegwin turned his back on me, and eventually, I lost the emperor's trust. What made me desire him so much, to the point of holding his hand? I only realized after losing everything. Aristana sat before the flickering fire, sighing. Now, I am utterly fed up with this imperial family.
Time flew by. 3 years later, now Aristana sat by the window, looking pensive. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A maid approached, gently saying, "Princess." In her hands, the maid carried a bucket of water and a cleaning rag. "I need to clean here. Could you please move aside for a moment?" Hearing this, Aristana quickly replied, "All right." Without another word, she turned and left the spot, the other person remaining silent. Suddenly, a maid with brown hair spoke up. "What are you looking at?" These words made the short-haired maid exclaim in surprise. "What?" And so a lively discussion began between the two. "She always sits by the window as if deep in thought." "Oh, the princess. You're new here, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Aristana had already moved quite a distance away. She is the disgrace of the royal family.
The more they gossiped, the more fearful the short-haired maid's face became. She unconsciously blurted out, "Hey, she'll hear us." No sooner had she spoken than the other person calmly replied, "That's what everyone says. She hasn't done a thing since her return." The worst had happened. These lies had reached Aristana's ears. How outrageous, just eating and drinking all day. She couldn't help but feel a surge of dissatisfaction in her heart. I heard everything. But they weren't wrong. I was dethroned and lived for 2 years in a horse stable. After my position was restored, I lived for a year in apathy. My return was due to a trivial restoration, not enough to bring tears to my eyes, even though I am the powerful heir to the throne. Aristana Yeogrande had been completely forgotten. Only 2 years, yet
The emperor surely has no intention of restoring my power. Even if he did, my worth would have completely disappeared. For an incompetent noble, the palace is nothing short of hell. Everything gradually returned to its natural course. Aristana gazed intently at the white bird in the cage, her heart filled with worries. I cannot keep watching them vie for the throne and fall into such a pathetic state. I have no other choice but to find a way to leave this place. Even if I am a failure, I am still part of the imperial family. The imperial family will never release me until I die. Suddenly, the white dove spread its wings, which only deepened her suspicion. I can't fly freely, as if they're constantly watching me. After a period of wandering thoughts, Aristana gripped the cage tightly in her hand, staring intently at the distant horizon. In just an instant, she decided to open the door and set the little bird free. The very next second, the white dove spread its wings and soared into the sky under Aristana's watchful gaze. Witnessing that scene, she involuntarily broke into a radiant smile. A sudden thought crossed her mind. All right, This monologue sounds truly pathetic.
Aristana closed her eyes tightly, ceaselessly telling herself, "Stop playing the tragic heroine and find a way out, Aristana. If I can't leave on my own, I'll be expelled." Suddenly, her cold voice echoed throughout the large room, "And go." Hearing this, the other person politely replied immediately, "Your Royal Highness." Faced with her words, Aristana was utterly astonished and fell silent for a moment. "It's almost time for tea. I will help you prepare." After a long while, she slowly made her decision. "I will go now." However, the other person seemed about to say something, but then stopped. "In that case..." An elegant tea party with 20 heirs. This was when the Empress met them at the banquet, and also an occasion to meet siblings rarely seen. But during the party, Aristana involuntarily exclaimed in a voice full of surprise, "Oh!" However, these words made the other person uncomfortable, who quickly withdrew their hand. "I apologize." After the death of Zegwin, a disgrace to the imperial family, as the servant said, a failure, the most useless member of the royal family. All those titles were bestowed upon me by my talented siblings. I don't understand why they could hate me so much and have the audacity to do so. Suddenly, the young lady with curly hair irritably ordered the servant, "This biscuit is dirty. Bring a new one quickly." Hearing this, the servant quickly replied respectfully, "Yes, my lady." Witnessing this scene, Aristana couldn't help but be astonished, silently exclaiming, "Are you going to throw them all away?" Thinking this, she quickly snatched a biscuit from the table, under the horrified gaze of those present. What? A total of 20 heirs, and Aristana held the 20th position. I just want to escape this place. A golden spoon was suddenly tapped against the rim of a wineglass to attract the attention of those around.
Now a woman of noble appearance stood there, a radiant smile gracing her lips. She slowly began to speak, and please note, she was none other than Helena Yilgrante, the Empress of the Yilgrante Empire. Helena's words quickly drew the attention of everyone present at the banquet. First and foremost, I wish to thank you, my children, and all who have come to attend this gathering. At a nearby table, someone calmly placed a teacup onto its tray. I am delighted that my brothers have gathered, spending precious time together. Meanwhile, Helena, still wearing her benevolent smile, continued her speech. The stories we share today will remain in our memories for a long time. You speak truly, Your Majesty. No sooner had she finished speaking than a man from below quickly revealed a sneering smile and remarked, "Is that right?" He continued to act with an air of great nobility, his figure well proportioned. As I see it, there are only 12 people here. He was none other than the third successor of Yilgrante, Leon Yilgrante. What Leon uttered astonished Helena, yet he continued speaking without pause. Am I mistaken? If Your Majesty would permit me to ask, who is absent from the seat before me?
The atmosphere at the party quickly fell into an eerie silence. The hierarchical power of succession was truly terrifying. Even the Empress dared not confront him rashly, for no one dared challenge him. Witnessing the royal infighting, Aristana couldn't help but feel sympathy for Helena. Even the Empress found herself in a difficult position, unable to easily contend with him. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Suddenly, Leon looked around with a cold expression and sharp eyes, clearing his throat as he enunciated each word. Those useless individuals, despite having no talent whatsoever, should still attend regularly. Nevertheless, Aristana remained seated, calmly enjoying her tea, while continuously assessing her opponent. Even a fleeting glance was enough to cause discomfort. After a moment of silence, Helena spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Leon." However, in an instant, she flashed a radiant smile and looked straight ahead. The others couldn't attend due to unavoidable circumstances. I'm sure everyone can understand that. What Helena uttered at that moment caused Leon to fall into a momentary state of contemplation. A hand quickly slammed down on the table, making the atmosphere even more tense.
Helena then spoke up reluctantly, a forced smile on her lips. "Well then, let's go. I'll see you all at dinner." All eyes at the party immediately turned towards Leon, who stood there with an awkward expression. He gritted his teeth, looking furious, about to say something, but then stopped himself. In the end, Leon turned his back and left the place, leaving behind only a contemptuous remark. Just another pathetic gathering. His attitude caused several people to hastily chase after him, constantly shouting, "Brother, let's go together! Brother, Brother Leon!" Madonia flashed a radiant smile at the person opposite her, emphasizing repeatedly, "They're nothing but dogs waiting for their master to stand up first." Suddenly, Cell slammed his hand on the table and shot up, continuously cursing. "Damn it!" He quickly strode up to Aristana with an aggressive demeanor. "Aristana!" Cell hastily reached out his hand forward and yelled, "How dare you come here?" However, he only dared to slam the table. He wouldn't dare touch the other person's body, let alone make a fool of himself in front of Brother Leon, would he?
What Cell had just said utterly astonished Aristana. Not only that, she also showed a hint of anger, looking at him with cold eyes. A surge of indignant thoughts quickly flashed through her mind. They truly never ceased to surprise her. Nevertheless, Aristana ultimately chose to pick up the teacup in front of her and calmly enjoy it, deeming it not even worth a reply, best to just ignore him. Her calm demeanor at this moment infuriated Sel to the extreme. He continuously gritted his teeth, staring intently at her. In the end, he could no longer contain himself and angrily yelled, You dare ignore me?" Not only that, Sel aggressively knocked the teacup from her hand in an instant. Witnessing his impulsive action, Aristana merely said nonchalantly, "All right." Now she gave Sel a look of disgust and a voice cold to the bone. "I suppose I can listen to you for a bit." Hearing these words, he grew even angrier, gritting his teeth. "Who exactly have I bothered when I'm just sitting here silently?" In the end, Sel could no longer hide his feelings and loudly questioned Aristana. "So why is Leon acting like that?" He suddenly glared this way. "My noble brothers, now standing by to watch the quarrel. What an elegant pastime." His contemptuous voice continuously echoed throughout the party. "Because of you, we are also dragged into this mess." Suddenly, a gentle voice from behind rang out. "Brother, please calm down." The owner of the voice was a girl with a graceful appearance. I'm sure she didn't mean it. She was Nella Yielgrante, the 14th princess of the Yielgrante Empire. Nella continuously used her fan to hide her smug face while constantly advising, certain that Leon couldn't help but frown, because her mere existence was already a nuisance.
Hearing those words, Aristana couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, what sound reasoning!" Seeing this, she quickly reciprocated the praise. "You too, don't bother with trivial matters." Suddenly, Aristana sprang up from her chair, a stream of thoughts continuously swirling in her mind. "They always say the exact same thing. Don't they ever get bored?" At this point, Sel let out a helpless sigh. He spoke, his voice a little less sharp. "Aristana, you are the third disgrace this family has ever produced. If you have any sense left, you should lock yourself in your room." Confronted with such deceitful words, Aristana felt nothing but disgust and thought to herself, "Keep talking, I'm leaving." The very next second, Nella looked towards her with a look of regret. She didn't forget to remind Sel, "Brother, she's gone."
These words quickly jolted him out of his reverie. He abruptly turned toward Aristana and yelled, "What? Go!" The moment Sel's filthy hand touched Aristana's body, she stopped, utterly enraged. "You low-life." With a swift reflex, Aristana reached for the teapot and spoke in a calm voice. "Do you really want to know why the third prince frowned in this direction?" However, in the blink of an eye, Sel was struck by the full force of heaven and earth, his face filled with utter horror. He couldn't believe what he had just experienced, so he glared at Aristana. The atmosphere between the two grew even more tense as Sel's cold voice rang out, "You dare." Faced with his threat, Aristana remained perfectly calm. However, Nella rushed forward, repeatedly asking, "Brother, brother." It was then that her cold voice slowly rang out, making the two individuals before her feel even more panicked. From the third prince's perspective, insects and maggots are one and the same. Aristana emphasized each word, her cold gaze continuously sweeping over her opponent. "I'm certain if he were here, he would find this scene quite amusing. Lowlifes fighting amongst themselves. Isn't that truly ridiculous?" Her words made Sel feel utterly scorned. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with nothing but hatred. "I advise you to speak properly before the third prince leaves again."
However, Aristana quickly left the place, leaving him with a reminder. "No need to thank me." Suddenly, Sel shot to his feet and lunged forward in an instant, constantly yelling, "That mad woman!" With her sharp reflexes, Aristana quickly spun around, startling him a little. "I won't let you get away with this." "Huh?" Her hand now unconsciously touched the gilded chair behind her back. Aristana's next action instantly froze her opponent in place, his eyes now only reflecting utter terror. In just a few short seconds, Sel was hit squarely by the chair she threw, and just like that, he fell backward, unable to utter a word. After everything was done, Aristana casually dusted off her hands and couldn't help but exclaim, just as expected. A moment later, she left the party, walking leisurely down the luxurious corridor. In the Queen's palace, there were rooms specifically for heirs to stay in after the evening banquet. Aristana quickly pushed open the room door and stepped inside, meaning she had the chance to sleep on a good bed for a day.
The magnificent interior left Aristana in awe. Truly, this trip was worth it. She quickly sat down on the soft bed. Aristana lay sprawled there, a continuous stream of thoughts engulfing her mind. "I'm so tired. The tea party only just ended." Suddenly, something in the room caught her attention. "I wonder what new stories they'll invent about me at the banquet tonight." Aristana's eyes were now filled with nothing but anxiety. If one wanted to be exiled, the best place to cause trouble was at a party with countless attendees. Images of the earlier party kept flashing in her mind. The small-scale banquet, a grand event attended by royalty and high-ranking nobles. Many people there were laughing and chatting happily, nobles eagerly approaching the party.
However, many also looked utterly terrified upon seeing each other, and then encountered the corpse of a royal lying in the middle of the hallway. Well, isn't that an interesting plot point? If I'm lucky, I'll soon be discovered and rescued by soldiers, and then permanently exiled from the royal family for shaming their honor twice.
Of course, there will be no second chance if I fail, but perhaps that's not so bad. Aristona unconsciously touched her neck. It would be very painful, but if that means I can escape this place. After a period of deep thought, Aristona reluctantly sat up, still muttering, I need to get ready quickly. Suddenly, something in front of her astonished her. A pair of leather shoes quickly appeared, accompanied by a man's cold voice saying, Let me speak first. That person was none other than Joseph. He sat there casually, stating, Your plan won't work. Hearing these words from him, Aristona instinctively questioned, Who are you? Now she seemed to believe what the other person said to some extent, but still maintained a cold demeanor. How did you get in here? Hearing this, Joseph quickly reassured her. Please don't misunderstand. He repeatedly emphasized, I have something urgent to tell you, and the door was already open.
Joseph stood there with an elegant demeanor, and his deep, resonant voice continuously rang out. I have always wanted to meet you, Imperial Princess Aristana Yogrante. I am very pleased to finally meet you. She was a little surprised to see someone appear here. Where are your manners? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? As she questioned Joseph's identity, she seemed to realize something was strange. Tell me, Aristona pondered thoughtfully. Among the high-ranking nobles who can freely enter and exit the imperial palace, there is no one I don't recognize. She recalled what she had inadvertently overheard from the palace staff. The only person I don't know is the one mentioned in the maid's gossip. Aristana was almost certain who the person in front of her was, the wealthiest noble of the empire, Marquis Joseph Patello. A flicker of wariness appeared in Aristana's eyes. How does he know my plan? We haven't even met, she began to probe Joseph. Are you Marquis Patello? He looked at her and replied with a slight smile. It is an honor, Your Highness. Joseph naturally stepped closer to her, gently taking her hand. He lightly kissed the back of Aristana's hand, performing a basic courtesy. I, Joseph Patello, greet the Imperial Princess. Then he looked directly into Aristana's eyes, and unfortunately, his subsequent words stunned her as if in disbelief. Your plan will fail. Aristana hesitated before asking again. What makes you think so? She frowned, looking at the man right in front of her. What exactly do you know? Joseph straightened up, still holding her hand, and gently said, That would be a long story. Please have a seat. After that, the two sat down on the sofa. Joseph spoke very frankly. Your plan will lead to the succession of the throne, but it will not be the safe life you desire. Aristona pretended not to understand and asked him again, The throne? What are you talking about?
Joseph replied cryptically, The moment you attempted to hang yourself, you stumbled and left a large scar on your chin and nose. He seemed to have seen through everything. That shameful attempt made the royal family despise you even more, and even those who kept in touch gradually distanced themselves. From that moment on, you began to change completely. As if to unleash all the long-suppressed resentment, you assassinated all your siblings, even resorting to forbidden methods. After capturing all those who had once looked down on you, you sold them into slavery or forced them into hard labor. And finally, the highest position, with countless sacrifices behind it, Aristana Yogrante, ascended the throne and reigned as emperor. Joseph stared at Aristana unblinkingly. Wasn't it truly surprising? No one expected that the disgrace of the royal family could inherit the throne in such a short time. Listening to him speak for a while, she had only one thought in her mind. This was truly a madman. Joseph continued to recount that scenario. Opinions about Your Highness could be divided into two types.
A serial killer responsible for the deaths of brothers, or a tyrant who brought infamy to the empire. Aristana was slightly taken aback, an uncomfortable expression appearing on her face. Are those considered two separate categories? It just sounds like it's all about being a lunatic. Joseph closed his eyes, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Thanks to your shrewd nature, the empire's standing was indeed elevated somewhat, but in the end your majesty was beheaded for your cruelty and extermination. He began to offer a proposal for cooperation. Truly a tragic end, but if you come with me— Before Joseph could finish his sentence, Aristona interrupted him. Stop, I can't stand listening to you anymore. Are you telling me I have to believe your story, a baseless story from an uninvited guest? If you want to write a novel, why don't you go to a publisher? Despite being spoken to so directly, Joseph maintained a smile on his lips. Oh dear, perhaps I was too hasty. His amber eyes lit up. Your Highness, are you aware of the power to transmit memories? She looked at him skeptically for confirmation. Are you telling me that you possess that power? Joseph raised his hand and replied with a smile. Indeed, as expected from Your Highness. With just a simple touch, I can share my memories. He unexpectedly stood up from his seat and walked over to Aristona.
The story I just told you is not fabricated."
And these were the actual events that had occurred. She pursed her lips, looking back at him with wary eyes. Seeing her reaction, Joseph seemed quite pleased, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. He extended his hand again, offering her a suggestion. "Why don't you confirm it yourself?" Aristana slightly lowered her head, smiling as she asked, "And why should I believe you?" He replied with utmost calm, "To believe or not, that is up to you. You only need to dismiss me if you don't wish to listen. This time, I will truly leave without complaint." A silence fell between the two of them, and Aristana truly pondered seriously. Perhaps he was making a fool of her, but there was nothing to lose if she just took his hand. After a moment of hesitation and deliberation, she placed her hand on his. "Very well, then." Immediately, Aristana felt something. A shimmering light appeared as their hands touched. Suddenly, she seemed to be gradually losing consciousness, her entire body falling forward. Joseph steadily caught her, gently saying, "I knew you would seek the truth." Afterward, he gently laid her back against the chair, his movements extremely delicate to avoid disturbing her dream. Finally, he left her with a message. "I hope this dream will be your last suffering." A moment later, Aristana slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she was like a transparent entity, able to see everything around her but unable to touch anything. And currently, before her, was her future self, imprisoned in a dark dungeon. Seeing her emaciated self before her, she seemed to truly believe in Joseph's abilities, so she had truly entered his memory. Just then, the door opened, drawing Aristana's attention. The jailer led someone in and announced, "As per the prisoner's last wish, I have brought Marquis Patello." Joseph waved his hand, signaling to the jailer, "You may leave now." The jailer seemed to hesitate, wanting to say something, but Joseph's face darkened, and his cold gaze shot towards him. "I told you to leave." Having no other choice, the jailer had to leave. He also carefully reminded him, "Please inform me when you are finished." Aristana stood to the side, observing her surroundings, and began to ponder. Calling the Marquis for a last wish. I must know that there are still eyes and ears around here. What will they gossip about? Joseph, coincidentally, also spoke up. "Over 1,000 people have died." Upon hearing the order for her execution as a rebel, Aristana of the future merely bowed her head, silent and not uttering a single word. Seeing this, Joseph gradually lost his patience, pleading, "Please say something." However, she still showed no reaction. He suddenly knelt at her feet, letting out a sigh. Joseph hesitantly said to Aristana, "This is why I told you to give up and flee." After a long silence, Aristana finally spoke. "I'm sorry." Aristana could only stand by, watching and listening to the story of their situation. Joseph slightly raised his head. "I told you, you should have been wary of that person." It seemed he was now reproaching Aristana. "This is the outcome of you ignoring my advice." From beginning to end, she still dared not look him in the eye. "Truly, I'm sorry." Joseph closed his eyes helplessly and said to her, "I didn't come here to hear your apologies." He glanced at the jailer standing outside the cell, thinking to himself, "I can't speak freely because there's still an eavesdropper. But if I were alone with you right now, I would have been able to say that I would protect you to my death." He gently raised his hand, but immediately after he withdrew it, hoping that one day he could voice this vow aloud. A moment later, Aristana woke up with a start. She gasped for air and immediately sat bolt upright. Joseph hadn't left. He was quietly reading a book by her bed. Seeing Aristana sit up, he turned his gaze towards her. "You're awake." Outside, it was late evening. Aristana rubbed her forehead and asked him, "What have you done to me?" Joseph, in a low voice, did not answer her question directly. "Your Majesty has created a blood-soaked court and massacred innocent civilians." She lowered her hand, her voice still reeling from what she had just witnessed. "I suppose that warrants death." She recalled what she had heard and seen in her dream, then sank into a reverie, seeing his face as she emerged from the memory, which reminded her of the words he had reiterated in her memory. Realizing she had some knowledge of the future, Joseph tilted his head and smiled, saying, "I have been waiting for the day to be reunited with you." At this moment, his hand was still holding Aristana's. As if fulfilling the wish in that dream, Joseph was able to voice what was in his heart. "Even if it means going to ruin, please allow me to protect you, Your Highness," he suddenly said to her. "I have a proposal for you. Do you want to hear it?" Aristana felt a bit confused and asked back, "A proposal? Why are you asking me?" Joseph narrowed his eyes and smiled brightly, replying, "Because I want to help you." Still unable to fully trust him, she immediately questioned, "And why do you want to help me? Even if the memories you showed me are true, they still leave me incredibly confused." She thought to herself, "In that dream, I also had the same question." She bluntly stated her thoughts. "After all, I don't believe we are close enough to say such things."
Joseph had anticipated her reaction, so he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, the corner of his lips subtly curved upwards. He patiently sought a way to make Aristana trust him more. "Your Highness once dreamed of becoming a great emperor, didn't you?" That was just a fleeting thought, a thing of the past. A fleeting thought, indeed, but it's over now. I could drag the entire imperial family down to hell.
Hearing him say that, Aristana exclaimed in utter astonishment. What? Joseph's firm and sincere voice echoed in her ear. A great emperor or a tyrant, it matters not to me. Please survive and achieve your dream. He placed his hand on his chest. Please accept me as your knight. Joseph looked at her with eyes full of confidence and anticipation. At this moment, Aristana was truly quite flustered. Scornful taunts echoed in her mind. The disgrace of the royal family, the most useless royal, a failure. She seemed to be hesitating, also fearing something. For someone like me, would a person like Joseph Patello really offer to be a knight? Aristana's face darkened, her voice becoming sharp. Hey, if you're going to trick someone, find a bigger fool. Joseph didn't give up. He gently tried to soothe her. Open your eyes, step into the past, where everything is reversed. He carefully caressed the back of her hand. Joseph hesitated, saying to her, "You will never know, Your Highness." His next action startled Aristana. Joseph lifted her hand, his tone slightly strange. "Seeing you alive right before my eyes." He gently placed his lips on the back of her hand, his gaze carrying an indescribable danger. That alone makes me giddy. Confronted by Joseph's fervent gaze, mixed with a stubbornness bordering on madness, Aristana couldn't help but be stunned. Marquis Patello. Her face paled with each passing second, and she couldn't regain her composure. Why does he keep looking at me like that? No matter how sincere his smile was, in her eyes, it was nothing less than a demon wanting to devour her alive. I keep getting swept up in his rhythm. I hate this. Then, without giving Joseph a chance to react, Aristana hastily pushed him away forcefully. "Get away." Each ragged breath and rustling sound echoed throughout the spacious bedroom. In mere seconds, she stepped off the bed and gritted her teeth, warning, "I hope you stay away from me, forever." Without the slightest hesitation, Aristana resolutely left the place that had left her confused and panicked. Each of her footsteps slowly made a steady sound, accompanying her thoughts. How much time have I wasted on that madman? Next, Aristana unconsciously looked up at the magnificent view outside the window. My plans for tonight's dinner were certainly ruined. Her eyes closed tightly, revealing the deep weariness etched on every feature of her face. The party must be almost over, but they will complain even more if I don't show up. Standing before the door, where flickering light revealed a completely separate world within, Aristana remained steadfast, without hesitation. Even if the future Marquis Patello showed me as true, and the door officially opened the moment she had made up her mind, to me, what's more important is to get through this without being harmed. Immediately after stepping inside, a flurry of bustling, mingled sounds assailed her ears in a tumultuous rush.
It was clear that it had no intention of stopping, but rather seemed to intend to get louder the moment Aristana stepped in. Her whole body instantly froze, startled by the gist of the whispers. Was she truly the one to be wed to the Count? Glancing at the two young ladies who were oblivious to her presence, Aristana secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To her surprise, she had thought they were discussing her. As they went on, "But I remember the Count is over 40 this year, while Her Highness has just turned 16. Her gaze drifted to the two actual main figures of the party, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "What else can be done? The Emperor has approved this marriage. Even so, this is no different from selling her off." Disregarding all words, Aristana was once again lost in thought, a royal heir being sold to a knight.
Her thoughts continued to flow. Those who renounced their right to the throne often sold out their families to survive. All of this was due to the emperor's indifference towards his children, and she could clearly see that the person being referred to was completely unable to adapt to this. Her face turned pale. However, Aristana's indifferent eyes reflected different thoughts, but it was better to be sold off as a princess than to be forever imprisoned in the castle. Just then, someone's voice rang out, interrupting her silence. "Well, well, who do we have here?" A scornful, sarcastic tone echoed throughout the luxurious room. I was just wondering which rat was sneaking around. It's no stranger, but the arrogant Cell, who turns out to be the disgrace of our royal family. Now he's completely looking down on the person opposite him with his upturned nose, and I thought you finally understood your place. Scornful laughter from around them suddenly erupted following Cell's vile words. "I guess you just woke up. Look at you." Enduring those lengthy words, Aristana slowly picked up the wineglass beside her. Then she extended her hand, not deviating a single millimeter, directly in front of him, like a silent declaration of threat.
A fierce aura erupted like that of a queen. She proved herself second to none, with a gentle yet resolute demeanor. "Oh dear, what's wrong? I merely wanted to offer you this glass of champagne, since you went to such trouble to find me in this magnificent hall."
Not content to simply stop there, Aristana slowly savored the wine in her hand along with her taunts. "How long have you been waiting for me? You ran to me like a lost puppy." Sel's anger was clearly visible in his gritted teeth, especially with her next remark. "You don't have to do that." For someone as arrogant as him, it wasn't easy to stand still and let Aristana do as she pleased. Sel's face was now crimson, so much so that deep wrinkles were etched onto it. "Who do you think you are?" Just as the tension mounted, someone interrupted them. It turned out to be Nella, who ran over to intervene while putting Aristana in her place. "My dear sister, you know our hierarchy. You shouldn't talk to your brother like that." Every word was aimed at the other person's status. "Please be mindful of your undeserving status." Aristana directly cut her off again. "You're just siding with him. You talk too much." Completely different from how she handled Sel, her small mouth unleashed a torrent of harsh words that struck Nella to her core. "You should have mocked me behind my back as usual, instead of making me smell the foul stench from your mouth." This shocking remark drove Nella to a furious scream. "What did you just say?"
Losing all patience with Aristana, Nella relentlessly lashed out at her. "Disrespectful! How dare you utter such foul words in response to my advice? You'd think seeing someone else suffer as I do would cool your temper a bit, but no, I can't stand it anymore. Your arrogant charade ends here, Aristana." But the insolence was something he couldn't ignore when he made his proposition. "We will overlook it if you apologize." This was followed by Aristana's calm reply, as if it were the most natural thing. "It's not my fault your sister has bad breath, is it?" These words officially drove Nella into a frenzy. "This brat!" But Sel stepped in to stop her. "That's enough." Sel then spoke with an incessant, affected manner. "Aristana, I cannot allow you to continue acting like this. Your actions are despicable for someone in your position as the third heir." When Sel regained his composure, he revealed his rotten splendor. "Therefore, half of your assets will be confiscated. They will only be returned when you learn to kneel and apologize." At these words from him, Aristana couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The third house of the royal family had received a great stain from the 14th heir to the throne. The fifth prince, however, held the firm standing of the 14th heir, which meant that the fifth prince held true power within that family. After all was said and done, she finally drew her conclusion. "So that's it. This is why he kept deliberately provoking me. Was that his goal from the very beginning?" He didn't care whether Aristana responded or not and continued to press his point. "I hope you don't object to my decision."
Little did he know that she was already mocking him internally, seeing him act as if he were the powerful one. How ridiculous! Aristana slowly posed the question. "You're going to cut in half money that doesn't even exist?" Sel's face instantly turned ashen at Aristana's reaction. What was she going to do? The golden wine glass swayed in her hand as she calmly uttered a single word. "Do it." The very next second, Aristana decisively splashed water straight into his face and stated in a stern voice, "This is what I will do." Nella, witnessing the entire scene, immediately rushed over in a panic to support him. "Brother!" Without giving them a chance to recover, Aristana gently placed the wine glass back where it belonged. "What, did you think I wouldn't dare to do it a second time?" Exuding the full poise of royalty, Aristana calmly delivered words that directly challenged the other's pride. "You're too slow. I thought you'd manage to dodge it this time." Just as the atmosphere intensified, someone else stepped forward and interjected into the conversation. "You've truly made a big joke of yourself." Aristana instantly shed her earlier confident composure, replaced by anxiety as she broke out in a cold sweat. That voice! It was unmistakably Joseph, lamenting to her, "You abandoned me. For this?" An awkward silence suddenly enveloped Aristana and Joseph. Her eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. "I remember telling you to stay away from me, didn't I?" He feigned confusion, scratching his chin. "I still haven't heard the reason why I cannot become your knight." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding guests began to buzz with chatter. "The Marquis is voluntarily becoming a knight? Surely it's just to take advantage. After all, that's a treacherous position."
Sel and Nella were just as talkative. What did they just say? I guess, in short, her voice still blended into the crowd. The Marquis had asked to become her knight but was refused. He was immediately stunned. She dared. Aristana had remained silent until now, but her heart was filled with disgust. Why did she have to sit here listening to these things? She didn't want to at all. Right in front of everyone, she coldly turned and refused, giving no reason at all. "So don't waste your attention on me any longer." Seeing this, Joseph immediately chased after her. "Arist," but he was blocked by Sel. "I apologize on her behalf." He brazenly uttered insolent words. She even dared to humiliate me in front of his lordship. Sel's smile grew increasingly sinister. Even the royal family has suffered because of her, so I will personally make her know her place. Joseph darkly repeated, her place? However, he was interrupted in an instant. How interesting. You don't even know who you are, yet you go around lecturing others. He raised his voice, cold and threatening, to Sel. Get out of the way, Prince Sel Yogrante. The leaves rustled incessantly as night fell. Aristana, thinly dressed, stood by the railing facing the wind. The door behind her suddenly pushed open. Aristana didn't even turn around. If you have any conscience left, then stop bothering me. Joseph approached her with a humble demeanor. Bothering you? I am merely your highness's humble servant. For a fleeting moment, Aristana only wanted to dismiss him. Stop bothering me and give up. I have no intention of inheriting the throne. Hearing this, Joseph immediately questioned. So you don't believe what I've shown you? I already knew that the fifth prince would cut your budget. She simply uttered 2 words. So what? Aristona couldn't bear it any longer and laughed. It would be even stranger if the tale of the rude princess spread, yet failed to mention her audacity in rejecting Marquis Patelalokia's own proposal. At that very moment, he managed to grab her hand. Your Highness.
Joseph looked at Aristana with a determined gaze. I'm telling you I know, because I've seen the future. He still held her hand tightly, as if grasping a sliver of hope. Would you believe me if I told you more about the future, or am I still not enough to be your knight? As Joseph spoke more, his face darkened. If you care about those lowly people who speak ill behind your back, but she countered. So that future is real? Aristana lifted her head, stepping closer to him. Then let me ask you this. In the future you saw, were we this close? Joseph's hands immediately let go. It was a long time before he finally gave an answer. If it were real, then the future I saw might be different.
She paused slightly upon hearing these words. Aristana suddenly hesitated for a moment. He displayed that expression. That expression looked very genuine, but she still couldn't believe it. The power to transmit memories was one thing, but if what she saw was truly the future, then Joseph had indeed seen the future. A power that allowed one to see the future. That couldn't possibly be real. At this moment, voices from the hall distracted her. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Aristona followed their words and stepped inside. Everyone, thank you for coming. Upon seeing Helena, she was struck by the realization. The party was almost over when she finally appeared, so this was why no one had left. Suddenly, Aristana and he were singled out unexpectedly. Oh, those two are coming out from the balcony. They quickly bowed in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. She stood before them both. The Empress was known for her benevolence towards all princes and princesses, not just her own son, Kilstein. She performed the customary bow, her heart uneasy. That was why she was talking to her. Helena, meanwhile, offered a gentle smile. I hope I'm not disturbing you two. Aristana replied with a touch of anxiety. Not at all. However, she brazenly exposed Joseph. It seems the Marquis has other thoughts.
Helena figured it out, covering her mouth in surprise. But why are you here? He raised his head and replied clearly. I came to be appointed a knight. Joseph didn't forget to add a touch of self-pity, but was immediately rejected. She was slightly surprised. Rejected? You, the head of the Padalo household? Helena's insinuation made Aristona too embarrassed to look up. I don't know who it was, but that girl must be very brave. He happily chimed in. Isn't that right? Only Aristana wanted to curse. Right, my foot. At this she began to stroke her hair and walk away proudly. All right, I won't interfere in the private matters of a young lady and a gentleman. Helena didn't forget to send her blessings. I hope you two have a good outcome. Once she left, Joseph whispered, Her Majesty the Empress's words. A pair of feet hurried down the corridor. He followed her closely, just to plead. Your Highness, please choose me. Joseph offered benefits to entice Aristana, who would reign supreme on the throne. Her steps quickly halted. Aristana turned back, scolding furiously. I don't know how many more times I have to repeat myself. A voice suddenly echoed from the clear sky. I don't need it? Is that what you said? The person standing with hands on hips was the sixth princess, Madonia Yogrante. Even if it's that Marquis, she relentlessly pressed. Why are you like this? If I were you, I would have jumped at that opportunity immediately. She gently put down her teacup, then got straight to the point. Enough of that. Let's get straight to the point. Madonia, however, shook her head in frustration. You're really cold, but she still handed over a letter. Isn't it obvious why I'm here? This caused Aristana to fall silent. The one who sent me the letter, of course it's him, one of the few people in the palace who still talks to me, and also Kilstein's half-sibling. I don't know what he intends to do by using me, his sister, even though he himself was the culprit behind my downfall. After thinking, she tore the letter without hesitation. Of course I've never read any letter he sent. Madonia looked at the falling scraps of paper, momentarily surprised. Really? You haven't read a single letter? Seeing this, Aristana comforted her. Calm down. It won't affect your brother. She could only sigh helplessly. Don't be so sarcastic. You know I'm just trying to survive.
Hearing this, Aristana involuntarily wavered. You're right, both you and I are the same. We are all supporting Kilstain. Even if it's not Kilstain, everyone is busy betting on who is worthy of being emperor. Aristana still couldn't resolve her doubt. But what makes Marquis Patello so sure that he must approach me among others? Realizing further conversation was futile, Madonia left her belongings and took her leave. I'll take my leave, Aristana. See you next time.
The wooden door quickly closed. Aristana instinctively opened the gift box. After Madonia delivered the letter to me, she always left me a box of cookies, a gift meant to show pity and to console herself. Her hand mischievously prodded the cookie. What had I done to kill Stani and Madonia? I wasn't sure about her, but I most likely killed him. Most likely. Her eyes widened incessantly, filled with murderous intent. There was no other choice, after all.
The green forest turned picturesque under the sunlight, and Aristona sat dazedly on the wooden chair. She suddenly recalled Madonia's words. Wasn't it what she had said? Even if it was that Marquis, her heart immediately turned. Did she appear ungrateful to Madonia? Aristana briefly imagined Joseph holding her hand. No matter how she saw it, the Marquis was the one at a disadvantage here, but his intimacy made her freeze. That was precisely why it was strange. There was no loyalty without reason. She understood that best, so she couldn't easily trust him, but at least in that moment, Joseph's resolute face suddenly appeared in Aristana's mind. If that were true, then perhaps the future she saw could have been different. Her eyes lowered slightly, lost in thought. It seemed he wasn't lying or speaking platitudes. If what he said was true, then how could he become emperor? He's not her knight, after all. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making Aristana jump. Your Highness. He walked over, smiling playfully. Oh dear, it seems I've startled you. You seem to be deep in thought. She retorted, not to be outdone. Thanks to a certain someone. Joseph feigned ignorance of her implication, smiling brightly like a flower. To be thought of so intensely by you, I am truly honored. Aristana suddenly looked up, very annoyed. Why are you here again this time? He replied frankly. I thought you had another meeting with your brothers today. She rolled her eyes, feeling a little guilty. How did you know? Nevertheless, Joseph still extended his hand. I've come to escort you. A carriage is waiting outside. Please allow me. Aristana, of course, was very blunt. No need. I can go by myself. Who would have thought he would immediately tempt her with luxury and food? Really? My carriage will be much more comfortable and faster than yours. Moreover, your favorite snacks have already been prepared.
Joseph also put on a sad, helpless face. Ah, how comfortable you would be in my carriage. Perhaps I'll have to eat all these treats by myself. Aristana was quickly manipulated. So, where is your carriage? He had only been waiting for this, and smiled brightly. This way. As she touched Joseph's hand, she didn't forget to make an excuse. Don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid I'll be late. He knew, but still respectfully complied. Of course, it would be an honor to escort you, Your Highness. The carriage quickly appeared on the street. Her slender fingers moved incessantly to grab cakes. What one realizes after living in the lowest status for the past 2 years, as Aristana enjoyed the cakes like a child, is that pride will not sustain you. Suddenly, Joseph interrupted, jolting her out of her reverie. I'm very pleased. It seems to suit your taste. Though it's a pity that my offer cannot compare to these cakes, Your Highness. Must know that if I become your knight, you will easily ascend to the throne. Aristana scoffed. You are truly arrogant. So, what do you think my answer will be?
At this point he hesitated slightly. She wouldn't be too surprised if he refused, and he knew it. Joseph wanted to speak up and persuade her. If it's because you can't trust me, but Aristana cut him off. It's not a matter of trust, she said, her gaze fixed on her crumb-covered hand. I once tried to acquire many things, and had enough not to envy anyone. Aristana's eyes suddenly looked a little unusual, but I lost everything in an instant. The brothers I once trusted betrayed me, while the emperor abandoned those who had lost their value. What was the point of telling him these meaningless things? Finally, Aristana just sighed. All I want now is to escape everything. At this moment, Joseph spoke up, breaking through her defenses. You know how hopeless that dream is. Aristana's pupils constricted, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. He suddenly glanced at the people strolling on the street. Do you truly think a member of the imperial family can live a normal life after leaving the palace? Joseph explained in a low, firm voice. Given the nature of your brothers, you will be dragged back with an accusation of treason not long after you leave. She was somewhat speechless at his logical words. He only spoke troublesome things, yet they were true. The wheels had now stopped turning as he spoke. It seems we've arrived. Joseph got out first and respectfully helped her down. Your Highness, he continued to nag. Escaping won't solve the core problem. Please consider this advice from a loyal servant.
The door swung open again, and Aristana stepped into a very noisy place. She strode forward, and the room seemed to be in a commotion. Aristana's gaze suddenly fell upon the remnants of a meal on the table, knives and forks still bearing traces of use, and the dessert cake was gone. Don't tell me. Just then, a condescending voice rang out.
Oh, our sleepyhead. Cell put his hands on his hips, feigning discomfort. We had to start without you because you were too late. A storm raged in her heart. It was so obvious that she was speechless. He had deliberately given her the wrong time. Nella even sneered. Oh dear, late yesterday, late today. You haven't changed at all, have you? Despite that, Aristana calmly ignored them and went to another table. Hey, this spot is empty, right? Ilya looked up a bit shyly. Yes, please sit down. Nella had already flown into a rage. Don't ignore me. She angrily put away her fan, unable to suppress her scornful words. She truly had no manners. Accompanied by someone who was neither her fiancé nor her knight, she didn't even show a shred of etiquette, just as expected from the royal family's disgrace. Aristana didn't care and just stared at the teacup. This scent was herbal tea.
The billowing smoke was suddenly interspersed with white light. Aristana was a little surprised. That had definitely felt like power just now. Now she finally looked up at the couple. Ignore that fool and use this instead. Herbal tea helps calm people down. Honestly, I can't stand her. How about this? Thinking along these lines, Aristana immediately used a small trick, and Nella's teacup on this side suddenly shattered into many pieces. The servants, hearing the noise, rushed over. Are you all right? This incident confirmed her thoughts. She hadn't been mistaken. A part of her power had returned. Meanwhile, she was angrily screaming, "My new dress!" Seeing this, Cell quickly slammed the table and questioned, "What is this, Aristana? Your power has returned? How dare you do this?" He couldn't help but scold her relentlessly. "We told you to reflect on your actions, yet instead, you used your power to harm your own kin." So Aristana immediately scolded Cell. "You talk too much." She spoke without any reservation, making him widen his eyes. "Why don't you buy her a new dress with the money you confiscated from me?" After saying that, Aristana's gaze returned to her fair, delicate hands. He was foolish yet sharp. It was true that I was the only one in the palace with enough power, but he immediately pointed out that I was the culprit. So was left speechless and could only change the subject. "Just because you've recovered your power." Suddenly a male voice rang out, interrupting him. "Your Highness." Joseph smiled awkwardly and spoke first. "It seems that every time I meet you, you are angry. Our restaurant's herbal tea must be too bland." Cell found his interruption irritating and immediately scolded him. "This is a family matter. Don't interfere." Joseph cleared his throat a few times, then adjusted his tie. "I understand. A family matter. In that case, I'll return your original statement to you." He spoke neither quickly nor slowly, but it made Cell tremble with anger. "Excuse me, but this is my restaurant. If you intend to cause any more disturbance, you will have to pay an additional fee." He immediately lost control of his anger. How dare retorted. "Don't misunderstand. I only said that because everyone's reservation time has expired." Then he turned to look at Nella. "Oh dear, it seems there's even someone injured." Joseph quickly took out a bottle of purple medicine. "The fault lies with my restaurant's eating utensils." He took her hand and poured a little medicine onto it. "But with the tear of the Azure Dragon, it won't leave a scar, so don't worry." Joseph gave a polite smile, which immediately made Nella blush. "It's done."
Then he turned his head, glancing at her face shyly. "Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with?" Cell on this side was so furious that he bit his lip to suppress his anger. However, he still couldn't hold back and yelled, "Let's go, Nella." She flinched slightly but quickly panicked and ran after him. "Okay." After dealing with them, Joseph then spoke to Aristana. "We should go too, Princess Aristana. I will escort you." She, of course, wouldn't refuse again. "All right." They simply walked away without noticing a pair of eyes fixed on them. Ilya unconsciously blushed shyly and called out, "Joseph!" The carriage continued to cross the road, along with a solicitous remark, "You must have had a tiring day today."
Joseph didn't hesitate to express himself in front of Aristana. "Please feel free to come to me whenever you wish." Suddenly she became serious, startling him. "You know," Aristana explained at length, trying to make Joseph give up any intentions he had regarding her, "wouldn't it be better to find a more suitable master? You must have seen it clearly through your own observations, but being with me will only bring you ridicule." Joseph's lips pressed together in thought. A moment later he placed his hand over his chest, showing his loyalty. "Please don't worry, my judgment has never been wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, Aristana slipped away. "Well then, I'm leaving." After hiding behind the door, she finally managed to calm down. Damn it, he really won't give up. What else do I have to try? Just as Aristana was deep in thought, a voice called out, "Aristana, are you in there?" She opened the door in surprise. Ilya, the innocent girl before her, was smiling brightly. "Hello, I apologize for intruding so suddenly. 16th Imperial Princess, Ilya Io Grade." She nervously fiddled with her fingers, stammering. "I have something I want to ask you." Ilya finally managed to stammer out a few words. "Is it—"
"Have you already declared Marquis Patello as your knight?" Aristana's face suddenly darkened as she remembered Joseph. "Huh? What makes you think that?" After all he had shown these past few days, it startled Aristana. "Ah, that's a reasonable conclusion." The moment she spoke, Ilya's eyes lit up. "It's just a misunderstanding." She still wanted to ask again to be sure. "Really?" So that means there's nothing between the two of you? Aristana, still unsure of her own feelings, immediately denied it. Huh? Yeah, I guess so. Actually, there's really nothing between us. Thinking of this, Ilya's face involuntarily flushed. I knew it. He's too good for you. But thanks to that, I've gained courage. Aristana could only console herself. She wasn't wrong, but the wavering in her heart seemed to urge Aristana to speak. Ilya, But she, excited, quickly ran off. Well then, I'll take my leave. In the end, she was left alone in the room, deep in thought. So she only came to ask about this. Should I be happy that she's going to try and come between us? Never mind. Today I'll rest without thinking about anything. Tomorrow I have to visit Daiwen's grave. The next morning, Aristana went to the cemetery. Her steps stopped at a grassy spot.
The stone tablet before her eyes was the sign that made Aristana realize, so this was it, Zegwin's grave. She gently laid the flowers down with a touch of bitterness. There were no traces of anyone ever having visited, only the wear and tear from nature, uncared for. It wasn't that she particularly missed him, nor was she grieving at all. It was just that she wanted to distinguish it from her mother's grave, because she would never willingly go to that place. Aristana encouraged herself. Yes, that's all it was. Now was not the time for sentimentality. Just as Aristana fell silent, a cold voice appeared by her ear. Aristana. She glanced back, full of caution. Kilstain Yogrante. The person who appeared carried a bouquet of flowers and smiled. Hello, Aristana. The Queen's son, Kilstain Yogrante. Aristana didn't hesitate to give him a nickname. You're truly shameless, Kilstain. Kilstain, unable to resist, nodded helplessly. Yes, it's been a long time. She questioned him with a hint of annoyance. How dare you show up here? How dare you? Before she could say much, he quickly interjected. Calm down. I've also come to pay my respects. Her forehead furrowed with suspicion, deep enough to pinch a fly to death. Pay respects? To those you personally destroyed? She thought he would never come. Why did he show up on the very day she did? That damn narcissistic lunatic. Wasn't mocking her enough that he had to mock the deaths of others too? Suddenly, Kilstain spoke up, stopping Aristana in her tracks. Wait, Aristana, why do you never open the letters I send? She turned back with overt disgust. Let me ask you again, why should I do that? That's a letter from the one who killed my brother, the one who took everything from me. Aristana's eyes blazed red. Does your hypocrisy need a live audience? Hearing that, he quickly stood up. Let me make myself clear, Kilstain explained to her very seriously. I did not kill Zegwin. Just one word plunged Aristana into silence. What did you say? He silently took out a white envelope. Now Kilstain's sense of grievance became apparent. I tried to tell you through Madonia, but you tore everything up, so I couldn't. He presented a very familiar seal. This is a letter from Zegwin to you. Before he could finish speaking, Aristana snatched it back as if to seize it. Unable to control her emotions, Aristana clutched the paper tightly. Why give it to me, right now? Kilstain persisted. This is Zegwin's last letter. Please read it. His voice rang out like a fervent plea. Please, Aristana. That attitude quickly made Aristana open the letter. To my sister Tina. She could imagine every carefully penned stroke by Zegwin. I am always grateful to you for allowing me and Mother to live in the palace. You always fought against other heirs to protect our family, and I know your ability and dedication are unparalleled. At that time, he had stood outside Aristana's room for a long time, thinking I shouldn't disturb her, but was then disturbed by thuggish voices. Hey! They constantly hurled insults at Zegwin, asking, how dare you show your face here? This place is only for heirs. He only ever considered expressing his helplessness in letters, but in the palace he was nothing but easy prey. Zegwin always turned a blind eye to their bullying, simply because he wasn't an heir. He couldn't even get close to you. At the same time, Kilstain appeared as his savior. When he met Kilstain, unlike others, Kilstain was a good friend who accepted him. He bravely stood in front of Zegwin saying, "What are you doing? Stop it." Kilstain's sincerity helped him smile again. Thanks to him, he could endure this palace, a kind friend who seriously listened to his worries. They shared feelings and countless stories, hoping to help you. All the while, Zegwin never forgot to watch her from afar. After all, he couldn't do much for you. His existence only dragged you down. Kilstain objected, but he chose to leave you so as not to become your weakness. When he left, he could only apologize in silence. I'm sorry, staying away from you might not have been the best choice, but no matter what I say, my decision has left you hurt and lonely.
Zegwin had slowly drifted away, but he couldn't stop caring about Aristana. Tina, please never forgive me. I am truly grateful for everything you've done for me and Mother. I will always silently be there for you, just for you. Aristana tore the letter to pieces. She dropped the scraps of paper as if she couldn't believe her eyes. This handwriting, and even the way it was written, were all Zegwin's. She silently reproached him as she recalled that comforting embrace from that day. Why now? After everything you've done, what do you want me to do? Aristana's murderous intent quickly surged to its peak. Who is it? Who killed Zegwin? Yet in that serene place, Kilstain halted her fury. Aristana.
He allowed her to keep her head bowed as he droned on in her ear. Unfortunately, your anger is of no use now. Kilstain moved closer to Aristana and offered a suggestion. Sitting here crying and screaming in anger is futile. What you need is power and a firm standing. If you want to catch Seguin's killer, ensure you have enough strength to do so. You will only apprehend the culprit once you possess that power.
Aristana wanted to clarify everything with Kilstain. Let me ask you something. She found it very confusing. If he truly sympathized with Seguin, then why did he say that back then? Aristana clearly remembered the words he once said to her. Your wings have finally broken. Kilstain scratched his head awkwardly. I wanted to give you motivation, revenge, or hope, a reason to keep you alive. When this topic came up, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. I knew it wouldn't work. I already told you, Seguin. Nevertheless, Kilstain still placed his trust in Aristana. Anyway, I will wait for you. Know that I will help you find the real culprit. After that brief conversation, she returned, constantly thinking, don't make me laugh. What exactly do they want me to do? He intentionally spoke harshly to her, and intentionally said those words to her. All that time, what exactly had she... Why all the anger and hatred?
Aristana's steps suddenly halted. The true culprit killed Seguin. Those in the palace who benefited from his death in the destruction of my will are the heirs. Her clenched fists trembled incessantly. Who among them? Aristana was now a little lost. There were too many suspects. What should I do? Just then, Joseph appeared from nowhere and took her hand. Your Highness, I know my actions are a bit overstepping my bounds, so I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. You seem distraught. Are you thinking of me again? Aristana looked at Joseph a little flustered. Marquis, his voice softened, as if pleading. I would be greatly honored if that were the case. Joseph tried to persuade Aristana with his sincere affection. Well, but even without your longing, I already belong to you. Please don't hurt yourself. She looked at him, perplexed. Aren't you tired, coming every day to see a princess who will surely reject you? He was not at all deterred by Aristana's cold demeanor. Oh dear, it seems my answer doesn't please you. For me, just one word from you, that you accept me, is enough to make me happy. She listened to Joseph's every word, dumbfounded. Only you, Aristana, are my master. Aristana's gaze was pensive. She kept asking herself, Joseph Patello, can I trust you?
Ever since she met him, her impressions of him were suspicious, brazen, and stubborn. She still didn't fully understand him, yet he only looked at her and asserted one thing, that he would make her an empress. Joseph, seeing that she was still hesitant, continued to persuade her. If you accept me today, I'm sure I will be very useful to you. He sincerely asked Aristana for her opinion. I can make all your wishes come true. What do you think? She was finally moved by Joseph. If you are truly my last chance, then... She gathered all her courage and stated her decision. All right, I accept. Eravana grabbed his collar. I will seize it. I don't know if this is a heaven-sent opportunity. She leaned close to Joseph's face and called out, Marquis Joseph Patello. In Aristana's heart, there was still a slight doubt. Or the hand of the devil, but I will use you. She gave a cunning smirk. I will give you the chance to become my knight to complete this vendetta.
Joseph remained silent, listening intently. However, he'd better be prepared. Aristana also didn't forget to warn him that becoming emperor from a disgraced figure of the palace would cost him dearly. She then smugly declared, It's too late to back out now, Marquis. I have chosen you. Joseph was not angry at all. On the contrary, he burst out laughing. He knelt on one knee and respectfully raised Aristana's hand. You are right, Your Highness. Joseph gently kissed her small hands. I will offer everything to you, so please use them as stepping stones. Aristana was astonished by his actions. He now seemed very content. It is an honor to serve you, my master. She didn't hesitate to pull her hand back. Listen carefully. From now on, you had better behave with more respect, Aristana said, then coldly turned and walked away. If you wish to remain by my side, she added. Joseph slowly stood up, not forgetting to assure her, I will engrave that in my heart. She turned back and looked at him intently. Now only the knight's oath remains. It didn't take long for the ceremony to begin, right here at Pandora's altar. Even though Aristana was standing in front of Joseph, she still couldn't believe it. How did things come to this so fast? He must have been preparing for this for a very long time.
Everything you do is just for the Empress to be a witness, Joseph cheerfully suggested. Now let's go see the Empress. Aristana cautiously took a few steps back. Huh? What for? He quickly stated his purpose, to witness our oath. However, she wasn't very pleased. No way. Joseph calmly extended his hand, inviting Aristana into the carriage. This was the second time for such a setup, and now Aristana was utterly bewildered. Both the carriage and the altar were already prepared. She looked at the young man in front of her with suspicion. He was always like this, every time he came to see her over the past few days. Joseph quickly gave the command, let's begin, while Aristana was still very worried. This should be fine, right?
Kilstain stood solemnly between the two of them. Before taking the oath, please introduce yourselves before the great deity Pandora. The two of them followed his instructions in turn. Second Princess of the Empire, Aristana Yayo Grante. Marquis of the Empire and a merchant, Joseph Patello. More than anyone, Aristana understood the knight's oath. It was an oath to dedicate one's body and heart to the empire before the deities and the founding ancestor Pandora. In a way, it was a plea for recognition to challenge the power of the deities by forming an alliance. If one party broke the oath, the power of the oath would burn the betrayer with that very power. It was both the best covenant and a chain. Kilstain stood between them, then master and knight. He instructed them to exchange the seals of the oath. It was only then that Aristana suddenly remembered. Ah, I forgot.
What Kilstain referred to was a pair of rings, a token exchanged to solidify a vow, usually rings, but we truly have nothing for that. However, Aristana's next decision stunned Joseph. We will use a notarized document. You are currently very disappointed. Your Highness just shattered my dream. Through the other person's expression, Aristana realized with a shock, don't tell me you also prepared for this. Kilstain felt they were getting off topic, so he cleared his throat a few times to remind them. Cough, cough. Before the great deity Pandora, the two of you can now make your vows. Joseph unhesitatingly took Aristana's hand. I swear before the almighty Pandora. He knelt directly at Aristana's feet. I, Joseph Patello, by the knight's code, the spirit of chivalry and unwavering loyalty. After that, Joseph also placed a kiss on Aristana's hand. I vow to forever serve my master, Aristana Yogrante. Kilstain was bewildered by his actions, speechless. Sir, you should swear allegiance to the empire, not solely to her highness.
Joseph smiled and corrected, Ah, I will serve the empire as well as your highness. Upon hearing this, Aristana shot him a contemptuous glance. How cunning. He took her hand again as Kilstain declared, With this, the knight's oath is now established. Administrator Pandora will be with the two of you wherever and whenever. He didn't forget to remind them, so please sincerely take care of each other. At that very moment, a powerful surge of energy coursed through Aristana's body. The potent power contained within the oath was conveyed along with it. She looked up at Joseph's serious face, warning that the price of betrayal was death, and he must have felt and heard the same. Their silhouettes were bathed in sunlight. With that, my second chance at life had begun.
The two of them just stood there for a long time, Aristana deep in thought. With this, they were truly in the same boat now. To be honest, she didn't hate it, because she wouldn't have to restrain herself and could freely use his finances. She couldn't help but admit it was truly pleasant. Suddenly, Aristana called out, Marquis. She told herself, but precisely because of this, I must clarify this matter. Aristana composed herself to speak with Joseph. It's time you told me, isn't it? What do you hope to gain from becoming my knight? However, his silence was her only reply. Aristana suddenly felt a little bewildered. Huh? Why isn't he answering? It took her a while to venture a guess. Don't tell me there's no reason at all. Joseph confidently denied. Impossible, I have a reason. But Aristana didn't believe it. It sounded as if he didn't have one. He placed a hand on her shoulder with utmost sincerity. A knight's wish is for their master to be honored. Joseph cheerfully emphasized once more. My wish is to become your highness's knight. Therefore, my reason is already fulfilled. After hearing this, Aristana couldn't help but curse under her breath. A cheap wordplay. She patiently asked again, So why? But Joseph didn't answer and turned his face away. Aristana couldn't help but wave her hand to get his attention. He turned his face away to avoid her, so she waved her hand in the opposite direction. Aristana began to feel annoyed. Look at him. Is he ignoring me already? It's only been 1 day since the vow. She angrily yelled, Hey you, why are you? But unfortunately, Aristana stumbled, and at that very moment, a hand reached out to steady her. Oh dear, your highness.
Joseph gently reminded her, You should look straight ahead when you walk. He suddenly looked seriously into Aristana's eyes. And the reason I became your knight, Joseph's eyes lit up, is because I fell in love with you at first sight. Aristana, feeling awkward, immediately stood up. Let's go. He obediently followed. Yes. Seeing Joseph's cheerfulness, she became even more annoyed. How silly. He didn't forget to emphasize further. The important thing is that I am willing to dedicate everything to you. And Joseph confidently affirmed, I believe that's a good answer. Aristana glanced at the young man beside her. He was rude in every aspect, except for his attitude. Finally, Aristana had to admit, That's right, our relationship only goes that far. Soon after, their carriage stopped. I just need to use him as he has used me.
Joseph delicately helped Aristana out of the carriage. She turned as if to offer something. Well then, I'll go inside. The contract. The subordinate understood and immediately presented it. It has been prepared. Please take a look. Aristana carefully examined the scroll. After carefully reading every word in the contract, she truly realized that the Marquis was now her knight.
A question arose within her. If the news of the Marquis becoming her knight spread, how would her brothers react? After a moment, Aristona put the contract down. It seemed there were no errors. She turned to look at Joseph seriously. Marquis, this might make me seem opportunistic, but there's something you need to prepare for me. Before breakfast tomorrow, jewelry, ornaments, and furniture. Fill my room with the finest goods you can acquire. That will be the best way to share this good news with my brothers. Joseph kissed Aristona's hand. I will ensure everyone is stunned when they see it, especially the bed. I will arrange it personally. When she heard him say that, her face suddenly flushed crimson. Don't tell me it's because of what we talked about 3 years ago. I'm entrusting this to you. Everything gradually fell into place. The knight's oath was complete, and the contract had been certified. Now the Marquis was hers. All that remained was one task, to fully restore her authority. Everyone working in the palace was busy. No one dared to slow down the work progress. Aristona stood there observing, unable to help but secretly marvel. Everything is happening so fast.
She gently observed the bed mattress. Honestly, I didn't think it could be prepared in just a few hours. When Aristana sat down, extremely satisfied, I liked it. Suddenly a figure approached. Are your highness pleased with our preparations? He bowed respectfully. I humbly greet your highness, Princess Aristana. I am Cian, the butler of Marquis Patello. Aristana couldn't contain her excitement. What a pleasant surprise. Indeed, these are exquisite items. Cian was also very pleased to hear this. Thank you for the compliment. My master will surely be delighted to hear that. Then he produced a letter. And his lordship instructed me to deliver this to your highness. Aristana stared blankly at the item in her hand. This is... Cian, noticing her confusion, explained. It is a specially created voucher for your highness. You may use it at any establishment managed by the Patello family. She was utterly astonished after hearing this. Is there any business the Patello family hasn't gotten involved in? She thought. At least I won't be bored for a while. Having completed his task, he bowed his head again. Should your highness require anything further, please do not hesitate to contact me. With that, I shall take my leave. Aristana silently marveled to herself. Good, the furnishings in her room are all new now. Thus, all that remains is to wait.
After an unknown period, a knock sounded at the door, followed by an invitation to enter. The nurse entered and reported, Your Highness, the Queen has summoned you. But the moment she stepped in, her eyes widened in utter shock. Aristana was comfortably lying on the bed reading a book. The Queen? The nurse was so flustered that she stammered repeatedly. Yes, yes, Her Majesty is urgently summoning your Highness. In her heart she was screaming, What in the world is going on? What happened overnight? Aristana received the news with some doubt. The Queen? For what reason? She began to secretly speculate. Could it be that the news of me acquiring a knight has spread? Hearing this, the nurse reported, The 12th royal princess, Princess Swan, has been attacked. Aristana exclaimed in surprise, Oh my! But inwardly she felt utterly disgusted, thinking, So what? What does that have to do with me? The nurse respectfully suggested, Please prepare yourself. Aristana easily guessed that this was clearly a ploy. She understood her opponent, Swan. I know nothing about her, as I've never interacted with her, only that she holds the lowest status in the second residence. She must feel threatened and thus wants to provoke me, but she has chosen the wrong target. Aristana no longer hesitated and left. Let's go. Soon after, a report arrived. Your Highness, Princess Aristana has arrived.
Upon seeing Aristana, Helena cheerfully spoke up, welcoming her. I apologize for summoning you so urgently. Aristana politely replied, Please don't worry. Among all the heirs, I am the one with the least to do. Helena smiled gently, truly relieved, while only Swan's face was pale. Helena then asked, Do you know why you've been summoned, Aristana? She nodded in confirmation. Of course, I heard Swan was attacked. Aristana thought to herself, So? Aristana cunningly asked again, Are you injured, Swan? Seeing her body tremble, Aristana could only chuckle inwardly, wondering what ridiculous story they would concoct. Trembling uncontrollably, Swan softly replied, Oh, am I injured? She angrily sprang to her feet and shouted, How can you be so brazen and cruel, Aristana? Swan immediately lifted her skirt to reveal her injured leg. Look, the ankle your attendant broke. However, Aristana merely covered her mouth and let out a startled gasp, which made Swan flinch and snap back to reality. Oh my, how are you still standing so steadily with a broken leg?
Only then did Swan remember she had to pretend. She turned pale, stumbled backward, groaning, Ah, it hurts so much, a sharp pain. Swan tried to appear calm and ordered her attendants, Quick, disinfect it, quick. Witnessing this rapid change in expression left Aristana speechless. Is she an idiot? After a commotion, Helena finally cleared her throat and ordered, Bring her here. The maid was quickly escorted in by 2 knights. She turned pale and pleaded in a trembling voice, Please spare my life, I only did what Princess Aristana told me to. She calmly uttered a threat, Tell one more lie and you won't live. Helena coldly questioned, What did she tell you to do? The maid knelt to the ground and stammered out, Told me to harm Princess Swan, to get her out of the second residence. Hearing those false accusations, Aristana merely rolled her eyes coldly at her, then wondered to herself, Why don't I feel any danger at all? She glanced at Swan again, full of doubt, perhaps because that fool was busy sterilizing a broken bone, while Swan herself was preoccupied with feigning extreme suffering. Aristona, why have you become so cruel? I just want to live in peace, but you ordered your attendant to hit my leg with a chair. It seemed that her long-suppressed emotions had exploded. She spun around and angrily shrieked, "Are you so envious that you want to enter the second manor?" Swan angrily sprang to her feet once more and yelled at Aristana with a voice full of resentment, "Are you so envious that you would even harm your innocent younger sister?" Seeing her overly dramatic performance, Aristana was so stunned that she could only roll her dark eyes and murmur, "Calm down and sit down, Swan." But these words only made Swan's emotions explode further. "Answer me, Aristana." Aristana wearily answered herself in her heart, "I would answer if given the chance." Just then, Madonia finally put down her teacup and joined in. "Oh my, it seems Marquis Joseph's reputation is truly illustrious." She offered a friendly smile, but the words she uttered were filled with countless sarcasms that made Swan blush deeply. Slander in just one day, standing up despite a broken leg, truly admirable. Furious, she hastily lifted her heavily bandaged leg to challenge. "Slander? I'm telling the truth. The bandages on my leg and that servant are proof." Aristana had heard this screaming so many times that she was disgusted. It truly was a play.
A second later she spoke up, drawing Helena's attention. "May I speak my part?" Aristana didn't hesitate, pointing directly at the maid kneeling to one side and stating plainly, "Firstly, I don't know that attendant." She calmly continued to expose the falsehoods in the flawed testimony. "And in fact, I don't know much about Princess Swan either. This is the first time we've conversed, because she usually sweeps past me as if looking at an insect." Yet Swan didn't let it go, but venomously analyzed the situation. Of course, you were jealous of me, then blocked my way to escape that dilapidated third residence." Aristana paid no attention to her, but coldly called out, "Madame Medela." Medela, hearing her name called, responded with a puzzled whisper, "Yes?" She unhurriedly posed the question, "What do you think of my room?" Recalling the magnificent room, she frowned and respectfully replied, "Quite luxurious. No room in the third residence can compare. No, not even in the second residence."
Hearing this, a look of panic immediately appeared in Swan's malicious eyes, and she shouted in disbelief, "But you—" Aristana immediately cut Swan off, sneering as she recounted the rumors surrounding her, that she was a princess in name only, impoverished, and a cruel person who even eliminated her own sister for blind power. Having said that, Aristana indifferently cast her eyes towards Medela, who was bowing her head low. "Why don't you answer? You were in my room." She gave her a cold, sarcastic smile. "Am I so destitute that I would covet Swan's position?" With just those words, Medela was cornered, lowering her eyes in defeat. After pointing out each strange detail, Aristana closed her eyes and calmly thought, "It is indeed my fault. I shouldn't have expected any sensible words from that fool." A moment later, she suddenly looked at the maid and questioned, "Hey, you, when did I order you to harm Swan?" She trembled as she recounted, "The day the princesses and princesses visited the Patello troupe." Aristana continued to ask, "Where?" The maid quickly answered, causing Swan, who was standing aside, to involuntarily break into a triumphant smile. "Behind the 3 mansions, at the end of the garden." Hearing that, Aristana sneered thoughtfully. Fluent dialogue, it must be a script she prepared. But then she suddenly exclaimed, "Garden?"
She calmly questioned before Swan's wide, staring eyes and paling face, "What flowers are in that garden?" The maid, upon hearing the question, became even more flustered than before. She stammered, trying to name a flower. "Marigolds." Aristana stood tall and calmly refuted. "Wrong." The maid desperately tried to salvage the situation. "Wild daisies," but was met only by her cold voice. "No." Aristana, unyielding, revealed the truth of that day. "I don't know what you saw in that weed-filled garden, but that day I was with the Marquis." She continued indifferently. "We also had to prepare before our vows in a gallery he owned." No sooner had she finished speaking than Swan's shrill scream rang out. "Lies!" She frantically screamed, "I have witnesses." But Aristana didn't let Swan finish, calmly interrupting, "I also have witnesses to my presence in that gallery." Without a hint of perturbation, she stepped in front of her and calmly offered, "They can be summoned immediately, for they are my knight's people." Then Aristana suddenly spun around to face the terrified maid standing to one side. "You." She uttered a low, threatening remark that made the maid's already gaunt face turn even paler. "If your lie is exposed, you will be executed for slandering me." Aristana spoke bluntly, without hesitation. "Do you think your mistress will care if you die? She will simply cover it up as if nothing happened. That is the fate of attendants in the palace." These words immediately struck a nerve with Swan, making her turn green with fright. Not just attendants, but anyone useless here could disappear overnight. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Helena's cool yet authoritative voice suddenly rang out. "Enough," she calmly reminded. "It's useless to hear more. We conclude here. Swan." Swan stammered suspiciously. "Huh?"
Helena didn't hesitate to declare,
I will consider today as if it never happened. In return, you will be confined to the manor for 1 month." Hearing this, Swan quickly stood up in a panic, trying to plead. "Your Majesty, I—" Without waiting for Swan to offer further excuses, she simply offered a gentle smile and advised, "Swan, I hope you won't waste your time on such matters anymore." After that, 2 knights stepped forward and dragged her out, even as Swan still tried to lean back inside, shouting, "Your Majesty!" Time quickly turned to evening. Aristana slowly walked down the lamplit corridor, deep in thought. So that was the end of it. After Swan was dragged away, the Empress dismissed everyone, then gestured for me to confess about the matter concerning Joseph. It was actually more interesting than the cheap slander. But because my relationship with the Marquis was still superficial, I recited a boring script to her, which quickly made her lose interest. At that moment, Helena suddenly announced a decision that startled her. "Then I will have to annul the engagement between the two of you. The Emperor will be overjoyed when you return." Aristana showed no emotion, letting out a forced laugh. "I was reinstated as a princess a year ago. The Emperor must have forgotten about me." She immediately denied, "Never."
Helena recalled the Emperor's calculating demeanor and then said, "He always awaits a new wave, a wave large enough to overthrow the noble master of the First Estate." She looked at her gently, advising, "Even if your motive is revenge, it doesn't matter, Aristana. What the Emperor desires most is the strongest heir. If you can prove yourself to be the strongest, then do it." Breaking free from those memories, Aristana pushed open her room door, scoffing to herself, "No way." Recalling the suffering she had endured, she couldn't help but tell herself, "What I realized after being dragged through the mud is that I had no chance, no matter how hard I tried. I was merely used as a stimulant to sow fear among the direct lineages." She sighed in resignation. "So I have no intention of challenging myself again." But at that moment, Aristana collapsed onto the soft mattress beneath her, exclaiming, "My precious, luxurious bed, I've missed you." Aristana clicked her tongue in annoyance. Today's events will surely become gossip, that the princess of the Second Estate slandered me. Aristana rubbed her head, muttering to herself, "That was truly too careless, but it's fine." Suddenly, she glanced to the side and broke into an extremely cunning smile. Remembering the older siblings she had yet to meet, Aristana excitedly calculated, it would certainly be very interesting to provoke those older siblings of the First Estate.
A woman's loud voice echoed up from downstairs. "Everything is ruined!" Aristana thought, "So noisy," as she walked down the stairs. That voice continuously echoed from behind the door. "My life is over!" It was Swan, sitting and crying bitterly. "Why do I have to be in this wretched and boring place? I don't want to be locked up in a place for failures." Aristana silently observed and assessed her. She was imprisoned and ended up here, while Swan on this side was crying and complaining profusely. "I want to go back." A suspicion arose in Aristana's heart. The vacant position in the second manor. Just by looking at the smug expressions of Sel and Nella, she could guess who benefited from this. Madame Medella slowly approached. "Good morning." As soon as they saw her, the princesses and princes all looked up. Madame Medella solemnly conveyed the message to them, an order from Her Majesty the Queen.
From today onwards, Prince Sel will reside in the Second Estate, so please finish packing before tomorrow. And since Princess Swan will be moved to the Third Estate, within the palace, whoever holds the highest authority of an estate can designate residences for others. Swan heard this news like a bolt from the blue. She had just stopped crying when she burst into sobs again. "No, this isn't." Aristana quietly observed every move of the people present. He looked as if he had just ascended the throne. I wonder how long he can last there. Suddenly, Sel pointed at Aristana and spoke boastfully. "Now do you understand, Aristana?" No one had done anything to him, yet he immediately drew comparisons to her. "This is the difference between us. Do you think your lowly status and sordid past will disappear just because you have Joseph Patalo as your knight?" He casually emphasized, "You are a failure." Suddenly, a familiar calm voice echoed from behind Aristana. "Pardon me for interrupting this pleasant conversation." Joseph gently approached Aristana and asked, "Your Highness, could you spare me a moment?" In the opulent palace, Joseph was walking right behind Aristana and said, "I came to inspect the new room, but it seems I arrived just in time."
Joseph seemed to notice something, so he leaned forward and asked Aristana, "Is something wrong?" She raised a finger and touched her ear. I thought my ear was about to fall off from her wailing. Then Aristana looked up at Joseph and asked, "Oh really? Is my ear still attached?" Joseph stared blankly at Aristana's ear without blinking. Suddenly, he raised a finger and tucked it into the lock of hair near Aristana's ear to pull it down and cover it. He thoughtfully advised her, "One should not reveal private areas to anyone." Aristana immediately turned to look at Joseph and wondered to herself, is he implying that an ear is a private area? Under the shimmering yellow light, Aristana hesitated slightly. "But what are you to me?" At that very moment, Joseph's image came into sharp focus in Aristana's eyes. Impeccably dressed, with a pristine coat, it would be even better with a neat brooch there. After observing for a while, Aristana continued speaking to Joseph. I have not sworn a knight's oath to anyone. Therefore, you have the right to see my private areas." After that remark, Joseph didn't reveal any emotion, but simply stood in silence for a moment. For a fleeting moment, his mood softened. "Yes, I understand your meaning."
Joseph turned and walked away, muttering some words that left Aristana utterly bewildered. It was something both pleasant and happy, but he didn't dare look straight at her at this moment. Only his gentle voice echoed from behind. Please never say that to any other man. Never." Fearing Aristana might misunderstand, Joseph quickly added, "I only meant us, of course." The atmosphere between them suddenly became inexplicably awkward. Aristana secretly watched Joseph, who had turned his face away, and felt strange. He was the one who prepared it, so why do I feel like I'm being judged? She linked her arm through Joseph's and changed the subject to their surroundings. "What do you think?" He observed for a moment, then replied indifferently, "It's really not enough. The space is too small. My grandmother's room for Minky is bigger than this." Hearing Joseph's remark, Aristana couldn't help but compare. Her own room was smaller than a dog's kennel, and she quite liked it. Joseph walked on and suggested to Aristana, "If you don't mind, I'd like to make some adjustments here, especially since you don't intend to leave anytime soon." Aristana thought Joseph was talking about renovating the room, so she added a caution. "I don't mind, but remember not to break any walls."
Of course, turning a room worse than a dog's den into... But actually, at that moment, Joseph was eyeing a newspaper. He raised a hand to stroke his chin and let out a small sigh of disapproval. How annoying. Fearing Aristana would misunderstand, he immediately held out the newspaper. No, it's not that. The hottest rumor of the year, the meeting between Marquis Joseph and Princess Aristana. This article. Aristana took the newspaper and glanced through it, while Joseph awkwardly cleared his throat. They racked their brains just to come up with sensational headlines. Please don't mind them. Contrary to Joseph's worry, Aristana appeared quite calm. "Forget it. I wouldn't have been able to live in the palace if I cared about every single rumor."
"All right, I'm going to give them more than they expect." Joseph surprised. "Huh?" Aristana folded the newspaper and continued. "I already have more than enough, even too much, but Joseph always wants her to get whatever she wants. Of course, he's the one who needs more." At this moment, it was as if a halo was shining behind Joseph's head. Hadn't Joseph Patello said he would give her everything? This much isn't even worth writing about. The shimmering lights illuminated the luxurious room. Aristana sat upright at her desk, reassuring herself. "That's right, I have to get used to these things." Suddenly, someone called out, "Aristana." It was Madonia. As soon as she entered, she unconsciously exclaimed, "Your room is more luxurious now." Aristana modestly replied, "Perhaps so." Madonia remembered the reason she came today. She hesitated as she mentioned, "Marquis, wait, no, not that. Have you heard? Vesselbart has returned, a month earlier than expected." Aristana unconsciously repeated the name, Vesselbart. Madonia continued to deliver shocking news. "And that madman will be living in Tomfu?" Aristana let out a gasp when she heard this. Madonia even predicted, "I'm sure he chose to stay here just to bully you." At this moment, Aristana recalled what Joseph had once told her. Don't tell me the trouble Joseph mentioned was the direct descendant of the northern royal family, Yogrante? The fourth prince of Notfu, after causing a serious incident, was sent abroad by the emperor to study. Is he the right person to be in Tomfu? The question seemed to answer itself. Oh, of course he is. It's not wrong at all. After all, that madman will do anything to satisfy himself. Outside the palace, Madonia was utterly astonished when she saw Aristana. So you're here. Just then the doors opened, and everyone was dressed impeccably and luxuriously. Madonia was utterly shocked when she saw their outfits. "Oh my goodness, where are you all going dressed like that?" Aristana, seemingly too accustomed to this, calmly said, "Where else would we be going?" Nella and Cel smiled brightly as if it were harvest season. "We're going to the party celebrating Cel's move to the second estate. We'll soon be under the same roof, Madonia. My eldest sister, I'm entrusting Cel to your care. It would be even better if you could introduce him to the other siblings." Madonia's face clearly showed her helplessness, but she still politely replied, "All right, I'll do my best, but I can't promise anything." Immediately after, Nella brought a hand to her mouth and chuckled softly as she glanced at Aristana. "Well then, oh dear, how clumsy of me. I almost forgot. Why don't you come along with us to share in the joy? This is a joyous occasion, with Cel moving to the second estate." Aristana knew her intentions all too well. What was there to almost forget? Her intentions were so blatant, and even he seemed to be enjoying himself. Cel also put on a show of cool generosity. "Although I have no desire to see your face, I should be magnanimous as a member of the second estate." How could Aristana not predict what he would say next? So she would reluctantly permit it. Why do they never deviate from her predictions?
Sel's voice rose as if giving an order. Go change and come with us. I'll have the servants prepare the venue. Nella immediately giggled and praised. Truly the eldest brother. His demeanor indeed suits the second residence. Sel didn't forget to add, remember to prepare another gift. Nella immediately chimed in. That's right. Ask Marquis Joseph to find a good gift. At this moment, the person who had been silent until now finally spoke. Eldest sister, Ilya approached with a friendly demeanor. I know they've offended you, but attending is still good. For your future, perhaps that's for the best. Aristana actually fully understood the meaning of this enthusiasm, a roundabout way of telling her to know her place. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned and left. Well then, see everyone at the party. Madalena witnessed all their nuances and was utterly exasperated. Truly, Madalena looked at Ilya's retreating back and couldn't help but wonder. Even Ilya treats her like that? Aristona honestly replied. She's always been like that, even more frightening. She didn't care much about them. Aristana sighed inwardly, not wanting to get involved. Let them do whatever they want. No matter how they behave, the fifth brother won't be able to hold his ground in the second residence.
Under the opulent golden lights of another palace, Joseph approached Aristana, greeting her with a radiant smile. Good morning, Your Highness. Did you sleep well? In contrast to his cheerful demeanor, Aristana hesitated slightly. I slept well, but seeing the carpenters intently working on the door, she was truly curious. What are they doing? Joseph promptly explained. These are the most secure locks in the entire country. I've prepared about 20 of them as spares. For now, we'll install about 5 in each bedroom and living room. Aristana couldn't believe the number she had just heard. 20 of them? Aristana voiced her concern to Joseph. My question is why they are being installed in my bedroom. He patiently explained to her. There's no other choice if I want to protect everyone from Vesselbart. He's gone mad. Aristana silently repeated in her mind. Mad. Joseph didn't elaborate further. He walked over to the window to check. The weather is starting to get chilly. Aristana remained pensive about the name just mentioned. Perhaps his position as the head of the Patello family gave him the right to speak disparagingly of the fourth in line to the throne. Within a few seconds, Aristana seemed to understand, but door locks could also be a good solution.
Joseph, holding a thin scarf, cut across Aristana's thoughts. I've looked into that madman a bit. Aristana paid no mind to Joseph having just draped a scarf over her, but repeated his words. A bit? Joseph quickly recounted his student days. He always got perfect scores in physics and chemistry, but nearly got the lowest grades in social sciences. Aristana exclaimed, unsure if it was a compliment or a criticism. You certainly know how to pick interesting tidbits. Joseph continued to share the information he had gathered about Vesselbart. In addition, he actively participated in art clubs. Apparently, a total of 6 students dropped out after Prince Vesselbart enrolled. This number truly surprised Aristana. 6 people? Joseph paused slightly when he heard Aristana's remark. Typical Versal, his inhumanity was clearly evident during his student days. Then a sudden silence fell between the two of them.
Joseph's unusual silence made Aristana secretly wonder why he was so quiet. His gloomy expression confused Aristana greatly, wondering why his attitude had suddenly changed. Unable to bear the silence any longer, she spoke first. If you have something to say, please say it. Joseph finally spoke. You seem quite close to Prince Vesselbart, even calling him by a nickname. Aristana was momentarily surprised to hear this, then calmly recounted. Marquis, 8 years ago in winter, I first set foot in the palace. At that time, there were only 4 heirs to the throne. That habit occasionally resurfaces unconsciously. Aristana quickly reassured Joseph. There's no deep meaning to it. Don't overthink it. Suddenly, he cheerfully took Aristana's hand and made a suggestion. Then, Your Highness, would you allow me to know your nickname? Aristana had no reason to hesitate. She immediately told him her nickname, Tina. Joseph gently repeated Aristana's name with reverence. Tina. When I was little, everyone called me Joe. He leaned down and placed a kiss on her hand. Please feel free to call me by my nickname. Joseph suddenly remembered an upcoming event. Now that you mention it, do you remember that we have the Harvest Festival next week? Aristana immediately replied, Of course I remember. She remembered this day clearly because the festival would also feature a jousting competition. One of the seasonal festivals, the Harvest Festival. During the festival, knights participate in jousting competitions to win glory for their masters, and a special privilege will be granted to the victor.
The emperor at that time was compelled to grant the victor's wish, unless it threatened to destabilize the entire empire. Otherwise, all requests were approved. Aristana's hand unconsciously clenched. If this privilege could be utilized, my knight will become the victor in this competition. Hearing this, Joseph replied with full confidence. Of course, anything for your highness. He carefully asked Aristana, Do I need to prepare anything? A confirmation from her rang out. Yes. First, find me a knight with a similar physique to mine. As night fell, Aristana lay asleep on her soft bed, but old memories resurfaced in her mind. A man was crying, I'm sorry. Before her dazed gaze, he repeatedly uttered, "I'm sorry, Your Highness." Aristana still clearly remembered that during the previous harvest festival, she had neither a knight nor a supporting family and was thus forced to accept a knight from an unknown family, and the jousting competition ended in disaster. Aristana was subjected to a great deal of gossip, criticism, ridicule, and mockery, things she had grown accustomed to, yet never truly got used to. A surge of determination rose within her. I will never let that result happen again.
The morning sunlight gently illuminated the scene below. In a grand palace, an astonished voice exclaimed, "What?" Nella, her face deathly pale and utterly distraught, asked, "Prince Sel was banished from the palace?" Layla, standing beside her, tried to reassure her, while the messenger cautiously replied, "Once again, it was His Majesty the Emperor's decree." The royal attendant continued in a low voice, "Prince Sel will have to limp for the rest of his life due to a riding accident, so His Majesty ordered the prince's banishment to the northern country." This made Nella even more utterly astonished. What? This empire is full of renowned physicians. Surely such a minor matter could be cured. So why would His Majesty?
While the two of them were in a frenzy, it was truly a cruel decision. Aristana stood aside, listening to the entire conversation. I knew it. She carefully considered a rather troubling issue. The Second Estate had long been divided into two factions. Either you align with a strong faction like Madonia, or you must humble yourself and serve another successor. Otherwise, survival is impossible. Aristana calmly took a sip of her tea, thoughts still swirling in her mind. If the fifth prince refused to kneel before those people, then being miserably driven away, as he just was a predetermined outcome. Upstairs, the servants looked down into the hall in surprise. What they were observing was a leg in a cast, accompanied by shattered glass scattered everywhere. Sel, irritated, continuously spewed the most negative remarks. "You knew this beforehand, didn't you?" he sullenly questioned Aristana. "You definitely knew it would turn out like this, Aristana." Aristana replied with utmost composure, "What if I did know?" Sel grew even more furious upon hearing this. "If you knew, say that again. Damn it, why didn't you tell me?" He dragged his injured leg forward, uncomfortably uttering harsh words. "Is it simply that you wanted to see me collapse so badly?" Aristana gently set her teacup down. "Sel." She subtly propped her chin, looking at him with absolute sarcasm. "You've finally found your place. That floor suits you perfectly, as if you were born to belong there." A terrifying sharpness flashed in Sel's eyes. "I knew you never changed, you murderer." He could do nothing but utter bitter remarks. "You've always looked at me like an insect, even on the first day we met, 6 years ago." Aristana calmly poured fresh tea into her cup. "Hey."
She turned to Nella and spoke in a commanding tone. "The tea is out of milk. Could you bring some more?" At her contempt, Nella clenched her fists, seemingly suppressing her rage. She quickly grabbed a sharp piece of glass and furiously lunged at Aristana. However, what happened next was unexpected by everyone. Aristana directly grabbed her opponent's wrist. Aristana easily subdued Nella. "Don't be foolish with that frail body. I don't recall teaching you such things, Nella." Her hair was disheveled, her face smudged, and she sobbed like a deeply wronged child. You truly are a devil. Are you really happy that we've fallen so low? Don't you feel any pity?" Nella's hand gripped the piece of glass so tightly that it bled. "Don't you feel guilty towards us?" Aristana replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Her face, on the contrary, showed extreme satisfaction. "I am overjoyed. I can barely suppress my gleeful laughter right now." Amidst Nella's intense turmoil, "You killed my brother Sel. Go confess to His Majesty immediately, or else." Just then the door opened. Vesselbart walked in, unexpectedly clicking his tongue. Oh, what a sight! A cheap play. Vesselbart, with a gentle face but an utterly contemptuous tone, continued, "Do you realize how foolish you look?" His footsteps stopped before Sel. "Or don't tell me. This is a performance to welcome me back?"
The corner of his mouth curved gently. "Do you love him?" This question made Aristana fall silent for a moment. Aristana was utterly bewildered by Vesselbart's foolish speculation. "I only just learned his birthday yesterday. What even is love?" They say love transcends passionate desires. From familial affection, maternal love, even plants can be loved. If a special and unique relationship is considered love, then even the relationship between a master and a knight could be called love, couldn't it? Vesselbart spoke patiently. "I asked if you love him. What's with that half-hearted reaction?" He continued to grumble incessantly, making Aristana not even bother to answer a single word. "You certainly want to exploit him to the bone. That's just your nature." She calmly replied with a single word, "Secret." This only made Vesselbart more curious. The space then suddenly vibrated slightly, as if someone had just turned away. Aristana quickly stepped back. The spot where she had just stood was a patch of broken tiles. "You shouldn't use your authority for such things." She gently turned away. Aristana didn't forget to remind him, "I'm telling you now, Don't act like a child, Vesselbart.
Hearing this, he could only clench his fists. I hate disobedient children. Aristona left abruptly, leaving Vesselbart with her back. A moment later, in another luxurious room, Aristona sat on her bed, letting out a sigh of relief. A flicker of deep thought appeared in her eyes. A stream of memories surfaced. It was another snowy day. Aristona ran out into the chilly air, panting continuously, her cheeks flushed. As soon as she entered the main hall, Aristona inadvertently spotted something very eye-catching ahead.
Aristona unconsciously reached out and gently touched it, praising it endlessly in her heart. So cute! But just as she touched it for a moment, something unexpectedly shot towards her from behind. An icy voice belonging to someone rang out from behind her back, causing Aristona to turn around reflexively. A parasite dares to touch the palace's property. Vesselbart was carrying a rather large gun. Why aren't you running away? Can't you see I'm hunting? Aristona, displeased, immediately raised her middle finger at the opponent. With both hands, she extended two very friendly middle fingers and lowered her voice, saying, "Go hunt somewhere else. I'm busy getting familiar with the area here." Having said that, Aristona immediately turned her back and walked away, ignoring Vesselbart. This made him stand frozen like a statue. Vesselbart's eyes were wide with bewilderment. What? Early in the morning, gunshots continuously rang out, and flocks of birds flew away in panic. Aristona couldn't sleep. She was so furious she was about to go crazy. It was too noisy. Aristona was forced to leave her warm bed. "Who is it?" she grumbled as she walked. "Which hateful person is firing a gun in the castle?"
As soon as she reached the door, she heard enthusiastic, wonderful cheers. The servants looked extremely excited. "Excellent, Your Highness. You didn't miss a single shot." The floor was stained with blood and pristine white feathers, and those people continued to laugh and joke. "We humble servants cannot compare to you." Aristona clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Shh!" And at that moment, the other person turned around. Vesselbart sneered. "Oh, look who it is, my dear sister. Are you so eager for the sound of gunfire that you had to run out here?" She sighed wearily, not wanting to reply. He slowly approached. "Even if you pretend to be indifferent, I still know your bloodlust." Vesselbart affirmed dreamily. "We're good siblings, aren't we? Of course I'd know." He suddenly spun around towards his subordinate. "Hey, you!" Vesselbart asked, "What do you think of me and my sister?" Aristona pinched her nose in discomfort. He reeked of alcohol. Just how much had he drunk? The subordinate awkwardly chose his words. "It seems there's a strong bond between you two siblings." Hearing this, he mumbled, Siblings? Vesselbart lightly tapped the subordinate's temple with the barrel of his gun, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Do you propose to your own sister?" He was drunk. Now he truly was a madman, Aristona thought to herself. A bizarre scene. She decisively decided, "I need to move rooms and go somewhere else." But Vesselbart had somehow approached and grabbed her hand. "Tina, where are you going?" he asked irritably. "I said, where are you going?" She looked at the man before her, Vesselbart Yo Grant. How ridiculous. He had a peculiar condition where he only behaved well with those who didn't consider him special and ignored him. Aristona gently pushed his hand away. "How would I know?" Then she indifferently walked away. "Because I am the only one in this vast land who pays him no mind."
Vesselbart clearly showed his displeasure, truly detestable. He's trying to pursue Aristona. Answer me, Tina. Because of Vesselbart, Tom Fu was thrown into chaos. First, there was the madness of the 12th princess, Swan. She constantly grumbled, summoning her servant. "I ordered you to clean for days now, so why is this place still so dirty?" Then came the ridiculousness of the 14th princess, Nella. She cried pitifully, "Brother Cell, your absence makes me feel utterly cold. Even the air and my tears feel the same way. I miss you terribly, brother." The two princesses kept taking turns shattering the peace here. Aristona sighed inwardly. After that day, I never encountered Vesselbart again. She recalled the pile of troubles with a sigh of weariness. He was outside the castle more often, and she neither knew nor wanted to know what he was doing. Aristona had had enough. Anyway, this place was too noisy. I'll go back. In the study, she was checking her mail. Words full of love stretched across the page. "To Princess Aristona, whom I miss dearly, I wonder how you are living without me. This morning Aristona cherished them. At least she managed a small smile. Her mood improved after reading the Marquis's letters. Aristona sighed. She turned the letter over. Why is he so busy this week? She tried to accept the conclusion that he was trying to finish the work he had delayed while pursuing her. Aristona followed the lines of text. Even so, he still tried to send her a letter every day. I suppose that's just the kind of person he is. She was startled and horrified when she read the passage. "There are a few portraits of your highness in the basement, including one of you as a child with a pink headband." Aristona flushed with embarrassment and immediately replied, "Are you crazy? Burn it before I burn down your entire gallery." She panicked as she recalled the dark history. A pink headband? He still has that embarrassing portrait?
A knock on the door suddenly interrupted Aristana's thoughts. "Come in." Cien bowed respectfully. "This is the list of knights participating in the jousting tournament." He presented the information to her, stating there were 5 recommended knights, the first being... Aristana immediately cut him off. "Stop, it's not necessary." She decisively pointed to a document. "I will choose this person." Cien looked slightly puzzled. "Is there a reason why your highness chose someone of such small stature?" Aristana knew well that the 2 heirs of the 3 ducal houses had been studying abroad for half a year. They tried to rely on their royal bloodline rather than the throne, so no one in the castle considered them royalty, except for those 2 and the 5th prince. After careful calculation, she gave a confident smile. Only 17 knights remained to participate in the Harvest Festival.
Aristana firmly asserted her intention to win. Seeing her resolute attitude, he was slightly stunned. Cien immediately regained his professional demeanor. "Indeed, I will inform the lord immediately." Suddenly, both were startled by a desperate scream. She sighed wearily, thinking that in this house, only 2 people were thoughtless enough to scream so loudly, Nella or Swan. Aristana stood up, but this voice was definitely Elia's. The living room was in chaos. Nella shrieked, "No, no!" Her face pale, she tried to deny it. "It wasn't me. I didn't do this." The 10th prince was holding Elia, glaring at Nella. "What a disappointment, Nella Yagrante." She was almost frantic. "Aren't you listening to me?" he questioned. "I know you were blinded by greed to enter the second residence, but to the extent of harming your own sister?" Nella pleaded. "Brother, please believe me." Aristana arrived just then. "What is going on?" Swan sidled up to her. "Sister," she whispered, "they say Nella tried to harm Elia." Swan had helped Aristana grasp the situation by putting a piece of glass into her teacup.
The 10th prince showed clear disdain. She was just as greedy as her brother. "I never thought I'd witness a scene like this on my way to the interview." Aristana didn't understand. "Interview?" Swan continued to whisper the necessary information to her. He was said to have come to see who, between Nella and Ilia, was more suitable for the second estate. Aristana thought scornfully. Utterly useless. Nella desperately cried out, "Murderers? Brothers? Don't make me laugh. You tried to destroy me, and not content with that, you also destroyed your own brother. I won't let this go. At least I..." Suddenly, Nella turned her gaze towards Aristana. She was momentarily stunned. "Aristana?" Then, unexpectedly, Nella looked at Aristana with pitiful, tear-filled eyes, like a harmless small animal. "Sister."
She immediately sought an ally. "You know, don't you? We've been together for a year. Why would I try to eliminate Ilia?" Nella looked utterly heartbroken. "You know I'm not that malicious. You believe me, don't you?" Aristana rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, how shameless. Who would believe that? She began to sort through the information. At least those nonsensical words gave her a clue about the situation. She looked towards Ilia, who was covering her bleeding mouth with a handkerchief. So the next candidate for the second consort position was Ilia. The 10th prince spoke up. "Wake up, Nella. Getting Aristana's approval won't change anything." He sneered. "At most, you'll just be accused of being a murderer." Aristana burst out laughing. "Oh my, what nonsense are you spouting?" She bluntly criticized the other's appearance, calling him a bug with caterpillar eyebrows. Aristana, with a gentle expression, uttered profound sarcasm. "At least your heart should be pure, if your appearance is already nothing to behold, shouldn't it? If there were a house for beauty, you'd at most be in the 4th rank, little brother." The 10th prince, furious, clenched his fists. "You." He stepped forward, intending to strike. "This hateful wretch, know your place." The 10th prince grabbed Aristana's wrist. "Are you so confident just because you have the Marquis backing you? Even with him on your side, you can't stand against all of us with..." While he was rambling, Aristana casually drew back her leg and kicked the 10th prince directly in the groin.
He immediately trembled with pain, while Aristina cowered, feigning harmlessness. "Oh my God, how disgusting," she sneered. "A filthy bug touched me. It's horrible. I'm getting goosebumps." Aristina turned to Elia, trying to find sympathy. "You saw it too, didn't you? How he touched me? How could he be so brazen?" Elia's eyes widened in surprise. "Sister, sister." Aristina eagerly pressed. "Did you see it?" Aristina showed a clear red mark. "The 10th prince did this to me. His fingernails scratched so deeply they tore my skin." She even deliberately exaggerated. "What if he tries to assassinate me, Elia? Isn't that right?" Elia broke out in a sweat. I'm not too sure." Aristina immediately ran off. "I'm so scared. This won't do. I'm going to report this to the Empress."
She deliberately spoke so everyone could hear that the 10th prince not only humiliated me and made me bleed, but also dared to desire to make me his concubine even though I am his biological sister. He struggled to speak. "Huh? You're crazy." Aristana turned back to Nella. I almost forgot because I was too scared." Aristana faced her, questioning. "Nella, you asked me if you were evil, didn't you?" Aristana frankly confirmed. "Exactly. The Nella I've observed all this time has always been jealous of Ilia and despised her, that's for sure." Nella's face turned pale. What? Aristana smiled brightly and affirmed. We've known each other for a year. Of course I know. I believe you once said you wished Aaliyah would die. Absolutely. She could only helplessly scream. You murderer! Now you're making up stories to destroy me? Aristana replied indifferently. Making up stories? I'm just telling the truth, just as you were honest with me. Absolutely. Isn't that truly royal virtue? She casually recalled. Now that I think about it, how is Sel? If you see him, send him my regards. Aristana gave a sarcastic smile. Tell him I'm still being treated kindly and living life to the fullest. I wonder when his other ankle will break. Nella's face turned red with anger. Stop! Stop! Before she could do anything, two maids quickly restrained her.
Nella roared, stopping Aristana immediately. She thoroughly enjoyed Nella's screams. What a pleasant wailing sound. The surrounding atmosphere became truly peaceful. Swan began. Have you heard? This morning, Nella left the castle. She was having tea with Aristana at the time. I'm going to take over her room right now. Aristana couldn't understand why Nella kept acting friendly towards her. Swan mused. But just being near that room makes Ilya disgusted, so of course I have to ask her permission first. Aristana was extremely surprised. Ilya? She was momentarily stunned. Don't you know? Last week there was a major conflict between them. Swan chuckled. You really don't seem to pay attention to others, do you? Hearing this, Aristana secretly judged. Of all people, she shouldn't be the one to say that. Swan added, Then you must know about this too, right? Aristana didn't care much. What? Swan leaned forward. Marquis Joseph gave the blue dragon's tear to Ilya, that precious blue dragon's tear. Aristana inquired, When was that? Swan pretended to search her memory. About 3 days ago.
Swan recounted the incident. I came to visit and talk, but she kept staring at a small glass vial. She was annoyed when she found out that the Marquis had sent her a gift, saying something about remembering her during his trip or something like that. She repeated it at least 10 times, to the point where I was utterly fed up. Swan didn't know what else to do, but who would have thought? I had never seen her like that, so engrossed in showing off, not just about the second estate, but thanks to that treasure, their relationship only worsened. Aristana speculated that the glass vial contained the tears of a blue dragon. She silently concluded that it must have been what was used on Nella. She suddenly spoke up. But sister, about Marquis Patello, Swan began to complain enviously. Why didn't he give me a vial? Aristana, hearing this, was also bewildered. The tears of a blue dragon? She grumbled irritably. Exactly. Why didn't he give me a vial? Swan asked and answered herself. Perhaps he only distributes them to the poor and destitute as charity. That would make perfect sense. Aristana rested her chin on her hand, observing her. Indeed, she had no thoughts whatsoever. Aristana wondered, but strangely, I couldn't bring myself to hate her. Finally, the eve of the harvest festival arrived. Tonight was the day when the imperial benevolence spread throughout the empire. On this day, the emperor would send processions to the 4 vassals, with the leader of each procession carrying the emperor's message. Our emperor, inheriting the benevolence of the founder Pandora, ordered care for this very grand event, where treasures and food would be distributed to the vassals for those in need. When the processions delivered the carts laden with treasures and food, the vassals would give thanks for the emperor's benevolence, add their own treasures to the carts, and then send the processions throughout the empire to aid the poor. Aristana sighed warily again. In short, the eve of the harvest festival was a day to listen to the emperor's speech for over 2 hours.
Time flew by quickly. She had just finished changing when a voice called out. Your Highness, Joseph praised her profusely. As expected, blue suits you very well. He politely extended his hand. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Joseph asked, Where are your gloves? I distinctly remember giving you a pair. Aristana replied, I don't use them unless it's cold. He stepped forward and took her hands. You should pay special attention on foggy days like today, especially since your hands are always cold.
Then Joseph gently put the gloves on Aristana. But how did he know her hands were cold? She speculated, was it because he came from the future? Aristana scoffed at herself, but wasn't it truly ridiculous that he knew? She suddenly brought up what Swan had mentioned the other day, that he had given Ilya a surprise gift, something like blue dragon's tears. Joseph chuckled. So you already know, that princess truly has no patience. He casually explained, it was illegally smuggled. It would be quite troublesome if discovered, so please pretend not to know. She was a little surprised. She had thought he would be surprised, but it seemed it wasn't a secret, and even the gift's origin was shady. Aristana asked directly, Tell me, how did you charm Ilya? Joseph looked somewhat distressed at being put on the spot. Please don't use such misleading words. He honestly explained. She was the one who approached me. Annoyingly, she also asked for a favor. Aristana was utterly astonished upon hearing this. A favor? He revealed. It's to annul her engagement with her fiancé. Aristana thought to herself. I knew they didn't have a good relationship, but this is truly unexpected. Asking to annul an engagement with a knight who already has a master? She thought in silence. After a long moment, Aristana spoke. Marquis. Joseph immediately replied. Yes? She seriously made a request. Just help her first. His face was now filled with surprise. What? After some deliberation, Aristana thought, we might be able to use her. She believed that most teenagers at that age thought they were special and yearned for love. Aristana paused for a moment. If I were Ilya, would I truly not be swayed by someone like Joseph Patello? She seriously observed him once more. A lineage and body blessed by God, and he wasn't scum like Vesselbart.
Joseph suddenly mentioned, this reminds me of the first time I met you. Aristana, taken aback, asked, what? He pointed out, Princess Ilya is now around the same age as you were when I first met you. Aristana was slightly stunned. Ilya, 16 years old. Did I meet Joseph when I was 16? I don't remember that. Aristana frowned. Something feels really off. She immediately blurted out, Marquis, did you eat something spoiled? Joseph, clueless, replied, huh? The two quickly made their way to the banquet hall. She carefully looked around. There was a palpable, fragile tension in the air. At that moment, the large doors swung open. All eyes simultaneously turned towards it. Aristana was no exception, gazing at the masters of the first house, for they were the true heirs to the throne.
She felt a touch of nostalgia. It had been 5 years since she last saw them. Ophelia Yogrante from the southern vassal, second in line to the throne. Aristana observed them closely. Everyone had changed so much. Then there was Leon Yogrante from the western vassal, third in line to the throne. A familiar figure quickly caught her eye, and Vesselbart winked at Aristana. She had been wondering where he was, so he was here. She clearly showed her displeasure at seeing him. If he was so comfortable being confined to his estate, he should just go back there. Aristana suddenly froze for a moment when her gaze landed on Kilstain. She couldn't tear her eyes away from him for a moment. His familiar golden hair, his familiar shadowed deep blue eyes, that kind yet repulsive smile she knew all too well. She was going to have to carry this unpleasant mood again. Kilstain, he hadn't changed at all. The most powerful figure had arrived. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor made his entrance. He strode in solemnly, wearing an exquisite attire that depicted the power of the ruler. The Emperor began his speech, stating that fortunately there was no famine this year, and despite widespread floods across the empire, casualties were few. He solemnly offered his gratitude, stating it was God's grace. Aristana, pale-faced, prayed inwardly, please let this speech not last more than 30 minutes. The Emperor solemnly raised his glass. Finally, he declared, I give thanks for this year's peace and hope for a prosperous new year. As soon as his words ended, Aristana quickly departed. It's finally over, she thought. I'll just lie lazily in my room before the banquet. Aristana briefly informed the person next to her, Marquis, I'm leaving. Joseph somewhat regretfully asked, leaving already? She explained with a sigh of exasperation, I don't like noisy places. Vesselbart is here. Who knows what might happen? It's such a nuisance to be around nobles.
Joseph proposed, then let me escort you. Aristana immediately brushed him off. No thanks, many people are waiting for you. She walked alone down the sunlit corridor. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear. Tina, the bracket looks good. Aristana paused at the familiar, peculiar voice. Vesselbart, he sighed. Seriously, I told you to just call me Versal. Vesselbart delightedly made a suggestion. Want to make a bet? Aristana was slightly surprised. A bet? He immediately confirmed. That's right, based on the regular tournament. Vesselbart extended his hand towards Aristana. Whoever gets a higher score gets to make a wish.
She chuckled. A bet with a wish. Aristana brushed away the hand reaching towards her. All right, I accept, she thought to herself. I want to win. The day of the festival arrived quickly. As Aristana reviewed the documents, she thought, the Marquis truly put in a lot of effort. She pushed the tournament bracket aside. Not only Leon's knight, last year's victor, but also the top contenders, Kilstain's and Ophelia's knights, were all grouped together. Fortunately, the biggest obstacle would be Vesselbart's knight. Joseph began with a compliment. You look stunning again today. He respectfully escorted Aristana. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to serve you. She looked at Joseph with a suspicious gaze. I've sprayed perfume 5 times today, but he still has no reaction. Could it be that he can't smell it? Aristana probed curiously. Is my perfume too strong? Joseph immediately affirmed. Not at all. He calmly said, I'm worried other men will fall madly in love with you. Aristana felt a momentary awkwardness, hoping he wasn't serious. The two walked together to the training area. Felsen stiffened with tension. Greetings, Princess Aristana. It is truly an honor for my family to become your sword. Aristana replied, Felsen Paropa, isn't that right? It's a pleasure to meet you, Knight Paropa. She entrusted him. I entrust this to you. Not wanting to disappoint Aristana's expectations, he resolutely replied, Yes, even if it costs me my life, I will bring you victory. Joseph took one look and assessed. He's not strong enough to win. Aristona didn't deny it. I know, but thanks to him, I can reach the semifinals.
Joseph also clearly understood Aristona's calculations, and after that, Veselbard's knight would be the biggest obstacle. She gave a faint, confident smile. Aristona looked straight ahead without a hint of fear, for obstacles were born to be overcome. The two swordmasters were still locked in a fierce confrontation, and the first round of the tournament had concluded quite quickly. Each individual brutal match had found its victor, and most of the winning knights proceeded to the next round. At this moment, Aristona watched her people bowing from above, and among them was Felson, Aristona's knight. She smiled with satisfaction. Thus, the first round of the tournament had come to a close. At the banquet in the Great Hall, a group of women were gossiping. It turned out the rumor was true. Marquis Patello had chosen Princess Aristona. Her face radiated a confidence completely different from before. Indeed, having a wealthy knight was truly convenient. After years of ridicule, would she prove herself different? Suddenly, one of their voices pierced the air. "Your complexion seems much better, Aristona."
This caught Aristona's attention. The blue-haired girl immediately put on a sweet, innocent face, gently covering her mouth. "It's truly even better than before. I'm incredibly surprised." Swan, standing nearby, also chimed in. "Is it because we're too used to your disheveled appearance? You look rather uncomfortable in this splendid dress, sister." They just kept rambling on and on, giving Aristana a headache. "Do try to visit us at the second estate. We'd like to get to know you better. After all, I'm only interested in the Marquis." How ridiculous. Suddenly, Aristana signaled a nearby servant to stop. "Is it true that your family suddenly disappeared? You shouldn't say such things in a crowded place. Aristana will find it awkward." Her expression turned serious upon hearing those words. "She is the lady chosen by Marquis Patello. She won't get angry over such trivial matters. Oh, by the way, I heard Ilya won't be coming to the second estate." Aristana slowly raised her glass of water and swirled it. Perhaps she doesn't want to leave Aristana alone. How tragic. Immediately, Aristana splashed the glass of water directly onto those two rotten faces. "You should try harder, so Ilya doesn't—" What was that?
After that, Aristana feigned innocence again, her mouth asking with concern, "Oh dear, my dear sister whose name I don't know, are you all right? I just made a small mistake." Then Aristana forcefully pressed the tea towel onto her face. "Hold still, you. Why would you say something so interesting?" The blue-haired girl's voice echoed throughout the palace. "It's all your fault!" However, Aristana quickly defended herself. "I accidentally spilled juice on you because I was too excited about the topic." Aristana's next sentence made her and Swan turn pale. "So please continue the interesting stories of you esteemed sisters, whose names I don't know. You're insane." Everything came to a halt. Aristana ignored the scream and thought to herself, "So break time is over. Hey, stop right there. Should I make my move now?" Elsewhere, Aristana was still leisurely grooming herself. She held a perfume bottle and smiled faintly. "Veselbart." Aristana's gaze slowly fell upon the tent over there. "Are you ready to fulfill your sister's wish?" With a thought, Aristana immediately turned towards it. Her entire body immediately crashed into the edge of the tent. Oh dear! Suddenly the fabric ripped open with a sizable tear. I didn't expect it to tear. The person inside was utterly panicked at the sight. Both looked at Aristana, who was scrambling in the dust at the bottom of the tent. "This is clearly Veselbart's tent. Who is that?"
Milio and the girl were stunned, their clothes still disheveled. What to do? She didn't understand what was happening. "Be quiet, cover your face." "Who are they?" He quickly covered her up. "Use this first." A series of deductions appeared in Aristona's mind. Could it be that he was really stopping her from speaking and covering her face to protect her? Milio, truly a fated pair of rivals. Then Milio quietly announced, "It's all right, let's go quickly." Suddenly Aristana realized something. Wait, she just said Milio. Finally, Aristana gradually remembered his identity. The Knight of Ophelia? Milio? The Knight of Ophelia has a woman in Sir Veselbart's resting tent? She immediately clutched her forehead and muttered, "They've grown up. I've hit the jackpot. This is truly shocking news."
Hearing Aristana's slander, Milio immediately waved his hand to explain. "Such a despicable act, involving a woman right at a sacred tournament? It's not like that, Your Highness. I am not that kind of person." Aristana continued her tirade. "Can you face Ophelia after such a shameful act?" Just then, another voice interjected. "What's going on?" Ophelia looked at everyone without any expression. "Princess Ophelia?" questioned. The man stammered, pulling his collar shut. "Milio, why are your clothes like that?" Aristana, "Your Highness, that is, what are you doing here?" Aristana stood opposite her and replied frankly, "You should consider more carefully when choosing your knight." "Ophelia, what do you mean?" Aristana continued, feigning surprise. "Do you know what your knight just did here? Heaven be my witness, he was rolling around with a woman in a tent that wasn't even his." The man, losing all strength, knelt down to deny. "That's not true. I caused a misunderstanding. It was just a beautiful maid helping me change clothes." Milio crawled to Ophelia's skirt hem, trying desperately to convince her. "The servants in my tent were too slow. I didn't even know who they were because I just called out to anyone. I didn't want to cause a commotion, so I called a nearby servant." Before he could finish, Ophelia calmly interrupted. "That is the truth. Stand up. I believe you, Milio."
And if you are my knight, do not kneel so easily. Your master's name is not something trivial. Your Highness, Aristana sighed, unable to hold back. You believe your knight's words over mine? I saw him with my own eyes, rolling around with an almost naked woman.
Ophelia still responded gently and simply. Melio is already betrothed. He is not the kind of person to commit a disgraceful act in a sacred tournament. She was startled upon hearing this. He's even betrothed? Unbelievable. Aristana remained still at those additional words. Indeed, Your Highness, everyone knows that Sir Melio is Princess Ophelia's loyal sword. No one believes your baseless words. It's truly ridiculous. Gradually, Aristana became more annoyed. Should I just ruin everything? The very next second, Aristana calmed down and did not act. Never mind, it's pointless. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Speaking of baseless words, Princess Aristana, your actions, wandering among the tents without a guard, are truly suspicious. A pause. Ophelia shook her head and admonished everyone. Regardless, she is still a princess of the great empire of Ao Grante, and my sister. I apologize. Please maintain decorum. They immediately fawned over her, chirping, Indeed, Princess Ophelia, how benevolent. We were wrong. Please forget it. Let's go back. Aristana, however, had a discerning look. Really? Ophelia then turned to reproach, but Aristana showed no interest. And Aristana, you intended to make things difficult for me by accusing my knight of being a scoundrel.
The moment she saw Melio leave with such ease, she grew even more furious. How dare he even sigh in relief? Aristana's mind replayed her every feigned remark. How disappointing. But what good was disappointment? Aristana unconsciously rubbed her elbow as she thought, but what was there to do? I've already memorized that maid's face and figure. Suddenly a pang of pain struck, drawing Aristana's attention to the scratch. She remembered her initial fall. Did this appear when I fell? Just then, Cavell appeared and offered, Your Highness, your hand. I will treat your wound if permitted. Aristana remained lost in her thoughts, but everything was still progressing smoothly. His expression fell, showing remorse. It's my fault for lending Melio the tent. I apologize. Cavell, Knights of Vesselbart.
Cavell approached and bandaged her wound. Thank you, she said. Because of you, I have to endure both physical and emotional wounds. No words can justify what you've done to me. Aristana looked at him emotionlessly, offering no retort. I know it's too late, but please give me a chance to atone. I will do my best to help you. Aristana couldn't help but remark, How honest you are, not at all like a knight of Vesselbart. Perhaps you've taken all his conscience away. He must have pitied his friend's unrequited feelings, which is why he helped. It's a pity he was exploited by Melio. Cavell's hopeful anticipation was met with Aristana's emotionless smile and words. How pathetic, she said. Then just give up. I'm only using you anyway. A cold glint flashed in Aristana's eyes. If you give up, I will forgive you for injuring me. That is the price for your sin. His complexion worsened with each passing moment. If Vesselbart gets angry with you, tell him what happened. I permit you to use my name. Don't forget that giving up will also benefit your master, Aristana reminded him haughtily. Do you understand what I'm saying? Any knight who harms royalty cannot participate in the tournament. Cavell bowed his head, only managing to utter, Disgrace for a knight is also disgrace for their master. I understand. He squeezed out a few more words. Thank you for your leniency, Your Highness. Now the final match will no longer be an issue. Aristana's mind recalled someone's face. And that shameless person, you will soon shed tears before me. The room was illuminated by the sun's rays. Joseph commented gravely, Sometimes I cannot guess what you are thinking, Your Highness. Aristana picked up a piece of the armor and asked, Are you talking about yourself? She looked up, lovely, listening as he continued to explain. Those who sided with Princess Ophelia suddenly started spreading rumors that you are a villain controlled by jealousy and envy. Aristana immediately replied, Are you concerned about those words? That's exactly what I want. Don't mind them. Joseph's face darkened, saying nothing. She quickly continued, Anyway, please help me put on this armor. Why is it so heavy? The atmosphere around them seemed to darken as he became frighteningly serious. It annoyed me so much that I even thought about wiping them all out. Hearing these words made Aristana freeze. She forced a smile, furrowing her brows as she looked at him. This is truly absurd. Calm down. Don't you want me to overthrow the royal family? We must consider each step very carefully. Joseph pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Aristana stepped forward and demanded, Joseph Patello, answer me. Do you want to paint a bigger picture? Her hands seemed to reach out to comfort him. If that's what you wish, then so be it. But Joseph unconsciously gripped Aristana's hand and blurted out, How foolish. Then, to her surprise, he kissed Aristana's hands. Joseph sternly reminded her, My little princess must learn from the beginning. A questioning look appeared on her face, her thoughts clear. Marquis,
Is he angry? Why is he so angry? Indeed, Aristana couldn't help but ponder. With him like this, I can't even bring myself to be angry. Suddenly, Joseph's voice broke through her thoughts. I have a request for you, Aristana asked curiously. A request? He gripped Aristana's sleeve tightly. I am your dog, but in a sense, we also cooperate based on a certain trust. Looking closely at the wound on Aristana's elbow, which had stained her sleeve with blood, Joseph was deeply pained. I cannot bear to see you use your body without any regard for your safety.
She thought with a serious face, is it because of this? I thought I had hidden it very well. Joseph earnestly reminded, please promise that you will cherish your body as… Before he could finish, Aristana interrupted. I'm sorry. She looked beautiful as she accepted his words. I will be more careful from now on. I won't be reckless anymore. Suddenly, Aristana mentioned Joseph, so should he? She crossed her arms and stared. Don't be reckless anymore, and don't say that I'm asking too much. Aristana pointed at Joseph's chest and emphasized, your body now belongs to me, so I'm just exercising the rights of an owner. Joseph took her hand and smiled lightly. You know, he proudly declared, my body now belongs to you, so you can touch it any time you wish. Aristana quickly refuted, that's not what I meant at all. Joseph cheerfully asked, by the way, do you want to touch more? She unexpectedly replied, I only accept that offer verbally. The scene shifted to the fruit table beside them. They were still talking to each other. Help me put on my armor and spray a lot of perfume on me. The perfume bottle was being used, creating a beautiful spray.
Joseph honestly remarked, it suits you, truly perfect. Aristania, on the contrary, was utterly gloomy. But it's so heavy. Full of wonder, she asked again, do knights really participate in tournaments in armor even heavier than this? How is that possible? Joseph seriously replied, you can choose not to wear it. But Aristania immediately refused. No, I am ready. As she was about to leave, Joseph called out, Your Highness, a wish I have for Aristania. I wish you good luck, and may you achieve what you desire. Under the clear blue sky, she replied, thank you. In the tournament, Aristania was ready on her horse, facing her opponent. The announcer declared, Caval Henger from the Imperial Knights, and opposing him, Felson Peropa from the Blue Knights. Immediately shouting charge, Caval Henger galloped forward. Felson remained standing there, then suddenly dropped his weapon from his hand. It fell straight to the ground. Caval's horse panicked and stopped abruptly. Caval suddenly caught a faint scent. He bluntly raised his weapon, then loudly announced, I, Caval Henger, withdraw from this match. The entire audience was surprised, especially Vesselbart. One man and one horse simply left amidst the audience's astonishment. Only one person and one horse remained standing in the arena. The audience shouted in protest, Are you kidding us? What kind of disgraceful behavior is this? The mask was removed, revealing white hair. Everyone recognized the anomaly and shouted even louder, Wait, isn't that a woman? A woman? I thought Peropa was a man. In the stands, a man hesitated. That person is… Aristania smiled and exclaimed, It seems I have won this tournament.
Everyone was stunned to see the face of the person in the armor. You mean Princess Aristana is participating in the jousting tournament? This is invalid, as Farufa is not a participant, so the winner must be Henger. They disagreed with this result, seeing it as contemptuous towards the audience. Not even a princess is allowed. Suddenly, a voice retorted. No, Joseph replied frankly. This tournament has no issues at all. He explained to everyone that all participating knights fight for the honor of the royal family. So what problem arises when the heir herself participates? However, the audience still did not accept the truth. There are still tournament rules, and this is still considered a substitution, an insult to the tournament. At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Silence, the emperor called coldly. Aristana. She immediately replied. Yes. He smiled faintly with approval. Truly cunning, and I thought you had lost yourself after a year of silence.
The emperor asked seriously, so what is it that you desire? At this, she revealed a sly smile. Aristana mentioned someone who made Milio's face darken with fear. There was a knight who dared to disrespect the imperial family. I cannot reveal whose knight he is, but he had the audacity to accuse me of being a liar. The emperor seemed to grasp Aristana's intention. You want me to punish that knight? But she refused. No, I cannot use such a precious wish for trivial matters like that. Aristana raised her hands and replied, I wish to use your majesty's favor for something more worthy. She stood there with a satisfied smile. Therefore, to prevent similar incidents, I wish to have my authority restored. The surrounding audience seemed to disagree. You cannot do that, your majesty. The 10th prince stood up and pointed directly. Please do not forget what happened with Prince Zegwin. Her crimes cannot be forgotten after just 3 years. If she regains her authority, none of us will be safe. Aristana let out a meaningful laugh. Then she cheerfully replied, Indeed, if I truly had authority, you wouldn't be standing there anymore. Aristana turned her gaze towards the emperor. Do you hear that, your majesty? They are afraid of me. The emperor also smiled in agreement.
The 10th prince angrily complained, Look, she dared to threaten me in front of your majesty. The emperor coldly gestured. Stop. I cannot diminish the prestige of the harvest festival just because of fear. The emperor from his high position solemnly replied, I will accept your wish, but there is one condition, he demanded.
I have rarely seen you at banquets over the past year. If you can get along better with your brothers, then the negative public opinion about you, like today's, will surely subside. Make sure you attend every banquet from now on. Do you accept?" Aristana happily accepted. "I accept." The Emperor used his magic, a brilliant aura pointing towards her. "Descendant of Pandora, do not forget your duty." Aristana gently closed her eyes. The brilliant light surrounding Aristana further enhanced her authority. Her snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. She thoughtfully looked at her palm. It seemed to glow. Her authority had returned. The power had led her back to the palace. Aristana smiled contentedly. How abundant.
Beneath the ground, currents of air swirled around the horse's hooves. Noticing the strangeness, Aristana cautiously glanced around. She grabbed her weapon and charged towards a person in the stance. It shot past the 10th prince's face like a flash. Aristana smiled and warned, "Oh dear, I intended to hold a celebration for reclaiming my authority, but that was a mistake." The blade plunged straight into the wall right next to the 10th prince, making him tremble with fear. "It's been too long since I last used it, so I overshot. Forgive me, won't you?" The space became silent. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Princess Aristana has reclaimed her authority." She stepped down and walked a short distance. A man approached and scoffed. "You are truly foolish, so foolish that you make me angry." Aristana immediately frowned in anger. "What? Insulting me right in front of everyone?" That person was Leon, who still looked at Aristana with a condescending attitude. "You should have remained silent. Why did you suddenly cause such a commotion, clearly showing your arrogance?" Aristana had to secretly admit, he truly is a constant in every variable. Leon continued to lament, "You had many chances to leave the palace, but now it's irreversible." His continuous non-stop talking made Aristana somewhat tired. Is he restraining himself, or is he worried about me? He directly questioned her. Participating in the struggle for the throne, is that truly what you want? As for Aristana, she wearily raised her middle finger affectionately. With an expressionless face, Aristana seriously replied, "I can't understand you. Please speak clearly." She left, but her middle finger remained pointed at Leon. "Remember to send my thanks to your knight." Amidst the clear blue sky, Aristana spoke a truth that struck him like lightning. "Because he gave up for me, just like Henzo. That's how I made it to the finals."
Returning to the training grounds, a voice rang out. "You must be surprised, Paropa." Felsen turned in surprise. "Your Highness," Aristana recounted, "I have cast aside the pride of a knight. I apologize." He replied somewhat sternly, "No, I have heard everything from Marquis Patello." In the somewhat cozy room, she softly called out, "I feel relieved to hear that. Cien, are you there?" A very quick voice replied, "Yes." Aristana carefully ordered, "Ensure all of Paropa's requests are met, including allowing him to tour the territory." To Felsen's bewilderment, Cien carefully acknowledged the order. "Understood." With arrangements complete, Aristana turned to him. "Paropa, follow me." He, bewildered, could only comply. "Yes, I will lead the way, yes." As they were about to leave, Felsen turned back and said, "Your Highness, I don't know if I deserve this, but—" He sent his best wishes to her, acknowledging her excellence and congratulating her. Aristana felt a hint of doubt. Excellent in what way? Suddenly, someone entered from outside and said in a rather annoyed tone, "Your Highness, have you seduced Parapopa?" Joseph, maintaining an angry expression, asked, "You seem to have taken a liking to him." Aristana hastily explained, "Well, I'm grateful for his perfect skills and physique, thanks to which I was able to regain my authority." As she spoke, she grew more uncertain. Was he sulking because of my praise? Then Aristana changed the subject. "Never mind, help me take off my armor." Joseph announced, "I will wait outside the tent. Call me when you need me." Before a few seconds passed, Aristana called him back. "Wait, Marquis." Joseph patiently replied, "Yes." She pulled back the curtain. "Don't leave so soon." Aristana held her hair up, revealing her white back along with her red dress that needed to be zipped up. "Help me fasten these buttons."
Joseph turned his head back without hesitation, but when he saw Aristana, Joseph seemed to freeze. She explained, "I can't do the buttons on my back myself." He blushed as he listened to her say, "Help me." Joseph buttoned them up with great care, and he couldn't help but whisper, "Do you know that every time you're like this, my reason wavers?" Aristana assessed, based on her perception. "Your hands are still steady despite that." Joseph gently adjusted her hair, but also somewhat tried to maintain his composure. A gentleman should conceal his inner feelings. Aristana asked frankly, "I don't know how to do that, but is it really that important? It's not like you and I are going to play games with feelings." Joseph simply replied, "I understand." He gently let her hair down. "It's done. Please rest well." Joseph immediately left with the words, "I will see you at the party." That evening, the sunlight seemed to burn out its last. A voice from outside Aristana's room rang out, "Sister, are you there?" Aristana listened for a moment, silently wondering whose voice it was.
Ilya smiled and greeted her. "Good evening." Aristana replied, "Indeed, a good evening." Ilya's eyes sparkled as she looked at Aristana, as if expecting something. This made Aristana suspicious and confused. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" She then picked up an emerald green dress and exclaimed, "How is it?" Aristana, bewildered, asked,
How is what? Ilya genuinely smiled, wanting a comment. Me, my appearance. Am I pretty? Aristana had thought it was something very important, and seeing it was this, she wearily gave a perfunctory answer. Well, you're always pretty. In her heart, she struggled. I can't even be bothered to tell her the truth, that she's just ordinary. Aristana, like a fake robot, stammered out each word. Most gentlemen will be dazzled by your radiant beauty. Ilya still asked anxiously. Right? She touched her own cheek and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything, so I had to ask. What a relief. Ilya was like a young girl experiencing love for the first time. It turns out he was just pretending to be indifferent. In Aristana's heart, she wondered immensely. Indifferent? How so? Suddenly, in the room with flickering candlelight, a voice rang out. Ah, that's right. Ilya was delighted by today's event. Congratulations on regaining your power. Aristana sincerely accepted. Thank you. She continued to exclaim. It's good that His Majesty is so lenient in such matters. Indeed, what you said was a bit unfounded. It must have been influenced by the Marquis. Ilya seemed to be subtly mocking. No, I'm sure he helped you. Her eyes, deep yet mixed with innocence, looked directly at the other person. You are truly lucky, Aristana. Ilya finished speaking and immediately turned to leave. Well, I'm leaving now. Her actions and words made Aristana extremely suspicious. Since when? Even as she reached the door, Ilya's gentle voice echoed back, full of friendliness. I'll see you at the banquet. Aristana looked at the closed door and wondered, when had the timid and stuttering Ilya stopped being flustered? Before she could think of anything else, the room door opened once more. Swan suddenly walked in with a stunned expression. Aristana! She hurried forward to express. Today is really strange, isn't it? I'm not the only one who feels this way, am I? Aristana was somewhat annoyed. Don't just appear like that, Swan. You startled me. Swan completely ignored her and continued with her purpose of entering. That's not important. She whispered close to Aristana. Regarding Ilya, do you know what she just said to me before leaving? Swan suddenly looked happy. This dress, it's a gift that arrived this morning with no name on it. It suits me, doesn't it? I wonder who sent it to me, she said. Aristana witnessed the 360-degree turn in her demeanor, utterly speechless. She should be an actress. Not stopping there, Swan paced back and forth as if playing both roles. I told her, if it's not her night, then who else could it be? Then Ilya's eyes widened as she replied, no way, he doesn't have the status nor the aesthetic taste to give me such a precious dress. She grabbed Aristana's shirim and recounted, talking nonstop. So I asked her, then who sent it? And she blushed, saying it was a secret. What kind of secret? I'm sure her knight sent it. After that, she mumbled for a few minutes. Oh, I wonder where Aristana is. I want to show her too. I guess she finally came to you, Aristana thought. She's really unusual today. Aristana grasped the core of Swan's long-winded story. Ah, so that's it. She must have thought Marquis Catello was the one who sent the gift. Aristana recalled Ilya's smug expression and found the answer to her doubts, realizing that's why she confidently showed off in front of her.
Insecurity, self-doubt, envy, jealousy. Is she jealous because I was lucky enough to have Marquis Catello, or is she jealous because she couldn't have him herself? Either way, both are interesting. Night fell quickly, and the palace lights came on, shining like stars. Aristana and Joseph were strolling. She suddenly asked him, Marquis, the dress Ilya is wearing is very beautiful, isn't it? Joseph, puzzled, asked Aristana back, Excuse me, who are you referring to? She no longer spoke vaguely, but stated the name directly. I mean Ilya. Joseph thought she genuinely found the dress pretty, so he gently reassured her. It's not to my taste, but if you like it, I'll have the designer make one for you. At this, Aristana stared blankly at Joseph. Weren't you the one who gave it to her? His name suddenly being linked to Ilya utterly confused Joseph. Me? The entire space fell silent for a moment. It took Joseph a few seconds to understand Aristana's meaning. That's a surprisingly creative way to waste time. I'll consider it if I ever want to squander my life. The recent silence had made Aristana come up with all sorts of reasons, never imagining the dress had nothing to do with Joseph. Did it take you that long to come up with that sentence? The two slowly continued walking. Joseph sincerely spoke. My apologies. I thought there might be some hidden meaning. This made Aristana extremely embarrassed. Just how absurd must her question have seemed in his eyes? It seemed Ilya had been mistaken. Both quickly entered the palace. Inside, everyone had already arrived, and it was very crowded.
At this moment, a voice inadvertently caught Aristana's attention. Don't make me repeat myself a second time, Ophelia. She unconsciously looked in that direction, where the Emperor and Ophelia were conversing. Is this matter worth my concern? Indeed, Your Majesty. Do you still remember the night of the 16th Princess Ilya? She frankly reported that his mistress came to me with her child. I know many nobles have mistresses, but it's entirely different when that person is about to marry a princess. The Yale Grante Empire is the hegemon of the southern continent with an absolute monarch. Marriage to a knight for diplomatic reasons has always been a way to preserve the dignity of the imperial family. For someone with a mistress and an illegitimate child to marry into the imperial family, that is an act insulting the dignity of the imperial family and the gods. The emperor felt a headache coming on just hearing this. He immediately commanded, "Bring that woman here." The person was brought in very quickly. The emperor coldly interrogated, "Speak, who are you?" The woman cautiously declared, "I come from the east." Aristana and Joseph's attention was now fully drawn to this. He leaned closer to Aristana and whispered, "You can trust her words. I have already confirmed it myself."
Like Princess Elia's knight, most lords living far from the capital rarely leave their domains. Therefore, they often associate with women nearby, and Anu seemed to know this well. Aristana asked doubtfully, "Did you help Elia?" Joseph didn't dare to admit it, whispering softly, "I arranged a few cards so that she could be easily exploited." A flicker of interest appeared in Aristana's indifferent eyes. A romance with a status disparity, the man leaving for ambition, a perfect recipe for tragedy. What would happen next? She cast her gaze towards Elia's petite back, while the woman from the east was honestly recounting. "Moreover, we have been intimate more than 10 times. I even know the number of moles in the count's private parts." Not just the two of them, but those nearby began to whisper and gossip. "Heavens, did you hear that? How scandalous! Poor Princess Elia." Only much later did the emperor ask indifferently, "Is all of that true?" Elia's knight hastily denied, "That's not true, your highness. He cautiously looked at her. "Princess Elia." The knight's next words made her feel utterly devastated. "You look beautiful in the dress I gave you. I had prepared it for you over a month ago." Elia was stunned, but still bluntly snapped, "Count, stop that lie immediately."
Ilya questioned the person before her in disbelief. "You're not the kind of person who could give me such a beautiful dress." But the knight, oblivious to the situation, poured out his heart. "That's not right, your highness. Please don't distort my sincerity." "I know I'm not worthy to be your knight." Ilya suddenly exploded. A person usually gentle now screamed, full of loathing. "Enough. Stop making excuses." Her hand clenched the hem of her dress as if she had made a decision. "Your Majesty, I wish to terminate the engagement and the knight's vow. Please approve." At this, the knight was struck dumb. "Your highness." Ilya was filled with sorrow, her face as if about to cry. Because he had betrayed his vow, he should have been punished by the flames of the great deity Pandora. But considering he has a child, he will be exiled abroad. The emperor couldn't help but exclaim, "What noble clemency! A disgrace who dared to trifle with divine blood. But if that is what you wish, then so it be it. Drag that trash out of here." Ilya's knight cried out dejectedly, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. I had no intention of disrespecting the princess. Please don't forget the knight's vow." All those present at the banquet were stunned. "Oh my, so this is how it ends? Wasn't Princess Ilya promised to the second estate? Perhaps they did something. He was never a knight worthy of the second estate's reputation. Having lost her fiancé, Princess Ilya would surely receive countless marriage proposals. Considering her social standing, she was an extremely desirable match. Aristana, of course, knew well that a knight's vow was the honor of the entire family.
An engagement comes with a vow, and it is just as binding. Although they cannot claim the royal position, they can have a promising future because they can give birth to a new heir to the throne. But would Ilya have her eyes on someone else? She was already infatuated with Marquis Patello. "But Ilya, I used to think you were clumsy, but it turns out you know how to manage things." Ilya suddenly looked at Aristana with an unwavering expression. "Did you witness it, Aristana?"
Seeing Ilya's smile, Aristana felt quite surprised. "Huh?" The next second she gritted her teeth, clearly annoyed. Why was she wearing that smug smile? Just then someone called her name. "Princess Aristana!" A group of nobles appeared out of nowhere, surrounding Aristana with eager faces. They barraged her with questions. "Please grant us a moment. You've regained your power, haven't you? Was this your plan all along? How did you come up with the idea of participating in the jousting tournament yourself? Who would have thought you'd seize such an opportunity?" Their questions, one after another, made Aristana panic. Wait! Those nobles deliberately asked sensitive questions that Aristana truly didn't want to answer further. "Are you considering rejoining the war for the throne? You seem quite popular, your highness." Just then, Joseph appeared like a savior. He spread his arms, blocking Aristana, then glanced to the nobles and said coldly, "Please excuse us for a moment. There are some things I need to discuss with my mistress." He put an arm around her shoulder and led her away, leaving behind whispers and murmurs. "Let's go." She immediately replied, "Okay." A moment later, Joseph had brought Aristana to a quiet place. He placed a cloak over her shoulders and gently said, "Please rest here for a moment." Aristana stiffened slightly. "Thank you for helping me escape those troublesome nobles. But is this really necessary?" Joseph then walked past where she was sitting, preparing to leave. "I'll go deal with them. I'll be right back." Aristana didn't stop him. She just watched him go and replied, "All right."
Joseph's footsteps faded away, and before leaving completely, he carefully closed the door. Once alone in the room, Aristana took off her garment and placed it on a chair. "Since I have a little time, I will use it wisely," she said, slowly standing up. "Is there a servant out there?" Someone immediately responded from outside. "Yes, your highness." Aristana ordered the person, "Call the attendant from the second manor named Dinah to come here." "Who is Dinah?" "She is a stable hand whom other maids, people I used to know, occasionally mentioned."
Aristana had heard quite a bit of news about that servant named Dinah. She knows everything that happens in the palace. I heard that many powerful people seek her out. If you gain Dinah's favor, money and opportunities will come to you. For those of us who only do menial work, she is like a lifeline. The corner of her mouth curved slightly. I need Dinah's skills for the upcoming task, and there's a way to get her on my side. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Aristana immediately agreed, calling out, "Come in." Dinah now stood before her. "I heard you were looking for me, Your Highness. I am Dinah." Aristana did not reply. She walked to the bookshelf and took books down from it. Though only a servant, she acted as the right hand of the second estate, but she would not yield at any price. Aristana placed 5 thick books on the table in front of Dinah, her tone utterly firm. "The height of this stack of books is the amount I will pay you."
I don't care if you're pretending to run errands or feigning illness. Find out which servant disappeared during the tournament's break. Someone will come to see you tomorrow morning. You will receive half up front, and I will give you the rest when you bring me the person I'm looking for. Bring her to me within 3 days and be discreet. Dinah smiled confidently and replied, "I am confident I can handle this quietly, Your Highness. Leave it to me." Dinah bowed respectfully to Aristana. Her reaction and demeanor greatly pleased Aristana. "Please rest comfortably while you wait."
That evening, Aristana felt very happy going out onto the balcony to admire the moon. She rested her chin in her hand, smiling as she thought to herself, "I like the feeling of having money. The moon tonight is so big and beautiful." Suddenly, a voice rang out from below. "Father, can you hear me?" Aristana froze, startled. Her gaze dropped downwards. "This voice is—" She hid behind the door so the other person wouldn't notice her. The person's voice rang out again. "Father, can you hear me? Are you watching over me? Today marks a new beginning for me." Aristana now realized who the person was, Elia. Her tone sounded very resolute. "I will no longer be foolish. I will become strong and rise to the top." Aristana, puzzled, thought to herself, "Why is she making such a declaration right here?" Elia clasped her hands together, shyly speaking into the air. "I have found someone who truly helps me, and it's someone I never even dreamed of." Hearing those words, Aristana immediately realized something. Is she talking about Marquis Patello? She's still deluding herself about this whole thing. Elia was like a young woman deeply in love. She lifted the hem of her dress and twirled, looking very graceful. "Even this dress today is thanks to him. It's perfect for me, isn't it?" Aristana, watching from the balcony, whispered with a sigh. "Why did Patello leave? What a pity." She continued to mumble, "I feel a little guilty towards his master, as if I'm stealing him away." Aristana, however, let out a sigh. She even feels guilty towards me.
Elia's hand tightened slightly. "But I wonder why he suddenly cares about me. Although I'm not sure, perhaps he... Anyway, I will become someone Father can be proud of. So please continue to watch over me, Father." Elia's unfinished sentence made Aristana extremely curious. What could it be? Why did she stop mid-sentence? Ilia looked up at the full moon above and hesitantly revealed, "I will become the Empress of the Yeo Grante Empire, living a truly different life. I will not waste the opportunity the gods have given me." Aristana caught a few important words in her speech. This life. She leaned out to look down through the window with an incredulous expression. What did she mean by that? Did she also come from the future like the Marquis? She wouldn't just simply go back inside, would she? Doesn't she have anything else to say? Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. "Princess Aristana, are you in there?" She immediately turned to look towards the door. "Who is it?" she muttered to herself, annoyed. Terrible timing. The person outside replied, "Cavell Hanger, Your Highness." Aristana let him in, then stood with her arms crossed and asked, "How did you know I was here?" He immediately replied, "A servant told me you were here."
Aristana's lips curved slightly. "I understand then." Cavell stood before her, holding a large bouquet in his hands, which couldn't help but surprise her. "What are you doing here, Cavell? And why are you carrying flowers?" Aristana wondered greatly in her mind. Why was he bringing her flowers? It wasn't her birthday, and he wasn't the type to propose. Seeing Cavell remain silent, she hesitated and explained, "I only asked because I wanted a little peace and quiet." He finally replied, "Forgive me, Your Highness, I didn't mean to disturb you." His face suddenly flushed crimson with embarrassment, and he struggled to speak. Seeing Cavell's awkward demeanor, Aristana secretly thought, if anyone saw this, they would surely think he was proposing to her. Immediately after, he knelt before her and held out the bouquet. "I came to formally apologize for what happened today." Aristana, a little curious after hearing this, asked, "Are you giving me a bouquet? Why flowers?" Cavell, still blushing, honestly replied, "I assumed you already possess enough luxurious items, so I wanted to give you something with a scent similar to the perfume you usually wear. Please forgive me if you don't like them." Aristana slowly stepped forward and reached out to pull out the card tucked into the bouquet. "This is my first time giving flowers to anyone." So, on the card were neatly written words. Bluebells symbolize blessings, wishing you to always be surrounded by them. After reading, Aristana was deeply moved. "You are the first person to give me flowers for this reason, Cavell."
She happily accepted the bouquet from him. "Thank you for the gift, and thank you for keeping your word. It's thanks to you that I was able to regain my power."
Cavell was still a little uneasy. He looked up at her and replied, "You don't need to thank me, Your Highness. It's truly difficult for me to hold my head high in your presence." Just then, the room door was pushed open, and a voice with an unhappy tone rang out, startling Aristona. "Why are you so startled, Your Highness?"
The owner of that voice was Joseph, Marquis Patello, on whose face was a dangerously charming smile. Aristona's hand holding the bouquet tightened slightly as she tried to make her voice sound more natural. "When did you arrive?" Joseph spoke bluntly to her, who was also stammering more than necessary, as if she had just been caught secretly meeting another man. Joseph walked step by step towards where Aristana and Cavell were standing. Meanwhile, she wondered in confusion. What is he talking about? He acts as if there's something between me and Cavell. Suddenly, Joseph said something puzzling. "It's too far now," making Aristana ask in bewilderment. "What?" Joseph took small steps forward, his tone higher than usual. "The distance between us. Have you grown tired of me, Your Highness? You seem to have found someone new in my absence." Aristana quickly put her hand out in front of Cavell, trying to calm Joseph down. "It's not like that. Please calm down." Joseph didn't listen to her explanations at all, his face darkening. "You've misunderstood. Marquis Patello, nothing is happening here. Cavell and I only met for the first time today." Joseph immediately retorted, leaving Aristana speechless. "But you called his name so familiarly. Do you think I'm overreacting?" She immediately affirmed. "Yes," thinking to herself. "Of course."
Seeing the situation was quite tense, Cavell stepped forward to explain. "Excuse me for interrupting, but I believe your reaction is truly excessive. I was simply thanking Your Highness today for—" Not letting him finish his sentence, Joseph interrupted. "Cavell." He took the bouquet Aristana was holding, his voice extremely cold. "You're repaying that debt with just a few flowers?" Then he turned to look straight into Aristana's eyes and questioned, "Are you satisfied with this, Your Highness?" He coldly let go, allowing the bouquet to fall. "If I were him, I would give you a glass conservatory as large as a mansion." Seeing this, Cavell couldn't help but criticize Joseph. "Do you always treat Your Highness with such an attitude, Lord Patello?" He turned on his heel to retort. "What are you talking about? No one works harder for Your Highness than I do." Aristana didn't dare to intervene. Her face clearly showed her confusion. "That's true, but he doesn't need to be so excessive with his words." Joseph placed a hand on Cavell's shoulder, his words extremely sharp. "Cavell, listen carefully. I hope you won't interfere in matters you don't fully understand." Cavell leaned his face to the side and quietly asked Aristana, "And by very gallant?" She frowned slightly, puzzled. "Gallant?" She thought to herself. "I need to get Cavell out of here before things get worse." After thinking, she immediately whispered to Cavell, "I'm sorry, but you should leave right now." He heard her and immediately asked back, "How?" She quickly replied, "By any means necessary." In her heart, she was extremely worried. Does he even understand what I'm saying?
The next second, Cavell turned to her and said, "Princess Aristana." He knelt on one knee again. "If you need my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me." Cavell even placed a kiss on the back of Aristana's hand, his tone utterly sincere. "I will do my utmost to serve you." Aristana truly just wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. She quickly pulled her hand back and replied, "I will remember that, Cavell." Her mind was practically exploding. No, he couldn't. She finally managed to get him to leave. "You may leave now." Cavell complied, stepping out and carefully closing the door behind him. When the two of them were left alone, Joseph's gaze immediately fixed on Aristana. Seeing her bend down to pick up the bouquet he had deliberately dropped on the floor, Joseph couldn't help but ask, "Do you intend to keep this bouquet?" Aristana replied indifferently, "It would be a waste to throw them away. This is the first time I've received flowers in 3 years, and they are quite beautiful."
Hearing her say that, Joseph sighed again, which made her feel a little uneasy. "Is there a problem?" He shook his head, denying it. No, but Aristana didn't believe him. His sigh said it all. She meticulously adjusted the flowers and seriously told Joseph, "Don't worry needlessly. I cannot be won over by a gift like this. I only appreciate the sentiment." Joseph, however, kept teasing her. "You seemed quite flustered just now." Aristana immediately retorted, "That's because of you." Hearing this, Joseph exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Really? Is there something about me that makes you uncomfortable? If so, please tell me. I will try to fix it immediately, Princess Aristana." At this moment, Aristana placed the bouquet on the table and changed the subject. "Are you busy, Lord Patello?" Joseph sincerely replied, "I always have time for you, Your Highness." She turned around and ordered him, "Then follow me." Suddenly, the room became incredibly quiet. Aristana pulled Joseph to the sofa, had him sit down, and then rested her head on his lap. "Your Highness!" Hearing the surprise in his voice, she closed her eyes and calmly replied, "I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up in an hour." Hearing this, Joseph worried that she wouldn't be comfortable lying like this.
"If you wish to rest, I can escort you back to your room," she replied in a low voice. "I cannot leave. The party isn't over yet, and I've promised His Majesty I would stay until the end." With that, she turned her head to the side and closed her eyes to rest. "Your Highness." Seeing that she seemed quite tired, he decided not to call her again, his hand pausing in midair. The fireplace in the room emitted just enough warmth, and the crackling sound of the fire filled the air.
This moment seemed frozen in time. Joseph carefully pulled the cloak higher over Aristana. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if afraid of waking Aristana. His body was so warm. A long while later, she slowly opened her eyes, waking up. Aristana immediately sat up. This was her room. Had he carried her back here? Were these locks his doing? Just then a voice spoke up. "Are you awake?" Vesselbart had been in her room for who knows how long. "Lately you've been distant with me. I thought you'd at least come to see me once."
"All right, the loser has to seek out the winner, but don't think I'm happy about it, damn it." Only then did Aristona notice his presence. So he was responsible for the locks. How long had he been here? Her tone was extremely cold. "Watch your words and don't cause any more trouble. Vesselbart, have you come here to fight me?" He replied indifferently. "Of course not." Vesselbart casually sat down on the edge of the bed. "I said the loser has to seek out the winner. I admit I lost, so what is your wish?" Hearing this, Aristana's lips curved slightly. Her face showed clear confidence. "Tell me the biggest secret you know." Vesselbart shifted slightly. He smiled with amusement and asked, "A secret?" Aristana affirmed, "That's right." Receiving her firm answer, he happily replied, "Then any request from you is not a problem." He leaned closer to her. "Among my 3 secrets, which one should I start with?" Aristana raised her hand to stop him, then moved away, saying with distaste, "3? Start with the one that interests me the most, and don't leave anything out, and don't come any closer." Vesselbart rested his chin on his hand, speaking mysteriously. "All right, then the first secret is, the list of candidates for the position of Lady of House Patello has been shortened. Now it's just a matter of His Majesty informing Joseph Patello. Whether he is a marquis or not, he cannot refuse a royal decree. Marriages between masters and knights are very common. In fact, except for those of the same bloodline, most are engaged to each other." Hearing this, Aristana's hands clenched. "But someone like me, with a different background from Marquis Patello, would never be considered a potential fiancé. I don't care about marriage, but the thought that the Marquis might place someone else above me made my stomach clench a little."
Aristana began to think to herself, wondering if the Marquis might value someone else more than her. She couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. It was truly vexing. "Wait, should I ruin this marriage plan?" Vesselbart suddenly asked, "You don't seriously think you'll actually marry the Marquis, do you?" He leaned closer to Aristana. "Given His Majesty's character, you should understand better. The lady of the Patello household absolutely cannot be of low birth." She retorted irritably, "I know that. Are you trying to comfort me?" Vesselbart replied bluntly, "No." He was brimming with confidence. "Forget Patello and marry me. I am the son of a prestigious family. We are the perfect match." Aristana, however, was completely uninterested in that. "Tell me the second secret." Vesselbart felt a little hurt seeing her like that. "I'm very serious. How can you ignore my confession?" Aristana, however, didn't have such patience. "If you are just going to say meaningless things, then leave." At this, he had no choice but to give in. "You're not letting me get a word in." "All right, the second secret is that all low-ranking heirs who are draining the treasury will soon be expelled from the palace."
You should stop acting recklessly and put in some effort. Everything will be decided within a year. Judging by your reaction, it seems I've said enough to uphold our agreement. After Vesselbart finished aching, he left. "I'm going back to my room." Aristana unexpectedly stopped him again. "Wait, you said there were 3 secrets." Vesselbart playfully smiled and waved. "If you accept my marriage proposal, I might reveal the 3rd secret." Aristana couldn't help but curse under her breath. "You detestable man." After the other person left, she also lay down on the bed. "I'm so tired, but at least I should change my clothes first. I feel so dirty and uncomfortable." While Aristana was in her room, she heard footsteps approaching. The door quickly opened. "Aristana, are you here?" Aristana's face darkened. "You startled me, Swan." But the other person paid no attention to it. "Listen, do you know what I just heard? It's a big secret that no one is supposed to know." She didn't like this at all. "Let go of me first. You reek of alcohol." Swan's cheeks were already flushed. "Aren't you curious? You must be. This is huge news." Aristana, intrigued, asked, "What is it?"
She leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Fiona is pregnant." Aristana's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" She remembered the other person very clearly. Fiona Yo Garante was one of the 2 influential figures of the second house. She was the daughter of a powerful count. Her mother was famous for having the Rose Count as her knight protector, and for being similar to most of the royal family. She was already betrothed to a boy who was only 12 years old. Aristana was utterly astonished. "Fiona pregnant?" she asked again. "Are you sure?" Swan affirmed confidently. "I'm certain. I heard she was very uncomfortable with her dress and ended up wearing something quite puffy to the party." Aristana became confused as well after hearing this, saying that claiming she was pregnant just because of that seemed a bit forced. "Don't you think so?" Seeing her disbelief, she grumbled, "I even heard it with my own ears." Aristana immediately asked without hesitation, "Heard what?" Swan began to recount everything. "When I was throwing up behind the grand ballroom, I overheard some maids talking. Doesn't Princess Fiona look quite strange lately? Yes, she's been losing sleep and suddenly breaking out in cold sweats, and she's also been nauseous a lot. Not only that, her appetite has changed so much that nothing can satisfy her." Swan was very confident then. "So that's it."
She started speculating again. Her pregnancy was surprising enough, but the real problem was who the baby's father was. However interesting Fiona's secret might be, the name Fiona Yorande brought me no joy. 3 years ago, when I was still a rebel, panicked cries rang out non-stop, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" Aristana was then lying in a puddle of syrup. Damn her, she tried to kill me. Just then, a guard approached. "Are you all right, Your Highness? You've lost too much blood." "Shh, don't say anything, Your Highness. I need to stop the bleeding first. I'll bind all your wounds. I know it hurts, but please bear with it." Aristana trembled uncontrollably from the pain. She tried to grasp the other's sleeve. Yes.
But Aristana, having no strength left, let go. The pain was excruciating. She didn't know how long it was before she opened her eyes. "Your Highness," the person asked repeatedly with concern, "how are you feeling?" Aristana, having just woken up, was still disoriented. "Are you awake? Can you see me?" At that moment, a thought popped into her head. "I was on the brink of death, but I'm still alive." The doctor then explained Aristana's condition. "Fortunately, your vital organs were not injured, and thanks to timely first aid after significant blood loss, you only need sufficient rest to recover soon. However, due to the severity of the wound, it will take a long time. This esteemed knight has paid for your treatment, so Your Highness, please at least look at your benefactor." Aristana thought with a hint of annoyance. "What else does he want from me? I just escaped death." The other person was still giving careful instructions. "Please don't stress, Your Highness. Just focus on your recovery." After finishing, he also left. Then, "If you'll excuse me." The door slowly closed. The soldier approached with some apprehension. "My apologies, Your Highness. I failed to apprehend the attacker." Suddenly, Aristana spoke up. "You're a new royal knight, aren't you? Your salary probably isn't much. I'm truly grateful to you." Seeing this, he quickly replied, "No, Your Highness." The person repeatedly apologized. "Due to my inexperience, But Aristana immediately dismissed it. "Don't blame yourself. I know who is behind this." He was a little surprised to hear that. "Huh? But how?" In truth, Aristana was also very uncertain in her heart. "I'm not sure, but I clearly remember when that servant stabbed me, on his right collar there was an oval-shaped pin engraved with a man's face. That was clearly the Valkyrie emblem, and Fiona often wore that pin on important occasions."
As everyone knows, the Valkyries are fanatical madmen established by Countess Fiona of the Roses, worshipping the great Pandora and tattooed with Pandora's image. Outwardly, they feign blessings and success, but in reality, it's just a mad religion. Fiona is known for ruthlessly eliminating her rivals to the throne, and she is certainly the one who wants to destroy me to prevent my return to the palace. The Valkyrie warriors believe that the nobility carries divine blood. Since Fiona is a devout believer, she must find it uncomfortable to have a commoner like me by her side. The soldier confidently said, "Please tell me who is behind the assassination, Your Highness. I swear I will reveal the truth to everyone." However, Aristana refused. "No, forget about it." But he wouldn't have it. "Forget about it? Someone attempted to murder you." The soldier was a little confused. "Clearly someone with malicious intent sent people to..." She interjected. "Look at me, knight. What do you see? I have no status, no title, nothing in my hands. I am merely someone accused of murder, lying dying in a drafty room. I am powerless. If I reveal the truth that Fiona is behind this, do you think His Majesty would protect someone accused of killing her own brother? It's better for me to live like a ghost." He angrily clenched his fist. "Princess Aristana, you may not know this, but I will return to my post in 2 weeks. Until then, I will serve you. I will protect you day and night, so that nothing else happens. Please do not act indifferently as if the world or even you yourself do not matter."
And as the recovering person was being asked not to cause any more trouble, Aristana, seeing him in that state, sat up to comfort him. "All right, don't cry anymore. Anyone who sees will think I'm dead. Oh, my stomach hurts so much." Returning to reality, Swan uncomfortably covered her mouth. "I'm not feeling very well. I'm leaving." She nodded, feeling a bit helpless. "All right, well, that's one way to bring oneself back to reality." Aristana thought to herself, that young knight was especially sincere. I can't say it was all thanks to him, but after that incident, I truly stopped causing trouble. But why do I have a feeling Fiona is plotting something? Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside. "Princess Aristana, it's me. May I come in?" Seeing that it was Joseph, she was a little surprised. "What brings you here, Lord Patello?" He, on the other hand, was very excited. "I've come to show you something." Aristona noticed the item in Joseph's hand and was a little curious. What is it?
She subtly noticed his hand. His left ring finger was bare. Aristana gathered her courage and asked, "Lord Patelo, do you have any plans to marry?" He didn't answer immediately, but slowly walked closer. "Your question sounds as if you're interested in my private life, or perhaps you've heard rumors somewhere." She keenly noticed that he was evading her question. Aristana remained unyielding. "Answer me, do you intend to marry?" Joseph, hearing this, retorted, "So I shouldn't?" Seeing him like that, her heart was filled with questions. What kind of attitude is that? Did I offend him? But she was the one who should be angry. Aristana then spoke again. "After promising to serve me for life, wouldn't it be difficult if you were to marry? Do you intend to break your knight's vow?" Joseph produced something from his hand. "But you must know that other knights and their masters usually—" "I see." Aristana looked bewildered and confused. "Huh?" Joseph then continued. "Actually, it's perfect timing. Please sign this contract." Aristana, though still doubtful, reached out and took it. "What is it?" Joseph then explained to her. "As I said, a contract."
It wasn't very long, one could read it themselves, and inside was a celibacy contract. This contract is made between Aristana Grande Charon, hereinafter referred to as the Master, and Joseph Patelo, hereinafter referred to as the Knight. Both parties agreed to abide by the following terms. Any violation will result in compensation for damages incurred by the other party. 1. Unless the marriage is between the Master and the Knight, both parties agree not to marry. 2. The Master and the Knight shall not establish a de facto marital relationship, the determination of which will be made by the other party. If the Master or the Knight is under political pressure to marry, they must promptly inform the other party and seek all means to avoid the marriage. Many questions arose after Aristana finished reading. "What is this?" Joseph calmly explained. "As you can see, it's a celibacy contract. I'm here today to get your signature."
He asked again, "Is there a problem with the clause?" Aristana immediately became indignant. "There are many problems. I've never heard of such a contract. And regarding the third clause, what if one of us is forced to marry by royal decree? No one can refuse that." "I can guarantee that won't happen." Aristana was still a little worried. "You are the head of the Patelo family. I don't think the elders would be happy if you went against a royal decree." Joseph scratched his head, saying awkwardly, "Unfortunately, they have all passed away. If I cannot fulfill that clause, I will take responsibility and end my own life." Hearing this, she was exasperated. "Are you serious? I don't think it needs to be that extreme. So can I just remove that part? Do you think your life is something you can just take apart and put back together whenever you want?" Joseph suddenly leaned close to Aristana. "Is there another problem with the clause? Do you not want me to be single?" She stammered, not knowing what to say. "Well," Joseph kept asking relentlessly, "or do you not want me to marry, but you yourself want freedom?" Aristana immediately denied it. "No, that's not it." She looked at the paper in her hand and mumbled, "It's just too sudden. Marriage is a major life event. It cannot be decided by a simple contract." But Aristana remembered what Vezelbart had once said. The list of candidates to become Patello's lady has already been shortened. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the paper in her hand. "I'll be uncomfortable no matter what I choose." After a moment of deliberation, Aristana made a decision. "Do you have a pen?" Joseph was very happy and ready. "Of course. Here you go." But when Aristana picked up the pen, she hesitated. "If the Marquis gets married, I'll lose his support. He'll stop prioritizing me, and I've grown accustomed to the power of money." After Aristana signed, she returned the commitment to Joseph. "There, are you happy now?" Now he was beaming with joy. "Good, you've made the right decision." But Aristana's heart was in utter turmoil. Why did I let myself be led by his sweet words again? Joseph then added before leaving, "I'll have the door lock fixed first thing tomorrow morning. Good night, Princess Aristana." After Joseph left, someone else approached. It seemed Patello had departed. "Will you follow me, Your Highness?" Dinah said with a radiant smile. "Everything you requested is ready." On the deserted road, Aristana couldn't help but praise. "You're quite fast, Dinah," she replied. "Yes, mains aren't typically very clever." Dinah, now walking ahead, then slowly said, "And I'm only 19 years old." This surprised her. She's only 19? She does look quite young. The two of them continued to walk slowly down the dark road. Aristana seemed to notice something. "This is one of the places I used to wander through while serving resentence. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a resting place around here."
A sound emanating from nearby caught Aristana's attention. It was a cry for help. "Is anyone out there? Please help me." Dinah, still oblivious, was focused solely on her task. "We're here." From inside, the sounds continued to echo. "Someone locked me in here. Help, I'm in here." It was then that Aristana realized the person was imprisoned here. Dinah added to her while unlocking the door. "I lured her by telling her Milia would be waiting in here, and she fell for it completely." Upon hearing this, Aristana couldn't help but inwardly marvel at Dinah's efficiency. She even explained everything without Aristana needing to ask.
The door was soon opened. The girl inside, seeing the door open, was overjoyed. "Oh, thank goodness."
Aristana's face also became visible in the light when the other person said, "Thank you." She fearfully covered her mouth. "That's right, I recognize her." Then the other person trembled and pleaded, "Please, please spare me." She bowed her head, her body shaking continuously. "Please don't kill me." Seeing this, Aristana reassured her. "Shh, there's no need to be afraid. I swear by my name that I will let you go, provided you answer all my questions. Now, stand up and sit down." After a long while, Aristana began to inquire about his name. Dinah, who was nearby, prompted, "Milio." She nodded and continued, "Yes, Milio. You know he's engaged, don't you? You'll never be his wife. Is that why you ran away and went into hiding? How pitiful." Aristana then asked, "You are?" Dinah, nearby, prompted again, "Her name is Penny." She nodded with satisfaction. "Right, Penny. I bear you no ill will, but I resent the knight who abandoned you. Do you still love him? Unless you're foolish, you must have realized by now that Milio is very careless. He let me catch him red-handed doing that right in someone else's tent on Harvest Festival Day. It's truly ridiculous how careless he can be. What do you think, Dinah?" She quickly replied, "In my opinion, it's because he's favored by Princess Ophelia." Aristana confirmed with satisfaction. "Exactly. The sole reason Milio is so arrogant and reckless is Ophelia. In your opinion, Dinah, would he dare to disappoint Ophelia?" Dinah replied further, "Absolutely not. So would he choose to live in poverty in the countryside with a mistress, abandon his fiancée, and lose Ophelia's trust? He's not that kind of person. Penny, don't you feel wronged? You should. Your only crime was loving him, but it's all right. I'm here to help you. We can support each other and achieve our own goals."
I don't know what you think about me, but I have no interest whatsoever in the throne. I've been burned by it too many times already. The only thing I want is revenge. I must drag Ophelia down, and when she falls, Milio will fall with her. Dinah, tell Penny how much I paid you for serving me." Dinah obeyed, approached, and whispered into Penny's ear. After hearing it, her eyes widened in stunned disbelief. "That's how much you'll receive, Penny." Aristana negotiated further, "and I will pay you once more when the job is done, which will be double that amount." However, when she saw Penny's slight hesitation, she found it very odd. I thought she would agree immediately.
"She's asking for more money? What nerve!" It was a while before she finally spoke. "Your Highness." Dinah leaned in and whispered, "There are rumors spreading among the servants that Marquis Patello is about to get married." Only then did Aristona understand the reason. "Ah, so that's what it's about." She took out the contract from earlier. "Look, Penny." She hesitated and said, "I can't read." Aristana didn't make it difficult for her. "Is that so?" "Dinah, read it to her." Dinah immediately complied. "This is a contract of bachelorhood between Princess Aristana and Marquis Patello. That's right. According to the contract, Lord Patello cannot marry." Aristana confidently asserted, "And if he does marry, I will be his bride. Now, do you understand what kind of backing I have? If you're worried about consequences, there won't be any. As for money, that's already been taken care of. And if you can keep this secret for my honor, I would be very grateful. Do you need anything else? I can give you anything." Penny clenched her fists, her hands trembling continuously. What do you want me to do?" Aristana heard this and smiled with satisfaction, slowly saying, "Take your time. We have plenty of time. How did you meet Milio?" She honestly recounted everything. "After being recommended by Dinah, I was tasked with secretly delivering Princess Fiona's letters outside the palace. I got to know Milio at that time. We often met at night to chat. Then Aristana felt something strange. Wait, who was that letter sent to? When she heard the answer, she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Duke Gabriel Cathana. Twice a week, I deliver Princess Fiona's letters to him. Upon hearing this, Aristana secretly gasped, surprised to hear that name. It was very possible that Fiona was pregnant with Gabriel's child, and it wouldn't be surprising if that despicable man took advantage of her and then discarded her. Aristona felt relieved after hearing this. So that's it. Thank you for telling me. The promised money is right outside the door. Just take it when you leave. Don't worry anymore. I will help you. On the way back, Dinah asked curiously, "Do you really need to worry this much about her, Your Highness? She's just a maid. A little money would be enough to silence her." Although Aristana was grateful, her words were inappropriate. "Thank you for the advice, but I will do as I please." Dinah continued to argue. "No one else in this palace would go to such lengths for a maid, Your Highness." Aristana remained unfazed. "It's truly surprising to hear that from you, especially since you are favored by my brothers. And keep quiet about today's matter. I'm sure you know why. I wouldn't pay you so much for no reason." Dinah smiled brightly and said, "Understood, Your Highness. If you permit, I would like to continue assisting you until Penny finishes her task." Aristana agreed. "Very well, I will remember that. I will call for you if needed." Penny said she was assigned the letter delivery task thanks to Dinah's recommendation. Even though Dinah knew Fiona's secret would be exposed, she still took my money and followed my orders. What if someone else offered her more money? I can't fully trust someone like that. Every member of the royal family has their own personal guard. Since this privilege is reserved only for knights of the empire, outsiders cannot be chosen. I once had a personal guard, but he was dismissed after I fell from grace. Now that I have been reinstated, several imperial decrees have compelled me to appoint a new one. Currently, she was still lost in thought inside the White Castle. At first I ignored it, as I had intended to leave the palace, but Aristana stood by the window, gazing at the soft sunlight. Protecting myself here isn't easy, she thought, especially with restricted use of my power. If I try, it would be like digging my own grave. Then she unconsciously furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze into the room. Perhaps it's time to think about finding a new personal guard. But who should I choose? I must discuss this with the Marquis.
Immediately after, a voice rang out, startling Aristana. Princess Aristana. The guard, with eyes obscured by a visor, presented a letter. You have just received a letter from His Majesty. Hearing these words, her tone became questioning. From the Emperor? Aristana opened the envelope, pondering. Could it be? Indeed, he ordered her to quickly select personal guards and participate in the November Hunt. The contents made her uneasy. The November Hunt, also known as the Emperor's Hunt, was an exclusive event for favored heirs and trusted confidants of the Emperor. Most considered it the most prestigious social gathering in Yogrante because it was an opportunity everyone coveted if they wished to contend for the throne. Did this invitation mean the Emperor had begun to take notice of her? At the same time, the chamber door was pushed open again. Your Highness. A maid respectfully entered and reported, Sir Hanger of the Empire requests an audience. Aristana continued to look surprised. Hanger? That name sounds familiar.
Isn't he the one who always comes to me whenever I receive an imperial decree, stubbornly insisting on being my guard? At this thought, she sighed in exasperation. This was the third time. He had persisted all year without giving up. Why would he stubbornly want to serve a princess of the lowest status? How desperate must he be to cling to this fraying rope? After her contemplation, Aristana waved her hand dismissively, sending him away. He could only bow his head and accept the order. Yes, Your Highness. In her heart, she already harbored an invisible refusal. She didn't even know who that knight Hanger was, but this way she could save his life. He should serve someone with more prospects. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Your Highness. Aristana, annoyed, questioned, Why are you back? The maid reported softly, every word distinct. Knight Hanger sent word that he will return in the evening. She didn't hesitate to immediately remind her. I won't be back before dinner. Tell him not to bother coming again. The maid's customary reply was, Yes, Your Highness.
Next, Aristana, who had just relaxed, was startled by a knock at the door. He was truly persistent. What was it now? However, upon seeing the familiar gray hair, her harsh words were suppressed. It was him, Cien. Cien appeared looking serious, which caused a wave of worry in her. Greetings, Your Highness. Aristana's mood softened slightly as she questioned, What brings you here? Quickly, he bowed at a right angle to express his sincerity. My apologies, but I have been ordered to escort you to an event that has been specially prepared for you. Upon hearing this, she understood everything. Arranged by Marquis Patello? Cien could not deny the assumption. Yes. Aristana fell into contemplation at this sight. Seeing Cien come himself, the Marquis must be extremely busy. What kind of event could it be, so urgent that he had to send Cien to fetch her? Despite her thoughts, she accepted this arrangement. Where are we going? He answered very seriously, even adding a few extra remarks. To Patello Manor. No outsider has ever been allowed to set foot there. Aristana's mind quickly sketched a simple map around the Grand Castle. Patello Manor was located in Silverhall, right next to the capital. She couldn't stop feeling suspicious when she thought about it. Why would he summon her all the way there? What exactly was he planning? Cien, can't you give me a hint about the nature of this event? Cien's tone became even more hesitant. It was prepared right after you returned last night. These words quickly made Aristana freeze. Last night? That was when she signed the celibacy contract. So he had something prepared for her right after she agreed? Joseph Patello, what are you plotting? In an instant, her gaze shifted to the bustling city as he spoke. We have arrived in Silverhall, Your Highness. Patello Manor will appear in about 5 minutes. Immediately after, her purple floral shoes touched the ground, and Aristana appeared before 2 rows of respectful servants. Welcome, Your Highness. However, she felt a little uneasy upon receiving them. Please allow me to escort you inside. Upon entering, Aristana inquired, Where is the Marquis? The butler promptly replied, The Marquis is changing his attire after returning. Please have some hot tea while you wait. At the servant's word, a table of refreshments appeared, making Aristana exclaim, Look, luxurious yet unpretentious. But this mansion didn't feel like a home. Even a palace felt warmer. She felt a little curious as she strolled around the mansion.
Upon arriving before Joseph's portrait, Aristana suddenly paused. It was the Patello family portrait. Although the Marquis looked younger in the painting, his expression remained the same, so cold that it made people hesitant to speak.
And above it was, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How unexpected! Joseph Patello also once had parents." Immediately after, another person appeared, cutting Aristona off. They passed away when I was only 14. She instinctively turned towards the voice. It was Marquis Patello. Why did he say that right from the start? Did I say something wrong? It felt like the conversation was not starting smoothly. Aristana, feeling a bit uneasy, tried to offer a positive remark. At least they raised a talented son. However, he denied it all in an instant. They are not my biological parents. My adoptive father was infertile. My biological father was my uncle. It was only then that she realized. Ah, I see. So he was adopted as the heir. That means you had two good fathers. Joseph stood level with Aristana, frankly correcting her words. To be precise, I had two fathers but only one mother. Hearing this, Aristana gave an awkward laugh. Your uncle and your mother? What a strange family. Still, having two fathers must have brought a sense of security. A trace of sadness involuntarily appeared clearly on Joseph's face. But they both passed away too soon. I was only 14.
My mother killed my uncle to hide the truth that he was my biological father, but my uncle was one step ahead. To atone for his sins, he left a will revealing my true identity. After my mother took her own life, my father collapsed and never recovered. Believe it or not, all of this happened within a week. His eyes drooped as if weighed down by an internal burden. Joseph spoke negatively with a mocking smile. A truly terrible family, isn't it? Aristana remained completely still at his confession. Indeed, a truly terrible family, isn't it? She looked up thoughtfully at the highest framed photograph. Even though the former Marquis was not his biological father, Marquis Patello still resembled him. At that moment, Joseph subtly asked Aristana how she felt. Is this topic too personal? I just want someone to hear this from me for once. She casually turned and replied indifferently. Perhaps it's best not to take it too seriously, but I also don't want to dismiss it. I'm glad you told me. I used to think no family was more memorable than my own, but it turns out I should be more humble. At this point, he suddenly cut off Aristana, who was speaking. Regarding the Yellowish family, not the royal family, right? She didn't hesitate to confirm Joseph's thought. Yes, it's the Yellowish family where I was born. My mother was originally a maid serving my father's fiancé. On the wedding day, she was sent in place of the fiancé, but the truth was only revealed after the wedding night. When my father discovered she was illiterate, when he confronted the fiancé's family, they said they had temporarily sent the maid because their daughter had health issues. It was a ridiculous excuse, but my father had no choice but to wait. He needed the dowry. His great-grandfather had been arrested on suspicion of tax evasion, leaving the family in difficult circumstances. The dowry was my father's last hope. But after just one night, my mother became pregnant, and the fiancé's family used that as a reason to cancel the engagement.
I don't understand why, but my father officially married her afterwards, and the child she was pregnant with, Zegwin, became the heir to the Yellowish household. However, my father passed away after Zegwin's first birthday. He had a terminal illness, and his former fiancé's family must have known the truth and sent the maid for that reason. Immediately after my father's death, my mother unexpectedly gave birth to me. She claimed I was my father's child, but who would believe her? Only Zegwin stood by me.
And now I will make his murderer pay for his crime. After a lengthy monologue, Aristana proudly tossed her hair. Anyway, you should be proud, Marquis Patello. Not everyone gets to hear this story. Joseph also generously returned her smile. I'm glad you told me, Your Highness, though I already knew a little, she said, suddenly changing the subject, stammering. I'm often surprised by how well you seem to understand me. How do you know so much? Are you from the future? He didn't answer directly, but instead placed a hand on his chest, questioning something else. Does that bother you? Aristana was very direct in expressing her thoughts. Not exactly, but sometimes I wonder where you get your information. Hearing this, Joseph wanted to tease her a little. If I told you I bought that information, would you be disappointed? To his surprise, she answered very seriously. No, not at all. You are a marquis, after all. However, after much beating around the bush, Aristana received no response from him. Now I can't tell if you genuinely don't know or are just pretending not to. Joseph's intentions were like knots, leaving her bewildered. The Marquis sometimes wore inscrutable expressions. Shall we go upstairs, Your Highness? The two quickly moved through the castle, with Aristana initiating the next conversation. So why did you call me here? He kept uttering cryptic words. To commemorate this momentous day. Of course, she thought. I believe that was a rhetorical question. Joseph, striding behind her, suddenly showed sincere remorse. I apologize for not coming directly to the palace. She paid little attention to that detail, even secretly thanking him. It's all right, I know you're busy, and thanks to that, I had the chance to see Silver Hall. Before opening the door, Joseph still managed to turn back and speak. Yes, but I wanted to mark this occasion with a small conversation. I'm sure you understand. His demeanor made Aristana a little annoyed. I know, so don't emphasize it anymore. A flicker of impatience couldn't be hidden in her eyes. But how exactly did he plan to celebrate? Aristana glanced around, then assessed the situation. Surely he hadn't called her here just to stroll around the estate. Is this your bedroom? He didn't offer a single denial. Yes. Joseph even made his intentions clear. This is my most private and personal space. You are the first woman to step in here. Your Highness, feel free to spread it everywhere. A chill ran down her spine upon hearing that. What kind of rumors did he want her to start spreading? His mouth kept moving, while his hands were continuously working. Your Highness, this is for you. Aristana was a little curious about the item Joseph presented. So that's why.
The sparkling golden light highlighted the red velvet box he took out, a ring I prepared for today, unlike a normal ring. She couldn't help but exclaim at the dazzling stone, thinking that even in a palace it would be hard to find such a sparkling gem. Could this be the Patello family heirloom? Joseph smiled generously. Is this a suitable gift to celebrate our bachelorhood contract? This made Aristana even more panicked. Was he about to call it a marriage contract? Despite her many words, her hands reluctantly reached out. Don't you dare change your mind. Since you've given it to me, this magnificent ring is officially mine from now on. You'll never get it back, understand? He directly expressed his unchanging intention. If I wanted it back, I wouldn't have given it to you. Aristana raised it to eye level so that both it and Joseph appeared in her sight at the same time. Both this ring and Joseph Patello belong to me. Just then, a knock at the door drew their attention. Dinner is ready, sir. In the room with a glass ceiling, she posed a question. Have you heard that I've been invited to the November hunt? He hesitated slightly before confirming. That's quite a surprise. Aristana agreed with his words. I thought so too. While she was enjoying her meal, Joseph ambushed her with a question. Have you received any marriage proposals recently, Your Highness? Aristana, however, answered truthfully. No. Even so, no joy appeared on his face. I see. Noted. Seeing this, she felt uneasy. Why such a reaction? It makes me quite worried. Nevertheless, Aristana remained strong and resolute. Don't worry. Even if I do receive one, I will still adhere to the terms of our contract. Joseph quickly chimed in mockingly. You should. This scene left her somewhat dissatisfied. His insolent attitude was rather annoying.
Soon after, the conversation shifted to another topic. Tell me, has the Imperial Guard been chosen yet? Aristana repeated her words twice. No, not yet. Hearing that, he immediately offered, if no one suitable has been found yet, I can find a skilled knight and have him join the Empire. She was slightly skeptical about Joseph's assertion. A skilled knight?
Of course, he understood Aristana's intentions perfectly, so he directly took out a stack of papers and handed them to her. I've selected a few people. Would you like to take a look? Aristana thoughtfully examined each piece of information on the papers. A moment later, her face darkened with anger. Marquis Patello, please don't misunderstand, but... Joseph, still not understanding what was happening, replied without hesitation. Yes, Your Highness. Aristana quickly stood up and questioned. Are these people to your taste? He innocently affirmed his sexual orientation. I don't like men, but wouldn't someone with a strong and imposing physique be more suitable as a bodyguard? She was quickly convinced by these words. Ah, that's right. Thank you for preparing these. I'll take them and think about it further. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang, making Aristana realize how late it was. Joseph looked outside, expressing his awkwardness. Oh dear, it's so late. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to return to the palace now? She firmly asserted her view. I really should go. However, he still wanted to persuade her a little. If you wish, Your Highness, you could stay here for the night. But all of it fell on deaf ears for Aristana. If I did that, people would certainly gossip. An unmarried princess spending the night at an unmarried gentleman's house. Joseph quickly diffused the awkward atmosphere with a teasing remark. I thought you'd come up with a less boring excuse, Your Highness. But before he could finish, a servant interrupted. Sir, you have a visitor. Princess Ilia Yiogrante is here.
In the dining room, the servant's voice rang out. Lord, Princess Ilia Yiogrante has arrived. Her Highness said that she was out playing, but the sun set earlier than expected, so she requests to stay at Patella's house tonight. Joseph casually closed his eyes and directly refused to help. Tell her I'm not home. But Aristana stood up and spoke up for the outsider. She must already know you're back. Let her in. I only plan to leave after dinner anyway. He was a little stunned by her generosity. It doesn't have to be today. Aristana maintained her gentle demeanor to persuade Joseph. Ilia took all her courage to come here. Don't disappoint her. You should treat her carefully. Aren't you worried that Duke Patello welcoming an unmarried princess late at night could make headlines tomorrow? Ilia is aiming for the throne. She looks very determined. Take advantage of that. You can mock or disdain me in front of her if necessary to gain her trust. Enjoy tonight with Ilia. He looked at her radiant smile, and his heart wavered.
Immediately after, Joseph sprang to his feet. All right then, a gentle kiss was bestowed upon Aristana's cheek. She was completely frozen by such a bold act. His smile only made Aristana more flustered, leaving her speechless.
Who? She clutched the cheek that had flushed red with embarrassment. Who gave you permission to kiss my cheek? Joseph nonchalantly provoked Aristana publicly. The one who just handed me over to another woman. You have no right to say that. Unable to do anything, she stormed off in a huff. I'll let it slide this time. Yet Joseph was still in the mood to tease. Really? I was planning to do it again. Your gifts have been loaded onto the carriage. I hope you'll cherish them. Aristana merely replied perfunctorily. I'll think about it. Not stopping there, he once again embraced her affectionately from behind. You're always ready to give in to me. Let's see how long that lasts. Aristana could only turn away in embarrassment. She left carrying a huge lump of anger. He didn't even wait for her reply before closing the door. By this time, night had enveloped the White Castle. After returning, Aristana received another report. Your Highness, you have a visitor. She was a little bewildered upon hearing this. A visitor at this hour? The maid stood timidly, hesitating. It's Hanger of the Royal Knights. Of course, Aristana felt a surge of distaste. Again? He's truly persistent.
Her mind began working at full capacity to recall everything. Thinking back, he said he would return. Hanger wants me to say that he will return in the evening. Wait, don't tell me. An unfortunate thought occurred to Aristana. How long had he been waiting? The loyal servant immediately replied, Since 7 o'clock, Your Highness. This made her flinch immediately. So it's been 5 hours already. She couldn't avoid him. She had to refuse him directly. At least she should look at his face. Very quickly, a myriad of expressions, from bewilderment to shock, appeared on Aristana's face. That fair face made her unable to resist calling out his name, Cavell. As soon as Cavell saw Aristana, he humbly apologized. I apologize for being late tonight, Your Highness. I had something I truly wanted to discuss with you, so I waited. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief. So it was Cavell after all. Aristana quickly ran to his side. What's your last name? Cavell replied in confusion. Hanger, Your Highness. It was then that she realized why the maids called him Hanger. Now that she thought about it, the name sounded familiar. He quickly regained his composure to discuss. Please allow me to apologize once more. I feel this is the last chance to... However, Aristana quickly cut Cavell off. I don't understand, Cavell. Are you an assassin? Though confused, he remained clear-headed enough to reply, No, why would Your Highness think that? She didn't get straight to the point but focused on her own line of questioning. Then why do you want to serve me out of everyone? As a young knight from a good family, you have a bright future. What benefit is there in becoming my personal guard? These words quickly made Cavell hesitate. Your Highness, do you not remember me? Of course, that's understandable. You don't know my name, so I thought you might not recognize me, especially since I've grown up a lot since then. Still, I'm very happy to see that you are no longer as timid as before.
After these words, Aristana's eyes suddenly lit up. She still couldn't believe her ears. No way. Are you really the Crybaby Knight? He was a little embarrassed at having his past dug up. Crybaby Knight? When did I ever cry, Your Highness? Aristana was a little displeased at having to look up to talk. Back then, you weren't as tall as you are now. While Cavell easily looked down and chuckled. At that time, I was only 16. Immediately after that, she gave him a sincere compliment. You've become a wonderful knight, Cavell.
Cavell's vulnerable expression made Aristana somewhat stunned. Are you crying? He quickly and shyly wiped away his tears. I'm sorry, I'm just too emotional. I've waited for this day. Taking care of you 3 autumns ago was the most important season of my life. I achieved this position with the sole goal of protecting you. Princess Aristana, please accept me as your royal guard. In the dimly lit corridor, she opened her heart and accepted him. All right. To be sure, Cavell pressed. Really? Aristana directly expressed her goodwill. I was wondering who would be my royal guard. This is perfect. I know I can trust you, Cavell. Though it's late, thank you for saving me that day. Are you going to cry again? Such a sensitive royal guard isn't very trustworthy. Teased to the point of blushing, he shyly retorted, No, I won't cry. Before, it was just because I was too emotional. Seeing that you can participate in social activities and converse as usual, she frowned slightly at Cavell's next words. You make it sound like I had a serious problem. Even so, why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? He lowered his eyes slightly, a hint of worry in his voice. I thought you didn't like me. You always just called me, hey you, and told me to go away. These words made Aristana question herself. Was I really that difficult before? Immediately after, she became strangely serious. Tell me the truth.
I don't care about the throne. I only want revenge. Even if you protect me with your life, you won't receive a worthy reward. He still showed no unusual expression. It was just as they said. Princess Aristana directly used family ties to force Cavell's choice. Your family will surely oppose this. Can you accept becoming my guard without your family's support? He didn't hesitate to admit, that's why I've come so far. After some conversation, she finally revealed her true nature. No matter what happens in the future, I will not be held responsible. In contrast to Aristana, he affirmed very confidently, but I will still protect you, Your Highness. Thanks to these words, she trustingly placed her hand in Cavell's. Then it's official. He gently kissed Aristana's hand as a sign of loyalty.
I, Cavell Hanger of the Royal Knights, swear to serve and protect Princess Aristana George Grante, always by your side for life. Aristana smiled faintly and declared, I appoint Cavell Hanger of the Hanger family as my guard. Cavell also smiled joyfully. I will not disappoint you, Your Highness.
Currently, Aristana was struggling with a mountain of clothes. Exactly how many dresses did he send her? No wonder the carriage was so full. She was so focused on tidying up that she didn't notice the door being pushed open. Every time she wore one, he sent more. The moment the other person stepped in, she called out Aristana's name directly. Aristana, not to be outdone, replied, Ilya. Ilya feigned modesty, covering her mouth. I apologize for the noise. Everyone has come to see me. Aristana already knew her game, so her heart was filled with repulsion. What was she talking about? Wasn't she here to brag about her visit to the Patello household? Her gaze shifted outside. It seemed everyone was excited about this year's early November hunt. Aristana curiously followed her gaze. What was she looking at? Ilya looked arrogantly at the young men in the hall below. Everyone has volunteered to be my knight, she declared. Who would have thought it's only been a few days since I broke off my engagement? Oh, by the way, I recently had to dismiss my bodyguard, Ilya continued. He was very close to my former fiancé. A broad-shouldered man gathered all his courage to look up and greet her. Hello, Princess Ilya. She feigned shyness and withdrew her gaze. Perhaps that's why the royal knights visit so often. This confirmed a part of Aristana's suspicions. It was no wonder she was so confident today. Seeing Aristana say nothing, Ilya took the opportunity to scoff. I'm not even important or special. Just endure a little longer, Aristana. Aristana smiled outwardly, but inwardly, she had long felt repulsion. Endure? I don't even pay attention to these people. Nevertheless, she tried to play along with her. Why do you say you're not special? Very few people can speak as confidently as you in front of the emperor. I was truly impressed with what you did at the Harvest Festival. Now she would pretend to go along with her. Ilya fell into the trap, prattling on endlessly, unaware that she was being led like a cow. It's easier than you think, she said. Just be confident.
If going through some hardships helps you mature, you might become like me now. Aristana began to thank her, but secretly turned her head away to make a scornful face. Yes, thank you for the advice. At this moment, her mind began to prompt her. Perhaps it was time to ask. Actually, I have something I want to ask. Did you visit Patello's house 2 days ago? I had important business with the Marquis that day, but right after I arrived, he unexpectedly sent me away, saying he had urgent matters. I heard you had visited him. The smile on her face gradually became sinister upon receiving this news. Did he really say that? I told him it was just a small matter and we could talk next time. I didn't expect him to send you away. Aristana had to suppress her laughter until her face turned dark to maintain her composure. A small matter? Should I go on?
She hesitated slightly, but her expression quickly turned into a pout. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Ilya immediately stepped forward to comfort her. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time. After all, he is your knight. I can't steal him from you. Don't worry, I'll remind him. As soon as the words left her mouth, Aristana's eyes widened in judgment. Ilya, remind Marquis Patello? She glanced at the hands holding hers and inquired, I didn't know you were so close to the Marquis. She quickly uttered an ambiguous reply. We could be closer, but not as close as you two. What bond is stronger than a knight's vow? Believe in yourself. These encouraging words made Aristana exclaim, You've really matured, Ilya. Not only do you pretend not to look down on me, but now you even encourage me. Ilya, still innocently rambling on, said, Let me give you some advice. You'll be able to win the trust of both your siblings and Marquis Patello if... At that moment, a sharp, cold voice immediately cut her off. Princess Ilya, I apologize, but could you please step back a little? Ilya looked up at the handsome face and questioned, Cavell, what are you doing here? Cavell calmly replied, I'm here on a protection duty. Hearing this, she was utterly surprised. Oh! Ilya directly pushed her away and then put on a shy expression. I didn't expect you to come see me, Cavell. But she didn't realize he was talking to the person behind her. What do you need from me, Your Highness? Ilya still couldn't believe it and pressed. What? Weren't you the one who had business? On her side, Aristana unhappily brushed off her sleeve, unable to believe that she had been pushed.
Meanwhile, she was clinging to Cavell's attention. You've come to ask to be my personal guard, haven't you? But he brusquely walked away. Your guard, Princess Ilya? Not at all. Good morning, Your Highness. I have completed my royal knight duties this morning. From today, I am appointed as your personal guard, and I entrust myself to you, Princess Aristana. She smiled happily, a hint of triumph in her expression, seeing Ilya embarrassed. I as well, Cavell.
Cavell ignored her, his gaze fixed on the beautiful girl in front of him. "Excuse me if I'm interrupting your conversation. I'll go up to my room and start unpacking." Aristana didn't hesitate to go along with him. "Go on, the servant will show you to your room." Cavell showed great respect and obedience to her. "I understand, I'll go right away." Watching his retreating back, Ilya's words reached her lips then faltered. "Mistake." She approached her agitatedly, questioning, "How did he become your guard?" Aristana feigned surprise. "Oh, you mean Cavell? I needed a guard, so I asked him, and he agreed immediately without hesitation." Ilya's expression turned sour. "He accepted immediately?" Aristana deliberately smiled brightly to justify having such a prestigious guard. "As you know, I'm quite lucky." After that conversation, the sky gradually grew dim. Perhaps there was such a thing as being too lucky. Glimmers of moonlight filtered through the tree canopy. Annoyed that she still couldn't sleep, Aristana called out her guard's name. "Cavell, close the window, it's too cold." Cavell, who had been fiddling around outside the window, turned back inside with a guilty expression. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." Hearing this, she spoke up, displeased. "What are you doing?" He innocently held out a maple leaf. "I was just checking early this morning and saw a leaf stuck in the window." Not understanding the situation, Aristana asked again, "Is that so?" The red maple leaf swaying in the wind caught Cavell's attention. "Isn't it suspicious to have a leaf here? I checked to see if it was poisoned, but it's just a normal leaf. The room is safe, so rest assured, Your Highness." She had long wanted to curse inwardly. This was driving her mad.
He continued to peer at the windows. The south-facing window was already clean, which left Aristana feeling helpless. How many times a day did he have to do this? He was going too far. He was too meticulous. Suddenly, Cavell's face turned pale. "Oh dear, a cute little spider. When did you get into Her Highness's room? As cute as you are, you can't stay here. Out you go." That ridiculous expression made her inwardly curse. "I'm really going crazy." If only checking the room was the end of it, but the familiar voice echoed in Aristona's ears during her meal. "If Your Highness needs anything, just call me." As a result, she couldn't act or object. He even acted like a servant, bringing her all sorts of food. This wasn't right. If this continued, he would soon be helping her bathe and change clothes. Thinking this, she called out, "Cavell." Cavell appeared instantly. "Yes, Your Highness." Aristana had to relent and advise him, "Relax a little. You don't need to work so hard. If you keep being so overprotective and paying attention to every little detail, you'll exhaust yourself." But Cavell, feeling embarrassed, continued to promise, "I didn't realize Your Highness cared about me so much. Don't worry, I will work even harder to protect Your Highness." She felt her blood pressure spike because of him. That was completely contrary to what she had just said. She couldn't make him understand. Just as she was lost in thought, an announcement pulled Aristana out of her silence. "Your Highness, you have received some letters."
2 envelopes of different shades appeared in her hands, 2 letters. The first letter carried a subtle message. To Princess Aristana, who was gone to the trouble of corresponding by letter. "Cavell Henger is both skilled and reputable, as he has no flaws. I believe he is entirely capable of serving as Your Highness's guard. I will personally greet him. See you at the November hunt 2 days from now. Your knight, Joseph Patello." After finishing reading, Aristana's gaze immediately shifted to the other one. A letter from Marquis Patello. It was unbelievable that the November hunt was only 2 days away. In the remaining letter, its vivid red seal unforgettable. From Kilstain. These hateful pieces of paper kept appearing and wouldn't disappear. She had ignored them for the past year, but they never stopped. Why did he keep sending her letters? Aristana's eyes couldn't hide her disgust upon seeing that letter. She directly used a knife to slit it open. Perhaps today she should read it, to see what kind of nonsense it was. But the content inside was just one English word. Maple. Aristana even deliberately shook the envelope, but nothing fell out. Just that. Maple? Why? Is he teasing me? She suddenly thought of a familiar face, but this was Kilstain. He couldn't waste an entire year sending trivial messages. Could it contain a deep, mysterious meaning that she hadn't understood? Was it a code? Damn it, she should have kept all the old letters instead of burning them. That way, at least they could be compared. What does this mean? She was too curious. And so, while she still hadn't understood Kilstain's letter, the morning of the November hunt arrived.
The green hues quickly reappeared on the morning of the November hunt. Aristana stood with her arms crossed, sullenly. "I still don't understand the meaning behind Kilstain's letter. If he thinks I can guess it, he's overestimated himself. Should I feel proud?" Just then, Cavell appeared and announced, "The carriage has arrived to take you to the hunting grounds, Your Highness." She merely glanced at him and replied, "Good, let's go." The carriage began to roll down the road. In the carriage, he habitually remarked, "It seems this year's hunting competition will be team-based." Aristana quickly processed this information. Team-based? She couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Great, everything just got more complicated. A team-based competition means groups of hunters will compete for scores. Since the Emperor prefers events with clear winners and losers, there will likely be a reward for the winning team. I suppose he will grant them a favor. Thinking this, Aristana looked up at Cavell again.
You've attended this event a few times before, haven't you? What's it like?
He thoughtfully stroked his chin for a moment. Very quickly, a fighting spirit surged within Cavell. Just rely on me, Your Highness. I will ensure no harm comes to you. Meanwhile, she silently concluded, in other words, he meant it was terrible. All right, I understand. With that in mind, I won't hesitate to act if anything happens. After a blink, Aristona's pupils widened. Colorful flags were fluttering in the wind. 6 flags had been erected. Why 6? At this moment, a voice rang out as if reading Aristona's thoughts. The 6 individuals at the top of the line of succession will serve as team leaders. Joseph elegantly walked up to her. Greetings, Your Highness. Aristona quickly replied, Greetings, Marquis Patello. I haven't seen you since that night. After these words, his gaze suddenly darted to the young man standing behind her. Aristona understood immediately upon seeing this.
She pointed at him and introduced. As I said, this is my guard. Cavell is from the House of Hanger. Cavell understood and straightened his back. Greetings, sir. I have been appointed as... Joseph directly interrupted him and faced him with a cold voice. I know everything about you, Cavell. No need to say more. Just ensure Her Highness's safety. Cavell bowed respectfully and affirmed, You can trust me. Then he threatened him further. The price of failure is death. Are you ready? Hearing this, Aristona just wanted to retort. Who could be that determined? He still replied politely. Of course, thank you for your trust. This very atmosphere made her want to scream internally. Stop it, this is too much pressure. Next, Joseph produced a black notebook. Take this. Cavell questioned with a hint of doubt. What is this? As he took it, he reminded him. It's my regional contact list and people who can assist in emergencies. I'm giving it to you because you're the only one I can trust. Cavell, with an obedient look, clutched the notebook tightly. I will protect it. Aristona stood aside, silently evaluating. It's just contact information. Do they really need to do that? With that thought, she approached Joseph and threatened him. Go easy on him. I chose him as a guard because I trust him. What if you scare him? He quickly turned away to perform his duty. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment. Joseph washed his retreating back, unable to hide his arrogance. If he were that easily scared, I wouldn't have entrusted him with the person. Thanks to this statement, Aristona could finally express the doubt in her mind. Are you serious? I've never seen you trust anyone like that besides Cian. Joseph then seized the opportunity to show off. Successful people have a special ability to accurately assess others' personalities. You should also learn this skill. But that attitude disgusted her. Why do I feel so annoyed? Perhaps he knew who to trust because he came from the future. Aristona couldn't help but sigh again. She turned her eyes towards where the flags were fluttering. Anyway, regarding those flags, they seem to have different designs, not just colors.
Perhaps Aristona's footsteps gradually approached the flagpole. When the red flag was raised, she suddenly realized, there it is, a maple leaf. Kilstain's letter was hinting at this flag, but why send it to her? What was he planning? Although her mind was still preoccupied, she turned to look at Joseph. Have the team leaders been decided yet? He glanced around before replying. Not yet. Everyone will draw lots. Look, it seems they're using cakes to choose teams. Aristona quickly realized this too. The number on the plate determined who would be on which team, a common method in hunting competitions. At least it was random, but this meant she could end up on Kilstain's team. I hope I'm not that unlucky. Time quickly passed, and she asked Joseph another question. By the way, what did Ilya say to you that night? He casually recounted everything. She proposed. These words made Aristona freeze on the spot. Is she crazy? Just then, Ilya appeared with a feigned, innocent voice. Aristona, did you hear? They're dividing teams by drawing lots. I hope we're on the same team. Hello, Marquis Patello. Aristona silently cursed her in her heart. Speak of the devil. Ilya left Aristona and shyly approached Joseph. Thanks to your hospitality that night, I returned to the palace safely. He replied without a hint of emotion. It was nothing. Waiting only for this reply, she immediately pressed further. The room was very comfortable. May I come again when I have time? However, he directly refused. I apologize, but that would be difficult. As I am not yet married, I cannot invite an unmarried princess. I will invite you once my marital status is resolved. Ilya feigned understanding and gave a silly laugh. That's right, I completely forgot. I didn't think it through. I apologize. However, Joseph merely replied indifferently. It's fine. Failing to attract him, she turned to look at Aristona. Oh dear.
I didn't mean to exclude you from the conversation. Sorry, Aristona. My marriage is one of the hottest topics in the Empire, and I'm sure Princess Aristona is well aware of that. Ilya subtly smiled triumphantly. That's not it, he thought. And to prevent her from acting improperly, he stepped forward decisively to speak, also to answer the previous proposal, right here and now. I have absolutely no intention of marrying anyone, so please don't overstep your boundaries again. I am Princess Aristona's knight, so your proposal is quite insulting. Afterwards, Joseph whispered softly into Aristona's ear. I have never invited another woman to a place you haven't been to, Your Highness, I promise.
She couldn't help but be surprised by this new nuance. He was truly arrogant. His expression was like that of a different person. Before Aristana left, Ilya stopped her. "I didn't know the Marquis had such a different side," Ilya said. Aristana immediately looked at her differently. Did that mean she had lost interest in him? However, Ilya, blushing, uttered words that were not what Aristana expected. "Perhaps it's because I tried to make our secret relationship public, perhaps." Is he shy? Aristana was completely petrified by this delusion. I guess that's one way to interpret the situation, she thought, but she's completely wrong. Very quickly, a horn sounded. The announcement quickly reached their ears. The emperor had arrived. The emperor quickly appeared before the crowd, saying, "What a beautiful day for a hunt."
The king addressed the nobles. "I am deeply thankful for the presence of so many esteemed guests today. As a token of gratitude for everyone's attendance, I have decided to bring a delightful surprise to this year's hunt." With that, he turned to the count and said, "Count Mon, please elaborate." Upon receiving the order, the count promptly announced to everyone that all participants would be divided into 6 teams. He then explained the rules. Each team would further be divided into 2 smaller groups, with the crown princes and knights being allocated to each team by drawing lots. The total score of each team would be the sum of the scores from both smaller groups. After the drawing of lots, the nobles would have the opportunity to choose which team they wished to join. Upon hearing the rules, Aristana thought to herself, "Therefore, the more nobles a team has, the higher its chances of victory." The count continued, "This year's prize is a special one. The winning team will be invited to a holiday at the royal villa of Cassandrick."
Hearing this, she thought to herself, I hadn't expected much to begin with, but this reward isn't anything new either. The announcement had sounded, "Let's start the draw now. Please choose a cake." People started murmuring, "Does anyone have number 3? Good luck, I have number 4. Aristana looked at the plate she had drawn, a 1. She began to ponder. The first flag is definitely red, with a maple leaf design. She looked up and immediately met Kilstain's gaze, who was standing and looking at her. The murmuring of the crowd continued. "Oh my God, are those 2 on the same team? Truly, fate's arrangements are unpredictable. This will be very interesting to watch." Realizing that, she walked towards him, thinking, one seeks to drag the loser into the abyss, while the other, in ultimate despair, wants to take the winner's life. She approached him. "What are the odds that you and I are on the same team?" Noticing this, he promptly said, "You look like you're deep in thought." He leaned close to her and said, "My dear sister hates wasting time on trivial matters, especially things based on luck. That's why you always choose the closest thing, right? You chose the cake right in front of you like an idiot, and then ended up on the same team as me." Seeing this, she frowned in annoyance. "Don't pretend to know me so well. It's annoying." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "How can I stop when the truth is I know you too well?" She clenched her fist, many thoughts running through her mind. I want to ask him why he betrayed me.
I thought 3 years would be enough to forget, but perhaps I was wrong. Suddenly the announcement rang out, and now the competition begins. As the match started, she began to think, with our team's situation like this, no one would want to join. As for the other teams, suddenly a voice called out, "Your Highness." Along the path she walked, people gathered around, asking, "Princess Fiona, are you all right? Do you need me to find a doctor?" Seeing this, she thought, is she feeling nauseous? At this moment, Fiona, her face pale, spoke up, "No, I'm fine. I haven't had much appetite these past few days, and now my stomach feels a bit uncomfortable." Seeing this, Aristana began to assess. She's even more arrogant and stubborn than Ophelia, still behaving like that in front of everyone. She recalled the past. Someone had told her that Fiona was pregnant. Is it morning sickness? Are the rumors true? At this moment, she told herself, I guess I'll have to keep an eye on her. She suddenly turned and said, "Don't follow me, Kilstain."
Kilstain heard that and replied, "Me follow you? Have you forgotten in just 3 years?" He looked at her affectionately. "You're not the first to walk this path. I am the first." He began to speak of past events. "I remember the times we came here together, Tina." She thought about the early days, when I first stepped into the forest called the palace, where there were 2 brothers with whom I had built a relationship. At this time, the butler led her away and said, "One is Vesselbart, and the other is Kilstain. Prince Kilstain's presence is essential at the palace. Without him, the other princes will be very difficult to control, especially Prince Vesselbart." As she walked, she thought to herself, "Of course, that troublemaker will be the hardest to teach." The lady continued to instruct. "Furthermore, do not mention the Empress in His Majesty's presence, at least for the time being." She immediately replied, "I understand, madam." Suddenly, the butler turned back and said, "Oh, and please don't address me that way. Your Highness, an heir to the throne should not be overly formal with a countess." At this moment, she thought, in a place where everything was still unfamiliar, she felt overwhelmed by everything. I felt I could empathize with them, because they looked like me. From the room, a voice spoke, "Good morning, Lady Medela. Good morning, Your Highness." When she met Kilstain, she thought, my first impression of Kilstain was that of a frail prince. He saw her and immediately commented, "Is this His Majesty's new lady? She looks so young."
"This is Princess Aristona. She arrived here a week ago. I know, it's just a joke." He turned to the butler and said, "You may go, Lady Medela." Then he turned to her and said, "Vesselbart likes you a lot." She immediately replied, "He has a rather peculiar way of showing it." Hearing that, he continued, "Of course, he's a bit rude, but everyone is clumsy when learning something new, aren't they?"
Seeing her staring at him, he uncomfortably said, "You're staring a hole through my face. Haven't you ever seen a sick person before?" Hearing that, she quickly waved her hand. "Sorry, it's not like that." She quickly explained, "I was just surprised you're so kind." Hearing that, he was surprised and asked back, "Me? Kind?" She explained, "You're the older brother of that troublemaker. I thought you'd be even worse than him." Hearing that, he replied to her, "You talk about my family like an outsider." She clutched her dress, thinking to herself, "I truly feel like an outsider, ever since my past."
Seeing that, he smiled and spoke in a relaxed manner. "You're younger than me, aren't you? But you can still be comfortable with me. How could I—" Suddenly, the room door opened and a hurried voice rang out. "Hey, you commoner, do you want to die?" Vesselbart panted, looking at Aristana and questioning, "How dare you step in here? Don't stink up my brother with your filth. Get out." Kilstain couldn't help but scold. "Quiet down and come here, Vessel." He gently coaxed his younger brother. "That's not how you show favor. Haven't I told you?" Vesselbart's face turned red with anger. "Are you out of your mind? Why are you showing her favor? Your brain must be damaged from that illness. Lie down quickly." Despite his words, Vesselbart frowned, approached, and buttoned up his brother's shirt. "If you don't get well this time, you'll be sick for half a year." Kilstain chuckled, reassuring him. "Just take half as good care of Aristana as you do of me, and she won't avoid you." Vesselbart didn't believe these words. No way. And Aristana doesn't need to be so stiff. As the two continued to bicker, Aristana hesitated, unsure if she should speak. "But Kilstain honestly said, "You're the only one who speaks lightly here." But Vesselbart vehemently retorted, "What? She's never been polite to me." He moved closer to Aristana, his face flushed. "You should respect me as you do Nyet."
She helplessly demanded, "Sit down and stop rambling, Vercel. You're causing trouble." Vercel indignantly shouted at Kilstain, "You see?" Back in the present, Kilstain's voice slowly called her name. "Aristona, come here for a moment. I was just thinking about Seguin." This name made Aristona lose her composure. "How dare you!" Despite her attitude, Kilstain remained calm and declared, "Now that you've proven your capabilities, I'll tell you who was truly behind his death." Kilstain wasted no more time and uttered a name that stunned Aristana. The one who killed him was Gabriel Cathana. In her mind, this familiar name repeated itself. Gabriel Cathana killed Seguin. Gabriel Cathana was Ophelia's knight, a strong contender for the throne. Aristana inadvertently recalled the other person's testimony. "I delivered a letter for Princess Fiona to Duke Gabriel Cathana." He secretly exchanged letters with Fiona and might even have had children with her. At this point, Kilstain further asked Aristana, "You know Gabriel possesses nullification power, don't you?" Of course Aristana knew. Nullification is the energy that cancels out others' powers. Thanks to this, Duke Cathana became one of the Emperor's most trusted retainers. It seemed he was using that ability to interfere in the succession war.
Kilstain had to admit that it was because of him that I advised His Majesty to depose you for 2 years. Aristana gradually understood everything, realizing it was his idea. Now Kilstain had nothing left to hide. "I fear that if you knew Gabriel was the one who truly destroyed Seguin, you might hastily plan your revenge. If that happens, Gabriel will do everything to take your life. That's why I did what I did. I'm sorry." He also carefully reminded Aristona that His Majesty intended to resolve the succession conflict this year, and Gabriel would sooner or later plunge into the struggle. "You should be careful." Aristana was furious. She questioned Kilstain in return. "Do you expect me to believe your words?" Kilstain had actually anticipated this. He replied with an unchanged expression, "I know that earning trust takes time and effort. At least give me a chance to make up for the 3 years you've lost." Aristana remained skeptical of his offer. Is Kilstain telling the truth? If it's a lie, I'll fall into his trap once more. I swore I wouldn't let him manipulate me again, but Seguin's letter told me to trust Kilstain. Aristana's gaze softened slightly. Well, thinking too much now is useless. Things will definitely clear up when I meet Gabriel. Meanwhile, at the hunting party, Aristana inadvertently overheard some praise. Serving the Marquis was indeed the right decision. His hunting skills are truly as rumored. It's been a long time since we hunted together, so this time is even more exciting. The crowd fawned over Joseph, but he humbly replied, "You flatter me. Since we came of age, we've had few opportunities to meet privately. I apologize for that." Apologize? What's the need for apologies between us? After exchanging a few casual words, Joseph spotted Aristana and quickly excused himself, leaving the others dumbfounded. "How about I arrange a private meeting tomorrow? I heard His Majesty has selected several young ladies. It seems this is the opportune moment to—" Joseph gently approached her and raised a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. "Your Highness, there you are." Seeing him, who was just with the others, now here, made Aristana momentarily surprised. Marquis Patello. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly stepped back. "Where do you think you're touching?" but Joseph nonchalantly said, "I haven't touched your highness."
A layer of objects still separated the two, and His Highness wouldn't permit it. It was just a handkerchief. "Your Highness is sweating. Tonight I will have new clothes prepared. I'll just let them dry." The people clinging to Joseph heard everything and awkwardly turned away, muttering, "We should go, oh dear." Faced with such enthusiasm, Aristana still couldn't refuse. "Then I will send a new set if you insist." Amidst the dazzling sunlight, Aristana suddenly spoke. "Marquis, let me ask you a question. Did you rearrange the team assignments?" Joseph's face showed a hint of displeasure. "It seems Prince Kilstain has been speaking ill of me. If that's true, I must say I'm very displeased." Seeing the focus shifting, Aristana quickly told him, "Don't misunderstand." She urgently asked again, "So did you or didn't you?" Joseph answered frankly, "Of course not. No matter how clever I am, I can't be as close to the Emperor as Prince Kilstain. That means only he could have done such a thing." Aristana secretly mused. "It seems Kilstain's position has only become more solid over the past 3 years. Now I'm certain. The letter he sent and the fact that he and I ended up on the same team, everything was orchestrated by him from the very beginning."
Seeing Aristana silent, Joseph curiously asked further, "Did he say anything else?" She recalled the brief encounter just now. "I believe he's involved in Zegwin's death, but he denied it." Joseph, still cautious, pressed further. "Is that so? He didn't say anything else?" This greatly surprised Aristana. "Is there anything more important than that?" Joseph's tone suddenly deepened. "There must be. Wasn't Prince Kilstain's statement implying that someone else harmed the person?" Aristana affirmed without hesitation. "That's right. He said Gabriel Cathana is Zegwin's killer. If that's true, it means he's exploiting Zegwin's death to bring me down. That also means Ophelia or Fiona could be accomplices, as they are the closest to him." Joseph, naturally most concerned for Aristana, said, "I understand. If possible, please stay away from him. He is an extremely dangerous individual. No one knows when he might appear in the capital. You must be careful."
This veiled statement caught Aristana quite off guard. So he believes Kilstain? But Joseph's next answer was like a splash of cold water for Aristana. "I believe what your highness tells me to believe." She was utterly helpless. "What am I, a high priestess?" Suddenly Joseph held out his pinky finger, pleading, "Please, promise me you will not meet him alone." He adopted a resolute stance, as if he wouldn't relent unless she agreed. Aristana could only comply. "All right, if I happen to run into him, I'll immediately run away without looking back. Satisfied? That's a promise, all right?" It took a while for Joseph to relax his facial muscles. "The second hunt is about to begin. Will your highness participate?" Aristana had an immediate answer. No, hunting now would just be a waste of time. Inwardly, she was utterly surprised. Did he really feel reassured just by a pinky promise? Joseph immediately seized the opportunity. "Then would your highness like to come with me?" But Aristana already had plans. "I'm sorry, but I have personal matters to attend to." Knowing he couldn't overstep his bounds and force her, Joseph lingeringly kissed the back of her hand in farewell. "I understand. Please take care of yourself, your highness." Aristana watched his retreating back and couldn't help but pout. He always treated her like a child. When the entire space became quiet, Aristana finally spoke. "Cavell, are you there?" Followed by the reply, "Yes, your highness." Aristana seriously requested, "Could you bring me the small pouches I prepared yesterday?"
A maid entered, and before she could speak, she heard Aristana's voice. "Hello, Dinah." She gently inquired about the situation. "How is Penny doing these days?" Dinah bowed respectfully and cautiously replied, "She certainly regards your highness as her lifesaver." Aristana didn't beat around the bush any longer and got straight to the point. "Good. I called you here because I need a favor. You must have heard the rumor about Fiona being pregnant, haven't you? What do you think about it?" Dinah quickly replied, "It seems possible, but it's not certain." Aristana decided to switch to a different question. "Do you know where that rumor started?" "Yes, your highness. People say it originated from her close maids. The very ones you introduced?" "A few of them, perhaps. After introducing them, I was no longer involved, so I'm not sure exactly who." The more Aristana looked at Dinah, the more suspicious she became. She was truly strange, overly passive. "This is when the small pouches I prepared will come into play." Aristana held out an item. "Here, take this." Dinah looked at it and hesitantly asked, "Your highness, this is—" Inside the simple basket were pouches of different colored money. The white pouch is for you, and the brown pouch is for Penny. As for the black pouch, I want you to distribute it to a few other maids." Dinah, still unsure, asked further, "You mean the maids—" Aristana nodded in confirmation. "The ones who used to bring me information during the time I was deposed."
"Can you handle it?" Dinah sincerely accepted the task. "Just leave it to me. No one remembers maids other than you. Your highness, that is why they truly want to help you. Thank you for your trust. I will take my leave." From the side, a compliment suddenly rang out. "Your highness truly has a very capable assistant." Aristana saw that the newcomer was Cavell and immediately asked, "Do you know who she is?" He did know. Someone like Lady Dinah was famous even among knights. She was especially beloved by princesses, even more so than most noble ladies. According to what I've heard, he continued, a sharp woman like that would follow you just because you treated her maid well. This made Aristana even more troubled. It's hard to believe there's something suspicious about it. Under the scorching sun, Cavell always stayed close to Aristana. Just then, a sharp voice caught Aristana's attention. What are you doing? In a nearby corner there were 3 people, and that voice rang out again. Why aren't you kneeling? Can't you do it? Hey, this girl won't kneel. Fiona angrily raised her hand. You leave me no other choice. A loud slap echoed, revealing how painful the blow was. Even the other person was too stunned to dodge in time. The man next to her quickly knelt down. I apologize, it's my fault for not teaching her properly. Fiona grabbed Ilya's hair and cursed incessantly. You lowly parasite. Aren't you going to answer me? Ilya, you're nothing but a parasite, so you must answer immediately when I call.
Look at you, crawling like a dog just to snatch a few crumbs, exactly like a filthy insect. Look at your brother. He is a wonderful example of sacrifice. He is one of my favorite juniors, completely unlike the useless worm that you are. After all I've done to help you survive in that wretched 3 realms, you should prove yourself useful. Right, my dear brother. He was now pale with fear, though it seemed this worm was only good for shining shoes. That's what Fiona said, and of course she was completely right. Perhaps if you lick the shoes clean, I will forgive you. Aristana, witnessing this scene, immediately raised her hand in exclamation. Oh my God, how perverted!
She told Cavell, be careful with that twisted woman, Cavell. Once you're involved, there's no escape. Especially Fiona. She's the type who takes pleasure in torturing others. Every night she'll use a whip. Fiona frowned, looking at the unwilling audience. What are you doing here? Aristona still covered her mouth and exclaimed, oh, your ears are really sharp. Just ignore me and continue. Her nonchalant attitude made Fiona freeze. What? Aristana gestured with her eyes toward those 2 lowly people and urged, continue. This is the best part, isn't it? It would be a waste to stop here. Fiona angrily scolded Aristana as well. You idiot, have you lost your mind? Drag her over here immediately. But Aristana merely stepped forward nonchalantly with a sarcastic tone. Are you crazy? Do you think I'll let myself be dragged so easily? Cavell called out anxiously. Your Highness, I think it's best to stay away. Aristana waved her hand to reassure him as she walked. I'm tired of running away. Cavell, Aristana skillfully chambered around. She aimed the barrel of the hunting rifle directly at her opponent's stomach. Fiona, do you remember the day 3 years ago when you stabbed me through the stomach? Fiona warily denied it outright. I don't know what you're talking about. Aristana gently poked the muzzle of the gun against her. If you've forgotten, then it's my duty as your older sister to remind you. You should be careful, Fiona. I always repay all debts. Aristana suddenly burst into sarcastic laughter. Look at your face. Do you really think I'd pull the trigger? Or use physical force against you? Oh, I would never dare to do that to my dear little sister. Now, if you'll allow it, please enjoy the rest of your little party. After a period of probing, Aristana quickly got her answer. Now I'm certain. Despite the rumors spreading, despite the dramatic morning sickness act, she didn't flinch at all when I pressed the gun to her stomach.
That pregnancy was definitely a false rumor fabricated by herself. Aristana was utterly distraught. If she intended to deceive, she should at least be consistent. Aristana nibbled on her cake, still full of doubt. But why choose the pregnancy rumor? As the heir to the throne, she would lose too much. What benefit did she intend to gain from this? Just then, footsteps approached, and a voice called out. Attention, everyone. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor, I will announce the results of the competition. Victory goes to Prince Leon and the blue team, and lastly, Prince Kiwistern and the red team. Aristana had anticipated these results. There was no surprise. The speaker went on to say, furthermore, by the Emperor's command, all contestants must enjoy a vacation at Cassandrec. Aristana was so shocked she dropped her plate of cake. What? All contestants will be staying together at the villa. The scene shifts to the castle. A warm, deep voice echoed. Tina, you really don't mind if Mother and I go along, do you?
Zegwin approached Aristana and seriously said, I'm worried I'll only slow you down. Hearing him, Aristana was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? You were so happy when you found out our whole family could go together. Her words made Zegwin hesitate a little. He couldn't say this in front of his mother, but he slowly explained, a hint of fear in his voice. I don't think the palace will be such a perfect, magical place, Tina. With that, he placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Even so, I still want Mom and you to come along. Finally, Aristana was convinced by him. All right, let's go then.
Zegwin looked at her seriously and promised that he would do his best not to be a burden and to take good care of his mother. Hearing this, Aristana pondered for a moment before replying, Thank you. Seeing her say that, Zegwin smiled happily. I'm the one who should be grateful and feel sorry for you. You've done so much for us. I only wish I could help you in return. Back in reality, Aristana was feeling utterly panicked. Aristana helplessly furrowed her brow and pressed her hand to her forehead, thinking to herself, Zegwin, I can't believe he's even appearing in my dreams now. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. Now that you have proven your capabilities, I will tell you who truly stands behind Zegwin's death.
Now, Aristana curled up on her bed, constantly wondering if it was because of what Kilstain had told her. She tried to close her eyes tightly, not wanting to think about anything. However, Aristana tossed and turned on the bed with the thought, "Why do I feel so uneasy?" The scene then shifted to another castle. Dawn had broken. At this moment, Cien respectfully bowed and announced, "If your grace wishes to find jewelry, I can take your grace to a much better shop." Hearing this, Aristana softly replied, "It's all right. I don't have money for more expensive places anyway."
Seeing her gently walk past him, Cien quickly stopped her. "Your Highness, but you know the Patello family handles all your expenses." Aristana had made her decision. "I know, but this time I want to use my own money." Saying so, she coldly turned her head back and explained, "It wouldn't make any sense to buy a birthday gift for the Marquis with his own money." Because she knew that his birthday was right after she left for Cassandreg. Even though she couldn't be with him on that day, she still wanted to give him a gift. This was their first birthday since becoming master and knight. As soon as she stepped into the store, a man greeted her. "Hello." Clearly seeing it was her, the man surprisingly wondered, "Princess Aristana?" Aristana seriously looked around. The shopkeeper curiously asked her, "What brings your highness to my humble shop?" Then she carefully took out a black bag and placed it on the table. Next, she opened the bag and said, "I need this appraised. I know it's not worth much, so just give me an honest price." To Aristana, these were her mother's jewels. She had intended to throw them away, but they must still have some value despite the outdated design. After observing the pieces of jewelry for a while, the shopkeeper said, "I can offer you this much." Looking at his calculation, Aristana thought to herself, "More than I expected." Then she happily said, "Good, show me some brooches I can buy with that money." Hearing that, the shopkeeper quickly placed several items on the table. "These are them." Looking at these items, Aristana carefully considered, "Perhaps I have 3 options. They are not luxurious at all. A simple one might be a good gift, but..." Suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. On second thought, should I not buy anything at all? He is the head of the Patello family after all. Immediately after, she had to change her mind. But since his attire always seems a bit simple, I think a brooch might suit him. And so, Aristana pondered for a while inside the shop.
Seeing her expression, Cien spoke up. "If I may offer my opinion, I believe any gift you choose will be the perfect gift for Marquis Patello. He would probably be happy even if you only gave him a stone." Hearing him speak, Aristana, of course, doubted humanity. The Marquis Patello she knew would cherish even a frayed handkerchief if it were handmade. Immediately after, an image flashed through her mind. This. In Aristana's mind at this moment, Joseph appeared with an incredibly bright smile. He carefully held the object she gave him and said, "What a wonderful handkerchief. The design and craftsmanship are truly unique. What an honor. I will carry it with me to my grave." She thought to herself, he would express his gratitude with sarcasm. No, it was surprise. Finally, Aristana made up her mind. Well, something is better than nothing. Saying this, she pointed to a brooch with a sword and an eagle on the table. "I'll take this one." She even carefully asked the opinion of the person next to her. "Cien, what do you think?" Hearing this, he replied very honestly, "I think this striking design would suit Marquis Patello very well." A few seconds later, Aristana turned and asked, "Cavell, do you remember the flowers you bought for me before?" Cavell quickly replied, "Yes."
Next, Aristana seriously asked him, "Could you tell me where you bought it?" Suddenly, a girl approached Aristana, saying, "Hello, miss." The girl carefully inquired, "Are you here to buy flowers?" Hearing these words, Aristana pondered a little. "It seems there are still some people who don't know what I look like. Perhaps I need to cause a little more trouble." After that, she turned to Cien and asked, "The Marquis isn't allergic to anything, is he?" Cien helplessly replied, "No, he was born with a healthy constitution." She felt a little helpless upon hearing this. "I understand." Now, the other girl carefully introduced to Aristana. "Over here, miss, if you're buying flowers for your beloved, Lysianthus or roses would be excellent choices. They symbolize eternal love." This made her a little bewildered. Flowers have meanings? In response, the other girl affirmed once more. Yes, lately people tend to choose flowers based on their meaning rather than their appearance. These words made Aristana pensive. Give Marquis Patello flowers symbolizing love on his birthday? With that, she began to delve into a universe of thoughts, and not just about love, but eternal love. After thinking carefully, she seriously explained, "Actually, these flowers aren't for a lover, but for someone very important to me." Hearing this, the girl continued to introduce. "Oh, in that case, what about these?" The girl pushed a basket of flowers before her eyes and said, "Those are genuine peonies. They symbolize wealth and prosperity." After hearing this, Aristana thought helplessly, "He's already wealthy and prosperous." Then she seriously observed them and assessed, "But they are truly beautiful. They look so soft and elegant. It's hard to imagine the Marquis with these flowers."
She also seriously asked for his opinion. "Cavell, what do you think? Would Marquis Patello..." Before she could finish, he quickly replied, "He will definitely like them." Aristana helplessly said, "Let me finish my question before you answer." Finally, she decided, "All right, I'll choose these flowers."
The girl heard this and happily said, "All right, I'll wrap them for your highness." Aristana held the bouquet in her hands, lost in thought. How strange. This is the first time I've cared so much about someone's birthday. I even used the little money I have. Suddenly, Cavell stood in front of her, stopping her. "Please wait a moment, your highness." Seeing him like that, Aristana looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "Cavell?" Just as she was about to ask him what was wrong, her eyes widened as if she saw something. Ahead, Gabriel was riding in a carriage on the road. Seeing his unpleasant expression, she suddenly thought, Gabriel Cathana. Even though the carriage had gone far, Aristana was still engrossed in her thoughts. Why is he in the capital? Did he hear the news of Fiona's pregnancy? Could that be why she spread the false rumor in the first place? After a moment of thought, Aristana spoke. "Cian, do you see it?" The scene shifts to another location. Cian thought for a moment, then confirmed. "If your highness is referring to Duke Cathana, then yes, he is here. Gabriel and Fiona might be plotting something, so now take Penny out of the palace and hide her." At this, Aristana fell silent, then ordered, "Make it look like she left just before the Duke appeared, saying she requested personal leave because her father passed away." Finally, she carefully instructed, "I will go to Silver Hall now, so I'm counting on you." Cian heard this and obediently replied, "Yes, your highness." Aristana sat seriously in the carriage, deep in thought. "Gabriel, if you are truly the culprit," at this moment her eyes were filled with murderous intent, "I will make sure you pay for your crimes."
After some time riding in the carriage, as dusk fell, someone reminded them, "Your Highness, we have arrived at Patello." Suddenly a figure appeared beside the carriage. Seeing Joseph, Aristana exclaimed in surprise, "You startled me." He was also very surprised to see her. "Princess Aristana, what brings you here?" Only then that Aristana explained, "I was just passing by. How did you know I would come?" Joseph opened the carriage door and slowly explained, "I saw your carriage from my study, so I hurried out to greet you." Then he carefully helped her alight from the carriage. "Please alight, your highness." Aristana nodded in agreement. "All right."
As soon as she got out of the carriage, she called out curiously, "Marquise Patello," which made him extremely puzzled. "Is there something you wish to say?" Recalling the recent scene, Aristana pondered, "I don't need to tell him right away that Gabriel Cathana has entered the palace. With his network, he probably knew even before I did. I just intended to give him a gift and leave." After a moment of thought, she finally spoke up. "Wait a moment." With that, she handed Joseph the bouquet she had meticulously chosen, which surprised him greatly. Then Aristana shyly said, "Happy birthday." Seeing this, Joseph quickly explained, "I think you're mistaken, your highness. Today is not my birthday." Hearing him, Aristana quickly pressed the bouquet into his hands and explained, "I know, but since I couldn't meet you that day, I came to wish you early." After that, she glanced at him, assessing his reaction. At this moment, he was bewildered, stammering, "Thank you, you're—" Seeing this, Aristana was a little confused. What was his reaction? Usually, no matter what she did, he would be overjoyed. So she directly called out his reaction. "Your face doesn't show what you just said." This remark made Joseph extremely flustered. I'm sorry, it's just that..." He carefully hugged the bouquet to his chest, then softly said, "It's been a very long time since I felt this way again." Seeing him tightly embrace the bouquet, Aristana still tried to probe. "What do you mean?" Finally, he gave a joyful smile and replied, "I'm very happy." Seeing him like this, Aristana was bewildered for a moment.
Joseph looked at her and asked, "Won't you come inside, even for a moment?" Aristana quickly replied, "All right." Stepping inside, Aristana curiously assessed her surroundings. "It's really cozy in here, and you have so many books. Is this a library?" Joseph immediately explained, "No, this is the estate manager's office." Meanwhile, he carefully placed the flowers into a vase, while Aristana thought to herself, "Knowing him, I thought it would be cold and gloomy, but it's surprisingly warm, and the scent is pleasant too." Afterwards, she quietly asked for his opinion. "Hey, the flowers are beautiful, aren't they? I chose them based on their meanings." Hearing this, Joseph turned his head and smiled, asking, "Is that so?" Looking at the pristine white flowers, Aristana playfully asked, "Try to guess what they symbolize. They are original peonies." Hesitating for a moment, Joseph began, "As far as I know," he looked at her and gently said, "Original peonies symbolize a happy marriage." Hearing these words, Aristana's mind temporarily went blank. She was utterly confused. "Huh?" So she started stammering an explanation. "What are you talking about? They are supposed to symbolize wealth and prosperity. That's right." Joseph chuckled playfully. "I think you're mistaken, your highness." But Aristana still insisted. "The florist told me so." Finally, he smiled faintly and said to her, "In that case, thank you for granting me a happy marriage." Aristana, embarrassed, snapped, "That's enough. Open the gift now, and I'm also looking forward to our future." Just as he was about to open the gift, Aristana interjected, "I need to say this first." Joseph seriously replied, "I'm listening." She softly emphasized to him, "Don't expect too much. You might be disappointed when you see it. Just consider it a small gift." Finally, Joseph carefully opened the gift box.
Yes, Your Highness. He was stunned when he saw the gift she gave him. Seeing the hairpin she had struggled so long to choose, he fell into contemplation for a while. Meanwhile, Aristana curiously watched his reaction. Seeing him like that, she felt a little worried. Why is he? Joseph gazed thoughtfully at the gift, while Aristana was utterly puzzled by his reaction. A moment later, Aristana spoke up. It's not very beautiful, is it? I understand if you're disappointed. She continuously explained her reasons. I really wanted to buy it for you with my own money, so it's a bit modest. Hearing her words, Joseph mumbled, Modest? Just a few seconds later, he rushed towards a cloak.
Joseph slowly took it down from the shelf. Seeing him put on the coat, Aristana pondered about that cloak. Then he turned back to her, gently asking, If you don't mind, could you pin it for me? After seeing it clearly, she was extremely surprised. It's the one from before. She shyly replied, Of course. And at the same time, Aristana breathed a sigh of relief, as he seemed to like it. So she seriously pinned the brooch onto his coat. Seeing it on his coat, Aristana was lost in thought. It's done. I always felt like something was missing here. The brooch truly completed the outfit. Who knew I had such good taste? Suddenly, he cornered her against the wall, gently calling, Your Highness.
Joseph looked at her with deep affection and then seriously asked, May I kiss you? Hearing him, Aristana's cheeks flushed shyly, and she softly asked, What? Then, without waiting for her consent, Joseph lightly kissed her forehead. Seeing her face turn bright red from embarrassment, Joseph chuckled teasingly. How adorable. I meant only on the forehead. So Aristana shyly pushed him away and hastily said, I have to go now. Joseph continued to tease her. Leaving already? Aristana stammered. Yes, I'm leaving right now. Aristana's face was flushed and she insisted, I'm serious, I really have to go. Joseph gently said, You may leave any time, Your Highness. She angrily retorted, How can I leave? Finally, she angrily bit his hand. When you're blocking the way. Joseph was still in the mood to tease her. Strange, I don't recall ever owning a dog. Aristana bristled like a hedgehog and said, Let me show you what a real dog is like. He chuckled and said, Let me escort you to your carriage. But Aristana angrily declared, Don't expect me to ever come back here again. Hearing that, Joseph cheerfully said, I'll keep that in mind. The scene shifted to night, and a sound echoed. Inside the room, Swan angrily yelled, Elia, what do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind? Aristana was surprised to see Swan, so she asked, What's going on? While in her head she wondered, What are they doing so late at night? Seeing her, Swan hastily called out, Aristana, while Elia coldly stated, It doesn't concern you. She coldly snapped, making Aristana extremely uncomfortable. A lowly murderer like you has no right to interfere. After that, she ignored them and approached the two. Aristana grabbed Elia's hair, making her shriek. She angrily threw her to the ground and questioned, Why are you acting so strangely?
But she still glared defiantly and snapped, How dare you touch me? I knew it. You're nothing but a demon. Don't you know what terrible things you will do in the future? Immediately after that, she coldly declared, Even if you reincarnate 100 times, you will still always be the disgusting tyrant who destroyed the empire. Hearing this, Aristana angrily questioned, Ilya, are you really an astrologer? Seeing this, Swan quickly intervened. She's crazy. I don't know how she could see your future. Aristana was unaffected by her words. She calmly asked, But do you really think I should be held responsible for the actions of that disgusting tyrant? Then Aristana seriously asserted, Why should I bear responsibility for a future only you know? I will live a happy life, so don't worry about me. Ilya slowly stood up. She snapped in a cold voice, Don't make me laugh. You massacred your siblings and were eventually executed after suffering a catastrophic defeat. Then she angrily cursed, And yet you claim to be innocent? You don't deserve happiness. Trash like you should burn in hell for eternity. She frantically grabbed Aristana's collar. You devilish hag, at least let go of the man you're exploiting. Hearing her words, Aristana pondered thoughtfully. That man? She's talking about the Marquis, right? Is she fantasizing about someone else's knight? Then Ilya, as if delusional with power, flatly declared, I am the chosen one, the heir destined by heaven to change the world. This left Aristana utterly bewildered. What? At that moment, Swan grabbed Aristana and urged, I think we've seen enough. She hastily pulled Aristana away. Who knows what she'll do next? Let's just get out of here. As they left, Aristana still turned her head to glance at the girl. My cousin is truly too eccentric.
It's no longer funny. It's starting to get scary, even though I wanted to tease a bit more and there's work to be done. The scene shifts to another room. A voice rang out. Penny, is that you? She quickly replied to Aristana. Yes, Your Highness. She then quickly said, I have a task for you. Then she carefully asked for an opinion. I intend to expel that brazen fellow, I mean Milio, from the palace today. Is that all right? Penny hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, Isn't that your goal from the beginning? I don't mind. After that, Aristana ordered her, Then send a letter, to Milio, under your name. Next, she coldly questioned,
You said you don't know how to write, didn't you? Hearing that, Penny nodded. Yes, I usually just read for others to copy. Seeing that, Aristana spoke up. Then I'll write it for you. Tell me the content. A moment later, Aristana held the letter and carefully asked for an opinion. Is this all right? Penny shyly agreed. Yes, Your Highness. The content of the letter was as follows. My dearest Milio, you won't believe it, but I think I'm pregnant. My body started changing a few weeks ago. I miss you. I'll wait for you. From your flower, Penny. Aristana praised. The opening is quite good. Then she turned her head and called, Cavell. He quickly approached. Yes, Your Highness. She handed it to him and ordered, have a servant deliver this letter to that detestable fellow, and make sure he knows it's from Penny. Cavell seriously replied, Understood. Donning her cloak, Aristana thought to herself, he will definitely show up at the rendezvous, because he doesn't want to be caught by Ophelia.
The scene shifts to an estate, the atmosphere somewhat quiet. Seeing this, Aristana curiously asked, Why did you choose the path behind the manor as your regular meeting spot? Penny thought for a moment, then shyly explained, We thought the bushes would provide good cover. Besides, the soft ground means we don't have to worry about scratching our backs when... Hearing this, Aristana didn't ask either. All right, that's enough. Cavell, walking behind her, asked worriedly, Are you sure it's all right for you to get involved in this yourself, Your Highness? What if you're caught? Seeing this, Aristana quickly reassured him, Don't worry, you're talking to me. The two heard footsteps and quickly reminded each other, Quiet. Milio looked around bewildered. Penny, where are you? Aristana seriously asked her again, That shameless nuisance is here. Can you do it, Penny? Penny carefully affirmed, Yes, I'll try. Saying this, she stepped out from the bushes and cheerfully called, Milio.
Then she gently said, You're here. I knew you still cared. Before she could finish her sentence, Milio angrily cursed, You despicable slut, leaving Penny utterly bewildered. Then he loudly questioned her, Who did you sleep with? He slapped Penny directly, then repeatedly shouted, You're carrying another man's child and dare to say it's mine? Penny, with tearful eyes, quickly explained, What are you saying, Milio? You're the only one for me. His face was grim. He angrily demanded, I knew from the start you were trying to trap me. You want to extort money from me just because I'm loyal to Princess Ophelia, don't you? Penny hastily explained to him, No, have you forgotten all the passion we once shared? But Milio coldly snapped, What? Are you trying to swindle more money from me with that rubbish? Then he continued to curse, unaware that Cavell had been behind him the whole time. You despicable woman.
Seeing the situation, Cavell reported, He's unconscious, Your Highness. Aristana scoffed. So easily defeated a knight. Penny, are you all right? Cavell replied awkwardly, I'm ashamed to have ever called him a friend. Penny quickly waved her hand. Yes, I'm fine, just a little sad. Aristana looked down at Milio and decided, All right, now it's time for my revenge. The scene shifted elsewhere. Someone rushed in, reporting in a panic, Princess Ophelia. This made her ask curiously, What is it? The person quickly urged her, There's a commotion outside. I think Your Highness should see it for yourself. Immediately after, she quickly said, Lead the way. The person obeyed. This way, Your Highness. Seeing the scene before her, Ophelia was stunned. That's... She saw Milio, covered in dirty water like a beggar, miserably tied up. Milio! Seeing this sight, she asked in alarm, What's happening? Is that honey? The people around quickly replied, We don't know either, Your Highness. We are trying to find out. She glanced at him and noticed something written on the pieces of paper. At this moment, she saw many lines of curses. Bad father, disloyal servant, despicable palace dweller, traitorous knight, disgrace.
At that time, Ophelia froze, feeling utterly bewildered. What the hell was this? She suddenly remembered what Aristana had said earlier. Do you know what I caught your knight doing in this tent? This wasn't even his tent, yet he was intimate with a woman inside. Returning to the current situation, she thought to herself, No, Milio would never do that. I've always been a good judge of character. Saying this, she clutched her dress tightly, silently wondering, Who is behind this? Custon? Fiona? Suddenly, someone handed her a few pieces of paper. Your Highness, please take a look at this. Seeing this, she quickly said, What is it? Let me see. Looking at what was in her hands, her expression became extremely grim. These letters are... Next, she read the content of the letter. Dearest Penny, the weather is starting to get chilly. On days like these, I miss your scent. Can we meet tonight? I've lied to Her Highness, saying I'm unwell. Penny, when I imagine a future with you, I can't stop smiling. I wonder what color our child's eyes will be. After that, she angrily shouted, Bring me the woman from these letters immediately. Once the woman arrived, Ophelia hastily questioned her. What is your name? She softly introduced herself. Penny, Your Highness. I work in the second residence. Ophelia directly questioned her. Tell me the truth, are you Milio's lover? Penny hesitated for a moment before confirming. I was, in the past. Next, she asked, Did you make him this way? Penny quickly shook her head, denying it. No, absolutely not. While Penny was working in the kitchen, Ophelia angrily questioned, "What about these letters?" She directly accused Penny. "They're yours, aren't they? Don't even try to deny it." Seeing this, Penny hastily explained, "They were all stolen from me. How could a weak woman like me bring Sir Milio to such a state?" After that, Ophelia continued to interrogate. "You're hiding something. Someone must have helped you. Tell me who that person is." As she was asking, a voice interrupted. "What's going on here?" Seeing the newcomer, Ophelia curiously asked, "Aristana, what are you doing?" She approached Penny and feigned recognition, saying, "I recognize you." After that, Aristana innocently asked Penny, "Don't you remember me?" Aristana pointed at the maid Penny and said, "I remember now." She covered her mouth, looking utterly astonished, and exclaimed, "You're the woman who was frolicking with Sir Milio during the jousting tournament, aren't you?" In her head, she thought, "Am I getting a bit too excited? I should calm down a little."
Penny, seeing this, immediately slipped into her role, her small face showing a pitiful expression, brimming with tears. "Yes, it was me," she confirmed. Aristana couldn't help but marvel at her genuine reaction. She was completely drawn in too. Penny seemed to add fuel to the fire, her voice full of grievance. "And what's more, it all happened right inside the tent of Cavell, my guard. I feel betrayed," she continued, though the narrator noted that what she just said wasn't entirely accurate. Of course, he wasn't her guard at the time. Penny tearfully wiped away a drop from the corner of her eye as she accused, "Furthermore, Milio has slandered Princess Aristana hundreds of times, using such vulgar language that I cannot even repeat it." Aristana truly had to admire and respect her acting ability. Penny is a really good actress. I think I've just discovered her hidden talent, Aristana thought. Just then, Cavell stepped forward to confirm Penny's words, stating that everything this woman said was true. His tone was incredibly sincere. "I am at fault for overlooking Milio's behavior," he said. "Please forgive this woman and make Milio pay for his mistakes." Aristana concluded with a statement. "Do you hear that, Ophelia? Milio has made me out to be a liar and deceived you. He has insulted both of us. You are his master, so I will let you decide how to deal with him." Ophelia was put in an awkward position, forced to deal with the matter fairly. She had no choice but to humble herself and say to Aristana, "Aristana, I apologize for the incident during the harvest festival." She turned around, and just as she was about to leave, she added, "I was too quick to judge the situation. I hope we can let this go." Then she made a decision. "Dismiss Milio. He will no longer be my personal guard." The servants present heard and obeyed the command. "Yes, Your Highness." When Ophelia was a considerable distance away, Aristana finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "How arrogant of her to tell me to just let it go." She even raised her middle finger behind her back. "I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge until the day I die." After the crowd dispersed, she immediately praised Penny. "Well done, Penny." She smiled and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." In Aristana's mind, she was secretly calculating, "Penny is quite useful. I should keep her by my side. That way I can also ensure she won't reveal anything." Having thought it through, she immediately informed Penny of this. "From now on, you will be my personal maid, and I will inform the butler." She asked again, slightly surprised to confirm. "Really?" Penny's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but feel joyful inside. "Thank you. I will do my best. Thank you very much." Aristana was very pleased with her attitude. "That's right. Do your best and always stay by my side." The next morning, on the day of departure for Castre, a servant brought Aristana a letter. "Greetings, Princess Aristana. You have just received a letter from Prince Kiston." She took the letter from the servant's hand with a rather surprised expression. "Kiston?" Her mind was filled with questions. Why send a letter now? She stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the letter in her hand. She couldn't say she wasn't curious about the contents. Then she put it away and told herself, "I'll open it as soon as I arrive in Castre." Suddenly, an unexpected person appeared right behind her. "Good morning, Your Highness." That person was Joseph. Seeing him there, Aristana asked, extremely surprised, "Marquis Patello, what are you doing here?"
He stepped forward and explained, "I was just on my way back after a meeting with the Emperor." After hearing this, she immediately thought of a possibility and asked directly, "Will you be coming with us to Cassandreg?" Joseph walked past where she stood, stepped straight into the carriage, and replied, "My destination is different, but may I accompany you?" Aristana felt helpless at his casual action. "Are you sure you're asking for permission?" Joseph paid no mind to it. He settled comfortably in the carriage and urged her, "Let's go, Your Highness." Aristana sighed and also got into the carriage, after which the carriage rolled away. Sitting in the carriage, she took off her scarf and asked Joseph, "Aren't Silverhall and Cassandreg in opposite directions?" He immediately replied, "No, Your Highness," but she seemed unconvinced. "Really?" Aristana was initially unsure and pondered for a long time. "That's strange. Am I mistaken?" She suddenly paused, her expression slightly hesitant. Aristana remained firm in what she had just said. "No, I'm certain. They are definitely in opposite directions." But Joseph still denied. "No, they're not." She immediately retorted, "Yes, they are." He calmly replied, "No." Aristana was about to say again, "Yes, they," but Joseph cut her off. "Your Highness, how can you be so naive and unromantic?
If I say no, then it's no. You should accept that without questioning it. Hearing him say that, Aristana's face darkened as if she was annoyed deep down. Why do I feel so irritated? Then Joseph informed her of something. By the way, Gabriel Cathana has been granted permission to enter Cassendrag. Upon hearing this, Aristana was lost in thought. Cassendrag is the imperial villa reserved exclusively for the emperor and empress. Even for me to set foot there is a big deal. So why is Gabriel, who didn't even attend the November hunt, allowed in? She seemed unable to believe it. How can that be? Joseph shrugged indifferently and replied, Who can understand the emperor's intentions? Duke Cathana is close to the emperor, so it's not surprising. He suddenly reminded her, Please remember the promise you made. But Aristana seemed to have forgotten about it. A promise? Joseph reiterated the content of that promise to her. You promised you would run away if you accidentally encountered Gabriel Cathana. However, Aristana looked utterly bewildered and astonished after hearing him speak. Looking at your reaction, I see you've completely forgotten. She closed her eyes and hesitantly replied, Well, Gabriel isn't important to me anyway. Even if you hadn't reminded me, it would be difficult for me to run into him.
Upon opening her eyes, she glanced at Joseph and noticed something. Aristana cleared her throat and complimented him. It suits you very well. Joseph initially didn't understand and had to ask again. What? Aristana explained. The brooch I gave you. She nodded, thinking to herself, Perfect. Giving him that brooch was probably the most meaningful thing I've ever done. Joseph smiled, looking at her affectionately, and said, Because it's a gift from you, I always keep it close to my heart. Hearing that, Aristana playfully asked, So I am the owner of that heart? He sincerely replied, You own even more than my heart. Her tone was flat, as always. You truly are a romantic. Joseph asked her back, Romantic? You are truly cold, Your Highness. Having one's heart stolen isn't always romantic. Seeing Joseph's serious face, Aristana felt quite confused. What do you mean? He suddenly spoke again. Please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I will provide detailed instructions for the promise you made. Hearing that, Aristana frowned with a slightly annoyed expression and asked him back, Why prepare such a thing? But he looked incredibly firm and unshakable. Do you mean that thing? Nothing is more important to me than this matter. Don't worry, I will explain every detail. First is the issue of physical contact. It's very important, so I'm putting it first. Aristana truly felt helpless and could only sit and listen unwillingly. Here we go again. Joseph looked very serious, yet his words were delivered lightly, as if it were no big deal. If he dares to hold your hand, cut off his hand. And if he hugs you, cut off his entire arm. Should I gouge out his eyes if his gaze touches mine? That wouldn't be bad either. If that happens, establish an alibi and remain silent. Leave the rest to me. The second issue concerns dialogue.
Even if I were forced to speak with him, I would just ignore him. Aristana chuckled, thinking to herself, Marquis Patello is truly special. Sometimes he acts very suspiciously, making me always wary when near him, but strangely, being around him is quite pleasant. His foolish instructions, his lack of preparation, and even the way he seriously responded to absurd jokes make me look forward to seeing him again. Before I even realized it, we had arrived at Cassendrag.
Upon arrival, everyone dismounted from the carriage. Cavell and Penny took down the luggage and said to Aristana, We will go ahead to arrange the luggage. Please take your time, Your Highness. She nodded in agreement. All right. Suddenly, Joseph spoke from behind. I should go ahead before dark. She looked at him puzzled and asked, Why are you so insistent on going this far? The journey here took a full 7 hours. Joseph smiled as if it were nothing and replied, If not me, then who else would accompany Your Highness? With that, he presented her with a dark blue scarf. You even forgot this. Looking at the scarf in his hand, Aristana couldn't help but feel surprised. This is a man's scarf. She looked up at him and refused. You want me to wear it? I appreciate your kindness, but your health is also important. Despite her words, Joseph unexpectedly draped the scarf around her neck without any unnecessary movements. I have my own scarf. Then Aristana was pulled strongly towards him. Wait. As they drew closer, she said to Joseph with worried concern, The sun is about to set. You'll get cold. But he paid no mind, adjusting her scarf as he jokingly replied, It's already cold. If I don't freeze to death on the way back, I'll be lucky. Aristana truly found this man perplexing. Then why are you still following me? What if you fall ill? Joseph in turn asked her back with a slightly melancholic tone. Are you asking because you truly don't know? He smiled, probing her thoughts. Do you dislike me accompanying you? Aristana cleared her throat and replied, You are my only knight. How could I possibly dislike that?
Her hand unconsciously stroked the scarf he had just draped around her, her mind seemingly deep in thought. She decided to exchange scarves with Joseph. "Come here." As she draped her scarf around him, Aristona burst into laughter.
Seeing this, he asked curiously, "Why are you smiling?" She carefully adjusted her scarf, smiling as she replied, "A man's coat with a woman's scarf, it doesn't suit you at all." He looked at her seriously and said, "I don't mind." Joseph lifted the edge of the scarf and gently kissed it. "With this, I think I can bear being away from you. Dogs are all the same, aren't they? If they're away from their master for too long, they'll miss their scent." Then Joseph stepped into the carriage to depart. "I'm leaving now. See you soon, Your Highness." Aristana remained standing there, watching the carriage's silhouette gradually disappear. The wind began to pick up, and she stood there, lost in thought for a long while. A moment later, Aristana turned to go back inside, thinking to herself, "I'd better go inside before I start thinking nonsense."
As she pushed the door open and stepped in, someone was already waiting in the hall. Her steps immediately halted. Aristana's eyes widened, her face showing surprise. It was Gabriel Cathana. She immediately turned around, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. I really didn't want to run into him. What was he doing here? Just then, she bumped into someone. When she looked up, standing in front of her was Leon. Leon looked at her coldly and said, "You should be more careful." Aristana's forehead was slightly red from bumping into him. She frowned unhappily, pointing at him and replying, "No need to glare like that." But suddenly she realized something. Wait a minute. Leon was tall. I could hide behind him to sneak away. Seeing Aristana's intense gaze, Leon couldn't help but feel awkward, his face full of confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" She decided to lean on him to go inside. "Pardon me for a moment." He reacted quite strongly at first. She thought she was... A moment later, Aristana had used a scarf to cover her head and face, clinging tightly behind Leon, making him ask with great confusion, "What are you doing?" She whispered, "I just want to go back to my room." He unhappily growled, "Let go of me." She immediately replied, "Of course." Despite saying so, Aristana still clung tightly to Leon's clothes, not letting go, which made him quite annoyed as he looked back and grumbled, "What's with this scarf?" She said so, but right after that, he also saw Gabriel. He almost understood the reason why Aristona was acting so strangely.
Leon scoffed and asked her, "Are you a child or something?" She peeked her head forward over his shoulder and whispered, "You hate Duke Athanema too, right?" Perhaps it was out of empathy that Leon came to Aristana's aid this time. "All right, I'll permit it until you're back in your room. Don't bother me with such trivial matters again." As she followed closely behind him, she retorted, "I will definitely bother you again." Leon was provoked by her again, and her rather flippant demeanor only infuriated him further. "Where did you learn to talk like that? Want me to give you a smack?" Just then the two ran into Madonia. Seeing them quite close, she approached to strike up a conversation. "Looks like fun. What are you two talking about?" Aristana was quite surprised to see her and exclaimed, "Madonia!" Madonia, seeing her head completely covered by a scarf, couldn't help but ask, "Aristana, what are you doing?" She still clung tightly to Leon's shirt and replied, "Nothing." The very next second, he mercilessly pushed her away. "I'm leaving." Aristana watched his retreating figure, complaining, "He always just scolds me. Maybe in his eyes I'm still just a child." Once they reached her room door, she took off her scarf and turned to talk to Madonia. "Anyway, why are you standing in front of my room?" She stood with her arms crossed and replied, "I came to ask you something."
Marquis Patello accompanied you today, didn't he? How can you two spend the entire day together? Aristana, hearing this, frowned as she rewrapped her scarf around her neck and replied, "We weren't together all day. He merely offered to escort me." Madonia's voice rose slightly as if seeking confirmation. "Really?" She suddenly said something strange. "So when are you two getting married? I want it to be before next summer because I've already placed a bet." Aristana's face went blank with confusion. "Marriage?" Madonia eagerly shared the gossip with her. "It's rumored that Marquis Patello defied the Emperor's command to marry you." Aristana sighed helplessly. Is there really such a rumor? How troublesome. It was only a few seconds later that she realized the implication of Madonia's words. "What?"
She approached, staring intently at her, then smiled mysteriously and asked, "Don't you see that the Marquis is a man?" Aristana didn't understand the meaning behind her words, so she replied woodenly, "What are you talking about?" She paused slightly, thinking to herself, "How could I not realize he's a man?" His muscles strained against his clothes when he moved. His back was so broad one could sleep peacefully on it. The prominent veins on his hands extended to his wrists, and his fingers were long, slender, and large enough to completely cover my hand. No, I can't think these things. I need to calm down. I'm despicable. Aristana's face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. She clutched her head, telling herself, "How can I be so lowly? If the Marquis knew what I was thinking, he would surely be horrified." Maddalonia, seeing her strange expression, immediately asked, "Aristona, are you listening?" Aristana seemed to be trying to brainwash herself. Marrying him would only bring trouble. I absolutely must not entertain that thought. She pointed at Maddalonia and scolded her loudly. "If you're going to keep talking nonsense, then leave." A moment later, she finally entered the room from outside.
Aristona sat down on the bed and took out the letter she had received that morning. Finally, back in bed. This is the letter I received from Kilstain this morning before I left. I wonder what's written inside. At the very beginning of the letter it read, Madelonia has a brother. Aristona froze as she read that line. She stared blankly at the letter, asking herself, isn't it obvious? He's her brother. After that, she lay back on the bed and closed her eyes. How ridiculous.
She turned to look at the letter once more, thinking to herself, but Kilstain wouldn't send a meaningless letter. Her eyes slowly drooped. It must be another riddle. How tiring. A long while later, an urgent voice called out in Aristona's ear, Your Highness! Your Highness! Wake up! Woken by the call, she groggily opened her eyes, looked around, and then sat up abruptly. I must have overslept. Seeing that Penny seemed to want to report something, she immediately asked, What's wrong, Penny? Penny replied with a hint of worry, Princess Fiona has arrived. Aristona, upon hearing this, seemed quite nonchalant. She's participating in the November hunt anyway, so her presence here is reasonable. So what? Penny stammered. Your Highness, she just announced that she's pregnant with Duke Cathan's child. Downstairs, it's utter chaos, Your Highness. At this moment, Fiona was sitting, gently rubbing her belly, a triumphant smile on her face. Suddenly, the door to Aristona's room was flung open. She rushed out, looking very hurried. Oh, my great Pandora! Why didn't you wake me sooner? I've missed the dramatic opening. Meanwhile, in Ophelia's room, her shrill scream rang out. Fiona, your schemes truly leave me speechless.
I once held you in high regard. Even though you would stop at nothing to achieve your goals, you always maintained the demeanor of a true heir to the throne after all. After hearing her speak, Fiona burst out laughing, clutching her stomach, as if she had just heard a joke. Her laughter shook her entire body, her voice dripping with scorn. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ophelia. That's so ridiculous that I can't help but burst out laughing. Ophelia, clearly suppressing her anger, snapped quietly. Mind your tongue, Fiona. Seeing her reaction, Fiona felt even more delighted. Why are you so angry? Are you worried about me? Just then, Aristana arrived. Standing right before her eyes was Vesselbart. When he saw her arrive, he winked mischievously and smiled at her. Why was that guy here of all places? And what was that wink supposed to mean?
A moment later, Fiona spoke up again, saying nonchalantly, Don't worry too much, Ophelia. Marrying Duke Cathana will solve all my problems. Bearing an illegitimate child is a disgrace to the royal family. Do you really think I'll be allowed to stay here? Oh, so you wish for me to be expelled from the castle? Ophelia frowned deeply and retorted, Don't put words in my mouth. I'm merely reminding you of what's likely to happen, regardless of my wishes. Fiona then turned to the other people present and said, Look at her, acting noble with outsiders, but treating her own sister like this. Even animals know to protect their own kind, isn't that right? The 14th prince, at Fiona's touch on his shoulder, turned pale. He grimaced and forced a smile as he replied to her, Calm down, Sister Fiona. You shouldn't get so agitated, for the sake of the baby. Hearing this, Fiona gently rubbed her belly, a flicker of confidence and provocation in her eyes. You're right, little brother. Only you here truly care about me. Ophelia, don't forget that the father of this child is your knight. While engrossed in watching the drama, Madonia turned and whispered to Aristona, Aristona, I knew you'd come to see this scene. Didn't you also come here for that reason, Madonia? How could I miss something this interesting? I've been here from the start. Anyway, if Fiona is telling the truth, what do you think she's planning? Duke Cathana is already engaged to Princess Firebach of the Kingdom of Belvium. Would he be crazy enough to admit to an affair? Aristana, having heard this, pondered deeply. Just as Madonia had said, the situation was indeed a headache for the Emperor on many fronts. It would be even worse if Fiona's pregnancy was true. The honor of the Yo Grante royal family would be stained, Duke Cathana's standing would be ruined, and the Kingdom of Belvium would be humiliated.
But now that everything has been exposed like this, if the Emperor forces Gabriel to marry Fiona, the one who will suffer the most won't be Fiona, but Ophelia. Of course, no one would choose their niece over their wife to place on the throne. Oh, I get it now. Fiona is stirring up trouble in Cassandreg to snatch the Duchy of Cathana from Ophelia. Footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door, followed by a majestic voice. Oh, what a sight to behold!
It seems everyone is here except for the Emperor. All the others exclaimed in surprise. The Empress! Gabriel followed behind the Empress. She turned her head and asked him, What do you think of this situation, Duke Cathana? He took a few steps forward, his voice utterly cold. A spider followed me throughout my journey here. When it crawled onto my leg, I crushed it, its body and head indistinguishable. Feeling remorse, I built a small grave for it, right here in Cassandradec. Your Majesty will understand, won't you, my sister? The Empress stood behind, looking at Gabriel's back. Was that his answer? He placed both hands on his staff and replied, My meaning is simple.
I am tired." Hearing this, the Empress sighed, her face clearly showing annoyance. "Let's end this swiftly. To be invited by His Majesty is a rare privilege. Normally, merely disturbing his tranquility would result in your expulsion until His Majesty issues a summons for your return. Your actions have damaged the dignity of the royal family, but I will not elaborate further. Now, Fiona, what is all this about?" Fiona bowed to the Empress in proper etiquette, then smiled confidently and said, "Your Majesty, I am carrying Duke Cathana's child. I humbly request that we be granted marriage." Ophelia, standing nearby, could no longer maintain her composure. She turned pale and loudly questioned, "Grant marriage? Is this something you both agreed upon?" However, the Empress shouted, overriding her voice, "Enough!
First, we must confirm that the child is truly Duke Cathana's. No offense, Fiona, but the Duke has been in Belvaeum for the past few months, hasn't he?" Fiona bowed her head gently and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I understand that makes my words difficult to prove." After she finished speaking, the Queen turned to Gabriel for confirmation. "Duke Cathana, is what the princess just said true?" He looked indifferently out the window, his voice flat as he replied, "Do I need to deny it for her to present evidence? Then I say no." Ophelia, unable to believe it, cried out, questioning Gabriel, "Uncle, why?" He merely struck his cane firmly against the ground as a warning. "Don't be hasty, Ophelia. Calmness is a virtue of an heir." Gabriel's words stunned Ophelia, and she then bowed her head reluctantly, replying, "Yes, uncle." Aristana, peeking out from behind Madonia, wondered to herself, that's strange.
Even if they were related, how could a duke speak to a princess like that, and why did she bow to him? A silence ensued, and Fiona, seemingly having thought of something, broke it. "Gabriel, you look so different. The man who whispered sweet nothings to me, why are you so cold now?" Gabriel watched her act without saying a word. Fiona's voice then dropped, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Gabriel turned his head away, looking at the watch on his wrist, and coldly replied, "Princess Fiona, perhaps I would play along with you if I weren't so tired right now. Let's get straight to the point." The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. Fiona's eyes flashed with calculation, and her face became sharp and cold. She then turned to face the Queen and respectfully spoke, "Your Majesty, Duke Cathana and I have been exchanging letters since last autumn. Bring the letters here." After she ordered a servant, the door was slowly pushed open. A lady-in-waiting entered, holding a tray with the letters, as Fiona had mentioned. Seeing this, she began to speak. "The Duke sent these letters when he was in Belvaeum visiting Princess Feuerbach. Because it had to be kept secret, I asked a maid who had no direct connection to deliver the letters on my behalf. If you read them, you will see proof of our love." The Queen raised her teacup to her lips, her tone neither hurried nor slow. "Fiona, letters alone cannot produce a child." Hearing this, she very calmly turned to the maid and took a stack of papers. "Please look at this, Your Majesty. These are the physician's notes. I met Duke Cathana twice in September, on the 21st and the 30th. You can verify this with his residence in Belvaeum where he stayed. Those dates coincide with when he left his estate." After Fiona finished her presentation, the Queen gently placed her teacup on the table, her voice unable to conceal her doubt. "You became pregnant after only 2 meetings?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the head maid returned to her side and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty."
The date of conception recorded in this document coincides precisely with the days the Duke was absent from his residence in Belvaeum. Seeing her people's confirmation, the Queen frowned deeply, looked towards Gabriel, and demanded loudly, "What do you mean, Duke Gabriel? Were you out during those days?" He scoffed, then sighed and replied, "Who can remember every single day they went out?" The Queen seemed displeased with his indifferent attitude, her tone becoming stern. "Could you please be more serious? Refute her, Duke." Gabriel tapped his cane on the ground and asked indifferently, "Refute her? What's the point? She lies every time she opens her mouth. Please examine the handwriting in the letter, Your Majesty." Reminded by Gabriel, the Queen immediately put on her glasses to carefully examine the handwriting in the letter that Fiona had presented. The more she looked, the more her brow furrowed, her lips pressed tightly into a thin line. A moment later, the Queen took off her glasses and placed them beside her, and began to speak. "Princess Fiona." Fiona immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty."
The Queen affirmed with certainty that the handwriting in these letters was not the Duke's. A second later, Fiona, looking incredulous, exclaimed, "What?" She gritted her teeth, turned, and snatched a letter from the tray the servant had brought in earlier. As she opened the letter to read it, Fiona's face drained of color. Impossible! Her eyes clearly showed astonishment, mixed with a flicker of suspicion and fear. Immediately after, she glared at the servant, making the latter flinch. A crisp slap echoed, and the other maids present covered their mouths in fright. The letter tray in her hand fell caroned, and Fiona stomped furiously on the letters, roaring, "You bitch! Enough! Stop playing these cheap tricks! Hand over the real letters while I'm still politely asking." The maid, kneeling on the ground, trembled as she looked at her, her voice filled with extreme fear. "What are you saying?" Fiona, disregarding all decorum, threatened the maid.
Give me Gabriel Cathana's real letters, not these fakes, now. Meanwhile, Aristana was still hiding behind Madonia, watching the drama unfold. At this point, she seemed quite surprised by the unfolding events. The letters were swapped. I was wondering why Gabriel looked so confident. It turns out he had already made arrangements, even while abroad.
All of Fiona's household staff were chosen by Countless Rose, but she couldn't decide on the servants in the second annex. He must have planted someone there. And the one handling all the clandestine dealings in the second annex was, that's right, Aristana recalled the words she had heard before. She knew everything that happened in the palace. I heard that many powerful people sought her out. She thought to herself, that's Dinah. Even knowing Fiona's secret would be exposed, she still took my money. It turns out Dinah was Gabriel's spy from the beginning. Then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Madania saw this and turned to look at her. She worriedly advised Aristana, don't laugh. If you burst out laughing now, people will just see you as a troublemaker again. She smiled back and replied, I can't help it. In the middle of the room, Fiona pointed at the letters scattered on the floor and declared loudly, these letters are fake, I swear. Oh, and by the way, Your Majesty, coincidentally, the maid who helped deliver the letters is currently in Cassandrec. May I call her as a witness? The maid Fiona mentioned was Penny. When she saw Penny glance her way, Aristana subtly nodded. The Empress, meanwhile, accepted Fiona's request. Very well. With the Empress's approval, Fiona approached where Penny stood. I remember your name, Penny, isn't it? Penny immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, Your Highness.
Fiona crossed her arms over her chest and said to her, the Queen will ask you a few questions. Answer truthfully. Understand? Penny bowed her head even deeper. Yes. Then the Queen began to interrogate Penny. I will ask briefly, have you ever had private contact with Princess Fiona? She affirmed seriously, Yes, Your Majesty. The Queen continued to ask, so has Princess Fiona ever asked you to deliver a letter? Penny immediately shook her head in denial, making Fiona startle and turn to look. No, she hasn't. Aristana, meanwhile, whispered praise to her. Well done, Penny. This isn't the first time I've seen her in action, but she truly is very good. In her mind, she suddenly recalled Penny's previous acting performances. What are you talking about? Milio, my only one. He used such vulgar language that I dare not repeat it.
The Queen further asked, do you know if Princess Fiona has exchanged letters with Duke Cathan? Penny replied firmly, No, Your Majesty. At this point, Fiona could no longer maintain her composure. How dare you lie? Aristona, however, seemed quite disappointed by the drama she had orchestrated. It can't be just this, Fiona. You must have another card up your sleeve. Cornered, Fiona reached into her dress, rummaging to pull something out. This maid is lying. Fortunately, I have proof to show. Seeing this, Aristana became extremely expectant. Aha! Fiona pulled out an envelope, holding it up in front of her. I kept this, just in case. The very next second, a strong force, appearing from nowhere, struck the envelope, sending it flying straight towards the fireplace. The flames immediately consumed it, and the crackling sound of burning wood filled the air. Fiona stared in disbelief at the letter turning to ashes before her, her entire body stiff. She gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes flashing with hatred. Besides me, only one other person possesses this power. Aristona, called by name, stepped forward and casually shrugged, saying, Oh dear, it seems I've made a mistake. It appears using power after such a long time leaves some limitations. I only intended to remove a strand of hair from your dress, but I accidentally blew away your entire letter. Fiona was speechless, unable to retort. Oh, Aristona didn't stop, but deliberately added fuel to the fire. Oh right, which letter did I just accidentally burn? Was that the letter you exchanged with Duke Cathan? Upon hearing this, Fiona trembled with rage. She clenched her fists as if about to explode. Aristana, you despicable wretch! Fiona unleashed her power, and fearful screams erupted.
The Queen's face turned pale, and her head maid quickly pulled her away. Your Majesty is in great danger. You must leave here immediately. Fiona's power made the entire room shake, and all the furniture shifted from its place. She used that power to lift the heavy wooden table high, her eyes filled with rage and hatred. The table was aimed directly at Aristana. A piercing scream immediately followed. Princess Aristana! Aristana fell to the ground, her face showing clear astonishment. Vesselbart had run over and pushed her aside, helping her avoid the recent attack. Aristana looked at the person on top of her, her voice tinged with disbelief. Vesselbart.
I already told you to call me Vercel. She stared up with a mix of surprise and bewilderment. She stood up decisively, grabbed Vercel's chin, and gently pushed it aside as if to regain distance. Forget it. Fiona could only watch from afar, swallowing her hatred. She gnashed her teeth in anger, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, prompting Aristona to act. It seemed it was finally time for her to have a legitimate reason to punish her insolent younger sister. She never learned to respect her sister. During the lessons on succession to the throne, she arrogantly displayed her power, effortlessly manipulating heavy objects to float around her like toys. You are the arrogant one, Fiona.
They taught us how to deal with those who lose control before their own power. Step 1. Overwhelm. Fiona's face turned pale. Aristona, don't tell me. Step 2. Isolate. Aristona created distance, slowly raising her hand to deliver a fatal blow towards her. Fiona's entire body trembled violently from anger and shock. Did you plan this? Amidst the magnificent scenery, she covered her mouth, laughing haughtily, casually mocking Fiona's naive innocence. You are still very naive, Fiona. She became so enraged that she threw a glass bottle. Damn it! Aristona immediately blocked the glass bottle. Don't resist anymore. Do you really think that with this pathetic power you can resist me? And step 3. Control. No longer showing her previous aggression, Fiona was thrown face down onto the ground, completely unable to resist Aristona's overwhelming power. She threw a shard of the glass bottle at her. Shh. Kneel down, little sister. Aristona thought gleefully to herself. Ah, perfect.
I can finally breathe a sigh of relief now. It feels like surfacing from the water on a hot summer day. Nothing could be better. Though her body was trembling, Fiona's eyes still blazed with madness as she shrieked her vow. I will destroy you, Aristona. I will kill you no matter what. She smiled calmly, gently delivering a fatal psychological blow. Perhaps I will forgive others, but as for you, should a woman about to become a mother utter such malicious words? A soft sound echoed in the room. Fiona, how dare you display your power before the Empress? Have you truly gone mad? As long as I, Aristona, am here, you will not dare threaten the Empress, even if it costs me my life. Are you all right, Your Majesty? Medela urgently reported the Empress's condition. Lately, Her Majesty hasn't been feeling well. Her body is weak, and she needs rest.
Your Highness, please assist the Empress. Gabriel's footsteps echoed in the tense room. Princess Aristana, it seems I owe you one this time. I'll take my leave. Let's go, Mother. Aristana crossed her arms, swallowing her anger. That cunning old fox. She sighed and commanded, Arrest Princess Fiona, and don't give her anything, not even a drop of water. The servant quickly acknowledged the order. Yes, Your Highness. The 10th Prince bristled, unable to bear it. That's absurd. By what right do you arrest her? Aristana cut him off. Shut up. Don't you understand how serious a crime it is to threaten the Empress? The 11th Prince tried to defend Fiona's honor, but it was futile. It was just a mistake. Fiona would never. Anyone in that situation would. She was escorted away by the servants, looking utterly defeated, her head bowed, swallowing the bitter humiliation. She snapped sharply, Silence. His Majesty will deliver the next verdict. He ran off in a panic, calling out desperately, Fiona! Aristana smirked arrogantly. How does it feel when things don't go according to plan, Fiona? Concluding the tense confrontation in the room with the opulent ceiling, she uttered a satisfied remark. What an interesting evening. Oh, by the way, Penny, have you received the bag I sent through Dinah on the November hunting day? Penny replied clearly. Yes, thank you. Aristana asked carefully. Have you checked inside thoroughly? She nodded vigorously. Yes. She mused thoughtfully. I left a note in there. The appointment is on New Year's Eve. The item to retrieve has a gold label. It's in the second compartment under the third display cabinet in the wine cellar. The target is the Golden Eagle.
Penny looked out in a panic. But I don't see anything where you said. Are you sure it's the right place? Aristana smiled brightly like a flower. Yes, I just haven't put it in yet. She looked bewildered. Then why? Aristana smiled meaningfully and made a surprising decision. I will have you contact someone. When you return to the palace, place a bottle with a gold label in the spot I designated and pour wine into it. Penny was stunned. Wine? Aristana replied. Yes, if possible, choose a good one. Penny was a little worried about this task. Yes, ma'am. Aristana remembered something. One more thing. Did Dinah say anything else to you? She was taken aback by this sudden question. Dinah? I'm not sure. She was worried the bag might open because she ran in a hurry. Aristana was curious. Oh, really? When you found it, where was the paper?
She honestly confessed. It was folded and sandwiched between 2 glued coins. She smirked, having successfully caught her out. Got you, Dinah. Glued 2 coins together? I've never used that method to hide a piece of paper. I just arranged the 2 coins so they looked like they'd fallen out while rummaging through a bag. Dinah must have thought she'd accidentally dropped it when checking inside, so she hastily glued them back together. This is the price of daring to rummage through other people's belongings. Now I'm certain she is Gabriel's eyes and ears, but thanks to her, I can use that fake piece of paper to set a trap. Aristana began to execute her cunning and audacious plan. Penny, hide in the study until I return, and if Duchess Catalina or Ophelia enters, inform me immediately.
A voice somewhere echoed in Ophelia's memory.
My lady, Princess Ophelia has recently been complaining of headaches. She hasn't taken a single day off from her studies this year. Perhaps she should rest for a week, or... You clearly don't understand anything. Princess Ophelia wouldn't get tired just from that. Your Highness, do you really have time for such trivial games? Look, while you're putting your studies aside, that little wretch is trying to steal the position that rightfully belongs to you, you who were born to be queen. Her lifeless eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie light, bitter words expressing the injustice weighing heavily on her fate. It's so unfair. They all say it's all for the throne, but I have to learn to ride horses, learn etiquette, and study diligently every single day without rest. So what about her? Gabriel offered Ophelia immense encouragement. She was naive and flawed, but had potential. Do you want to sit on the throne? I can make that happen. However, you will have to promise me 2 things. First, you must promise never to go against me, and second, you must not doubt my decisions. Can you do that? She gave her consent mechanically, as if her mind had been completely manipulated by someone. Yes. The room, with its sparkling chandelier, illuminated the entire space. Ophelia's heavy gasps were the only sound remaining, breaking the room's silence. She called out to him urgently. Uncle. Gabriel saw through Ophelia's impatience. He reiterated the lesson he had taught countless times. Ophelia, you are still as hasty as ever. I have taught you countless times that haste is not a virtue of a ruler. From that day on, I relied on this man to reach my current position. But now I understand.
Even if I listen to Gabriel and sit on the throne, that crown will never truly be mine. But it's not too late for me to take control of this relationship. She gave a slight smirk, making Gabriel turn around curiously. I will carve my own path in my own way. Ophelia refused to be his puppet any longer and directly challenged him. You're truly audacious. Gabriel's face darkened, sinking into shadow, with a sharp gaze and terrifyingly gleaming eyes. I recall teaching you not to act so impudently.
She subtly swallowed. Ophelia tried to encourage herself. I haven't done anything wrong. I must hold my head high. He's the one in the wrong, not me. I can't let him intimidate me. She resolutely asked him directly. I only have one question. He replied, Go ahead and ask. Ophelia probed to investigate. You have a shady relationship with Fiona, don't you? Gabriel immediately evaded. And why are you asking that? She hit a nerve, making him freeze. Is Fiona's child really yours? But Gabriel didn't flinch. He began to play mind games. Ophelia, my dear granddaughter, you have noble blood, beauty, and grace. Yet I truly don't understand how you can be this foolish. It's beyond imagination. Why won't you grow up? How long do you intend to disappoint me? Ophelia resisted by swatting Gabriel's hand away. Enough. Answer the question directly. Rapid, ragged breaths broke the silence, betraying extreme agitation and the suffocating atmosphere that still lingered between them. She had achieved a miracle in her life. I did it. I finally dared to raise my voice at him. He still maintained a calm, learned demeanor. Do I really have to explain such trivial matters to you? I have never done anything that could lead to having a child. Fiona simply ruined herself. What? Next month, there will be a purge within the royal family. Only heirs currently residing in the first mansion will be retained. Ophelia hadn't expected this. That's absurd. Gabriel turned his back and explained. The royal family has never before expelled an heir under any circumstances. Why would they suddenly?
It seems they want to accelerate the succession process, outwardly citing financial difficulties as the reason. Anyway, Fiona's rebellion was completely meaningless. So the rumors are true? She broke out in a cold sweat. So that was it. He spoke coldly, his questioning words like a bucket of cold water splashed directly on Ophelia. See, Ophelia? Impatience is not a virtue of a monarch. She clutched her skirt, realizing everything was the emperor's doing. If she wasn't careful, she could end up like Fiona too. Fear flickered in Ophelia's eyes. But didn't you get into trouble without Aristana there? Why didn't you tell me? Gabriel snapped mercilessly. Whether Tina was there or not doesn't matter. You let that princess steal what was rightfully yours. Do I have to spell out even the most basic things for you? How pathetic. She tried to suppress the trembling that was seizing her body, betting everything on the idea of regaining her dignity. I must restore my honor. Otherwise, he might discard me. Ophelia quickly changed the subject. Uncle, Aristana has been very strange lately. After the harvest festival, she changed.
She regained power in the trade war, and even Milia was involved. Could it be that she already knew the truth? His face looked dejected. My 2 innocent granddaughters. Now, even someone who isn't here makes you tremble with fear. They had no idea Aristana was secretly observing this conversation. Oh, but I am present. A proper royal princess wouldn't stoop to eavesdropping, but I'm Aristana Yogrante. I abandoned my dignity long ago, so if I have to sneak around to listen, then so be it. Cavell was trembling, completely exhausted. Your Highness, my legs are completely numb. The story was so captivating that she couldn't tear her eyes away.
Quiet, Cavell. We're about to reach the important part. Aristana was startled by her shocking statement. Do you still feel guilty for eliminating Jack Quinn, the second prince? Hearing that, her entire world seemed to completely collapse. Meanwhile, he wept mournfully, his entire knees aching with numbness.
When Aristana accidentally overheard those words, she was utterly shocked. Her whole body trembled, and her hand unconsciously clutched her dress, thinking bitterly to herself, they were the ones who were about to harm Zegwin. Seeing her body tremble, Cavell was filled with worry and immediately asked, "Are you all right, your Royal Highness? I understand your indignation, but please restrain yourself." Aristana tried to calm herself down. "I know, quiet now." Her eyes were slightly red. She didn't know since when. To be precise, Gabriel had taken advantage of Ophelia. She had always been obsessed with the throne, so he must have easily manipulated her like a puppet. Gabriel sighed and reminded her, "Ophelia, when will you stop making that repulsive face? Just by looking, I can already sense your pathetic inferiority complex. Don't cause any more trouble and patiently wait for my command." Ophelia, whose emotions had been suppressed for a long time, clenched her hand on her dress, trembling, and screamed, "You're doing it again, uncle. How much longer do I have to sit still and wait?" He looked at Ophelia emotionlessly, but seemingly with a hint of disgust. "Tell me, what have you accomplished on your own? You lost your personal night guard, sullied your own reputation, and couldn't even keep an eye on Princess Fiona as ordered, and now you're foolish enough to open your mouth and ask about pregnancy." Gabriel approached her, looking down at her with a cold face. "What good are you? Remember this, you only have me to rely on, while I, besides you, still have countless other pawns to use." Aristana watched her retreating back with a hint of regret and sighed. Poor Ophelia, she seemed to have bet on the wrong person to rely on. But now everything was clear. Duke Gabriel had eliminated Zegwin, and Ophelia knew it well, but pretended to be blind, casually smiling when mentioning how she had stabbed me in the back.
Cavell, now quite indignant on her behalf, knelt down. "Just give the order, your highness, and I am ready to risk my life and honor to avenge you." She looked at him and thought, "Oh, Cavell, your excessive loyalty is truly a problem." Aristana said, "In that case, I command you. Bring me a strawberry sponge cake here immediately, and a pot of very strong black tea as well." Contrary to Cavell's expectations, "Yes, your highness."
She stroked Cavell's head and thought to herself, I can't let my poor knight bear such a cruel burden. Those treacherous officials from the southern vassal state will all fall by my hand. A few days had passed since that incident. At this moment, she was enjoying hot cups of tea with her maid, Penny. I have Penny, Gabriel, and Ophelia, but we still haven't found anything important. Seeing her shy expression, Aristana couldn't help but think, she's really adorable. Let's see. Ah! Princess Aristana's silver hair is truly breathtakingly beautiful. Every time I look at it, my heart pounds, and Her Highness the Princess's skin is also insanely perfect. I will forever cheer for this wonderful princess of mine. Seeing that all the words written on the paper were praises for herself, she felt a little shy and thought to herself, insane? Pounding? Is that the slang maids usually use? Well, at least they're compliments. Marquis Patello is truly charming, super rich with lots of money, obedient to the princess, and sometimes even acts like a slave.
By the time she read this line, Aristana was laughing so hard tears streamed down her face, making Penny, who was standing next to her, feel even more embarrassed. "I already told you not to laugh," she said, trying to suppress her laughter. "It's just to impress with her writing skills. Prince Leon is truly terrifying. His personality is cruel and wicked, always thinking he's the best. Ridiculous. Princess Fiona is truly super shameless. I hope she falls flat on her face and breaks her nose. Duke Gabriel keeps staring at Princess Aristana nonstop. Is he a pervert? How detestable." As she read those lines, she couldn't help but muffle. Just think, in only a few days she had learned all this. It was truly on par with her superb acting talent. Aristana, with a bright smile, handed the notebook back to her. "That's very fast progress. From now on, if there's anything you don't want Cavell to see, you can give it to me." As she handed it over, she was somewhat eagerly anticipating future readings. "I just want to keep reading what she writes." Hearing these compliments, Penny was very happy and quickly said, "Thank you, Your Royal Highness.
"I will study even harder and become your most loyal and intelligent retainer." Aristana thought that was a bit much, no need to be so dramatic. Before she left, she cheerfully said, "I'll go gather information from the maids right now. They might have heard something new about Duke Gabriel." Watching her retreating figure, Aristana felt satisfied. She was truly worth keeping by her side. All right, it's time to start my own secret mission. The scene shifts to another time. Aristana was dozing off, surrounded by stacks of books. I almost fell asleep. A secluded study in a corner of the mansion, this place was indeed perfect for a secret rendezvous. But how many days have I been waiting here? I even cleverly managed to shake off Cavell, who insisted on coming along because he was worried I'd cause trouble again. Now I can't go back empty-handed. That would be too humiliating. I have to prove that I can do it myself. As I sat there, lost in anxious thought, suddenly, not far away, I heard someone else enter. She couldn't help but feel happy.
Someone was here, finally. A girl in a yellow dress walked in. She quickly turned to look. My patience has finally paid off. Looking closely at the face of the person who entered, it seemed she was hiding a secret. Ilya? What is she doing here? Reading a book? She didn't seem at all fazed by Fiona's dethronement. In fact, she looked even more relaxed than before. Suddenly, the door opened once more. Oh, someone else is coming. She spoke first to break the silence. I didn't expect you to agree to my request, Duke Gabriel. Seeing who had arrived, Aristana broke out in a cold sweat. Gabriel. Aristana couldn't hide her curiosity upon discovering this shocking development. A secret meeting between Ilya and Gabriel? How thrilling! Ilya spoke, probing with a wary gaze. You don't seem surprised at all, Duke Athana. He calmly replied. It's not uncommon for me to receive such requests. She chuckled. I thought so too. After all, what master wouldn't want an excellent knight? There's a secret I've hidden for a long time. I possess the ability to nullify all powers. Aristona couldn't help but be startled by that revelation. It turns out she has a special superpower. Cien's prodigious memory is also a type of special superpower. People with super special abilities come with accompanying powers. That must be how Ilya hides herself.
Ilya wore a triumphant smile as she enticed. Isn't this very appealing? I would never endure the humiliation like Fiona, who was so miserably subdued. In contrast to her confidence, Gabriel's expression remained unchanged. Confirming Aristana's thoughts, Ilya would need much more than that to pique his interest. Despite this, she continued to speak volubly. The real advantage is that I can use my power without His Majesty detecting it. At this, she suddenly raised an eyebrow in thought. Oh, that's quite useful. In the imperial palace, even the slightest use of power would be detected by the emperor, but it seemed her nullification power could also suppress the ability to sense power itself. She must have kept this secret to avoid displeasing the emperor. After finishing her presentation, Ilya boldly made her proposal, despite her hands trembling incessantly. So choose me, Duke Katana. Make me your empress. Don't you see Ophelia's ego becoming increasingly excessive? She is straying further and further from your ideal successor. You also want to cut the strings of your puppet, don't you? Aristana, observing the situation from her side, immediately formed a conjecture. Did she get this information from Fiona? She must have followed Fiona to gather this information. I have to admit she did very well in gathering information, but she's not good at negotiation at all.
Ilya tried to make her opponent cling to her, rather than the reverse. Instantly, Gabriel coldly delivered his judgment. How rude. Is that all? Ilya stubbornly raised her voice. I'm completely different. I'm not as shallow as Ophelia or Fiona. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by the sound of a cane striking the floor. Princess Ilya, I don't want to know your strengths as a master, but rather the true nature of your ambition. Ilya, bewildered, widened her eyes and asked again, My ambition? Gabriel's expression turned grim as he uttered words of contempt. How can someone like you compare in value to Ophelia? So prove yourself in a different way. Hearing this, Aristana secretly showed a look of disgust. He was always so arrogant. He acted as if he had nothing to lose and looked down on others. Those sharp, unsettling green eyes remained unchanged. After speaking, Gabriel relaxed his tense facial muscles and his eyes curved into a smile. Unlike his cruel demeanor just now, he now offered a gentle smile and suggested, Why don't you reveal everything? Who knows, I might be moved. After enduring her opponent's harsh words, Ilya subtly clenched her trembling hand. My ambition? Very well. Please save Joseph Patello from Aristana's clutches.
Aristana's body stiffened, almost making her fall backward at this unexpected plea. Ilya, seemingly lost in her own reverie, lamented piteously, He is trapped in my snare. Unable to escape or resist Ilya's control, Aristana, standing outside and eavesdropping, could only scream internally. What is she talking about? Who is controlling whom? I am the one being manipulated here. She's completely lost in her absurd delusions. Gently wiping away her crocodile tears, Ilya continued to feign saintliness. My entire life, my eyes have been fixed on the throne. I never imagined I would one day feel such profound emotion for him. Aristana silently pleaded in vain. Please, Ilya, don't drag this out any longer. The more Ilya spoke, the more fervent she became. He tries to act indifferent, but I can see right through him. How could such a noble, upright, and kind man fall into the hands of a demon like Aristana? Aristana was speechless, thinking of his image. Joseph Patello, upright and kind? Finally, a stubborn glint appeared in Ilya's eyes as she revealed her true feelings. This is my deepest desire. I love Joseph Patello. Hearing this, Aristana began to feel suspicious.
Why is she so obsessed with him? Did they have some encounter I don't know about? The romantic atmosphere was suddenly broken by Gabriel's snort of laughter. Are you done talking?
Questioned, Ilya trembled with rage and spoke loudly. You ask if I'm finished speaking? Of course not. Have you forgotten the Kathana formula? It was I who eliminated Prince Zegwin. I removed that parasite, who dared to bear the title of prince without a single drop of royal blood. Why do you pretend not to know? I eliminated him at your request. How do you think I managed to handle the matter so smoothly? That was all thanks to my nullification power. It wasn't due to your schemes or Ophelia's, it was my power that made it all happen. Aristana's small shoulders seemed to slump as she discovered the truth behind the curtain. So that was it. Gabriel and Ophelia had tried to pin Zegwin's elimination on her to depose her.
And Ilya had received the assassination order, the motive already clear while she was still processing this shocking news. Ilya continued to confront him angrily. You once promised that if I succeeded, you would abandon Ophelia and choose me, didn't you? Witnessing this outburst, Gabriel merely offered a faint smile. He replied to her, his gaze directed elsewhere. Princess Ilya, you truly enjoy bringing up old matters. Aristana, hiding behind the bookshelf, immediately detected that chilling gaze. Her entire body felt as if it had plunged into an ice pit. He knew she was eavesdropping. Was he intentionally provoking Ilya? Did he want her to admit with her own mouth that she had eliminated Zegwin? Lost in thought, Aristana failed to notice Gabriel's presence, until a loud sound erupted from his cane, stomping forcefully against the wall. He cast his deep blue eyes downwards, as if wanting to devour his opponent alive. However, Aristana refused to be intimidated, glaring back. She quickly assessed the current situation. When had he gotten so close? Had he already dismissed Ilya? With that thought, she turned her face away, denying, "Don't misunderstand the situation, Kathana. I'm merely reading a book for amusement." Gabriel offered a sarcastic smile. You haven't changed at all, Tina. You truly are the most despicable person in the royal family. She quietly clenched her fists behind the hem of her dress. Oh, you think so? Then perhaps we're not so different. Now I just want to ask one thing. Did you eliminate Zegwin? Gabriel casually dropped a provocative question. Did I do that?
Aristana stared wide-eyed in shock upon witnessing the opponent's brazen face. A stream of energy gradually gathered around her trembling hand, and Aristana flinched slightly before screaming with all her might, You hateful wretch! Gabriel remained calm, observing this outburst of power. The moment the energy sphere touched him, the energy immediately dispersed, creating a slight tremor. Amidst the thick smoke, reason began to return, making Aristana click her tongue. I seem to have overreacted. It's truly reckless to use power against someone who can nullify it. Gabriel didn't have a single scratch and chuckled with amusement. You dare use your power against me? You truly are interesting, Tina. How about you come with me to the first residence? Aristana exclaimed in astonishment at the sudden offer. What? He showed curiosity upon seeing her peculiar expression. Why such a reaction? I thought you'd be pleased. Or do you want me to report your unauthorized use of power and surveillance so you'll be expelled from the royal palace? Aristana immediately regained her vigilance, wondering what he was plotting. She glared coldly at her opponent and questioned, Why don't you forget about me and focus on Ilya? She seems to yearn for you. Get lost with that brazen face. You slandered me, and now you shamelessly talk about cooperation? Faced with that threat, Gabriel calmly remarked, Just looking at your face is enough to convince me that keeping you confined in the second residence is a waste.
Do you know why I eliminated Zegwin? Because he had become an obstacle for both you and me. Seeing you unable to properly contend for the throne, always held back by having to worry about him, was truly a pathetic sight. Zegwin was just a burden holding you back. Am I wrong? Gabriel's arrogant demeanor made Aristana grind her teeth in furious indignation. He paid no mind, instead acting as if bestowing a blessing. I am giving you the chance to become empress.
Zegwin once wished that for you too, didn't he? Only I can make it a reality. All you need to do is agree to marry me. Aristana was filled with an uncontrollable, unbelievable disgust. Not only did he mock Zegwin's death, but now he dared to insult her like this. Calm down, Aristana. Letting anger blind you before the one you seek revenge on will only make you pay the price. With that thought, she quickly composed herself and issued a challenge. It seems your instincts have eroded during our time apart, Gabriel. It appears you've forgotten who I am. Let me remind you. With that, Aristana bit down hard on his arm with all her might. Gabriel, in pain, lost his balance and stumbled back. Though he frowned deeply, he still smiled with amusement. How interesting. Aristana couldn't help but be astonished by his indifferent attitude. What kind of monster was he, after all? She had bitten him with all her strength, and that was his only reaction? Not wanting to linger, she quickly turned her back and walked away. Why don't you marry Ilya? You two look like a perfect match. Gabriel shrugged slightly and remarked, You're still as bitter as ever, Tina, aren't you? Anyway, I think our conversation ends here.
It seems we have uninvited guests. Aristana immediately froze at his cryptic words. Uninvited guests? The increasingly clear sounds from behind made her turn around in surprise. Aristana gasped in astonishment as she recognized the person. Marquis Patello. Her thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Why was he in Cassandrec?
More importantly, the situation is very easily misunderstood. Gabriel, meanwhile, while supporting his injured arm, vaguely hinted, "Ah, Sir Patello, you've interrupted a private conversation between me and the princess. However, considering I've already been bitten, I am afraid you've arrived a little late." Immediately after that, Aristana hurriedly grabbed Joseph's hand. She pulled him, running quickly out of the room. Meanwhile, anxious thoughts rushed through her head. How should I explain this? Should I just tell the truth? If I explain, the Marquis would surely understand that this is just a misunderstanding. The image of him coldly declaring with a look of disgust immediately flashed in her mind. "You have betrayed me. Our relationship ends here." Aristana, meanwhile, could only helplessly deny. "There's really nothing between me and the Duke." Having run a considerable distance, she slowly reduced her speed before coming to a complete stop.
She stammered, "Duke Patello." Before she could finish, Aristana was interrupted by Joseph's question. Is he telling the truth? She immediately turned back, a bewildered expression on her face at the abrupt question. What? In front of Aristana was Joseph's face, seething with anger. Did you really bite him? She stared blankly for a few seconds, wondering if that was the first question he had, but Aristana calmly explained. Yes, he wouldn't let go of me. Hearing that, his tense body froze. A moment later, Joseph finally dared to let out a sigh of relief, glad that she wasn't hurt. But the thought of her lips touching that scoundrel was truly unpleasant. Aristana shyly brushed away his gentle touch. I had no other choice. My strength was useless against him. She suddenly started to reconsider the current situation. So Aristana awkwardly tried her best to explain. Listen, what you just saw, it was all a misunderstanding. Whatever you might be thinking, the truth isn't like that. Joseph reluctantly smoothed his hair. I know, there was nothing improper going on. She timidly asked, Really? How do you know? He slowly shifted his gaze towards her. Well, there's no logical reason. I simply trust Her Royal Highness.
Joseph cleared his throat slightly after his declaration. Is this answer enough for you? Aristana's hand crossed over her chest suddenly tightened. What was he saying? Was he trying to sway her heart? Now she felt guilty. Despite her turbulent emotions, she didn't forget her manners. Thank you, Marquis Patello. You're wonderful. I like you very much. Joseph cast his gaze in another direction and let out a sigh. Is that so? Well, I quite like myself too. Seeing this, she wondered in confusion. What kind of reaction is that? Is he sulking? It was then that Aristana suddenly remembered something and narrowed her eyes, asking, By the way, how did you get into the villa? He honestly replied, His Majesty invited me. Nobles from across the empire will be present starting tomorrow evening. It seems there will be a banquet. This news surprised her, making her wonder, a banquet in Cassandreg, with the Empress in such a state? Aristana fell silent, then blurted out, Has he lost his mind? Joseph shook his head, replying in agreement. Who knows? She frowned, lost in speculation. Thinking back, he had been acting strangely lately. Since the Harvest Festival, even though she had caused chaos, instead of reprimanding her, he had restored her power and honor. One might think that Cassandreg was being led into chaos.
This is my prediction, and Joseph also frankly announced his discovery. Once this banquet ends, His Majesty will settle scores with the second and third estates. Upon hearing this, Aristana became even more serious, resting her chin on her hand in thought. Is he planning to ruthlessly eliminate any unqualified members of the royal family? I guess Gabriel already knew about this, which is why he tried to entice me with the matter of the first estate. Just then, he moved closer again. Now, may I ask a question? What did you discuss with Gabriel in the study? I clearly told you to avoid being alone with him at all costs. Aristana avoided his gaze. She couldn't admit that she had been spying on him. After a moment of hesitation, she nervously clutched the hem of her dress and revealed, Gabriel and Ophelia pulled the strings, and Ilia was the one who acted. Joseph's expression instantly turned grave. Could they have used Princess Ilia's nullification ability to commit the crime? This time it was Aristana's turn to be surprised and ask, You know about Ilia's power? He recounted without any concealment. Yes, she started babbling that she would reveal my secret if I told her mine. Everything immediately became clear in her mind, so that's what they discussed after I left that day. I'm not too surprised, Aristana continued to inquire. What secret did you reveal to her? Joseph didn't rush to answer, but propped himself up and sat down beside her. Are you curious? I told her that I was completely trapped in your snare. I was so enchanted by you that even with my eyes closed, I only saw your face. I could only think of you. I even smelled your scent everywhere. His fervent confession, on the contrary, made Aristana look suspicious. What the hell is he talking about?
Could he be the one who incited Ilya to spout all that nonsense? She immediately changed the subject. So what are you going to do? I will stay in the imperial palace, and I will purge this place before the emperor can act. In her heart, Aristana firmly reminded herself, I don't care about the first estate. I'm not aiming for the throne anyway.
Joseph, who was beside her, smiled and continued, Then I suppose the next targets will be Princess Elia, Princess Ophelia, and Duke Athena. Aristona didn't deny it, instead sharing frankly, Are you truly okay with this, Marquis Patello? I have already given up the throne. My only goal now is destruction. Are you still willing to help me? A slow curve formed on Joseph's lips. Then he gently raised her hand. That's hardly a new question. I will follow whatever path your Royal Highness chooses.
Aristana's cheeks involuntarily flushed at the sincerity of the other party's promise. Why would the Marquis do all this for her? No wonder Elia misunderstood his feelings. A moment later, she heard Joseph speak. Furthermore, I also have a personal vendetta against Gabriel. Aristana's eyes widened in surprise. A vendetta? He continued to confide. Do you truly believe me when I say I know the future, Your Royal Highness? She calmly lowered her gaze and replied, Not at first, but now I do. Elia once said something similar to you. Aristana quickly sifted through fragmented, uncertain memories. But perhaps the Marquis wasn't the only one who had seen the future. Perhaps Elia had too, and maybe even others. A moment later, Joseph made an offer. If you wish, I can show you the future I've experienced, how Aristana Yo Grante's life was lived, how I saw you, what kind of person Gabriel Cathana truly is, and how he drove you to your death. Aristana accepted the offer without hesitation. Very well, show me, right now. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she continued to sink deeper into the dark current. Aristana struggled to open her eyes. This place was... A bright, beautiful scene immediately appeared.
From her current perspective, a respectful voice rang out. Sir, is something the matter? Joseph replied indifferently. No, let's go. Aristana only now realized her current situation. Oh, she was seeing everything through his eyes. What kind of power did he possess after all? Could he show her his memories? The attendant, hurrying to keep pace with him, interjecting. Sir, please bear with a slight inconvenience for a moment. Princess Aristana lends very quickly, so the lesson will progress swiftly. She secretly wondered, was he her teacher in this timeline? So behind that door. Joseph forcefully pushed the door wide open. Inside the room, Aristana was engrossed in reading a book, enjoying the sunlight by the window. She recognized who had arrived and immediately offered a bright smile of welcome. Please come in, Marquis Patello. I've been waiting for you. Joseph asked, Have you completed the reading I assigned? Aristana stood up and replied, Of course, I've read both Advanced Applications of Power and the Great Pandora Festival twice. He looked down at the floor and continued to mask. What about practice? She raised her hand high and cast a spell. Aristana performed a magic formation to lift the book high, using magic to turn each page. Aristana replied confidently, I think I've become quite proficient. Joseph crossed his arms and praised, Not bad. She showed her displeasure at his comment. That's truly a stingy compliment.
Aristana ran closer to observe Joseph's expression. Was it because I was looking from the Marquis's perspective? I could vaguely sense his emotions, cold on the outside but harboring genuine feelings within. Perhaps because my current self in this timeline is intelligent and diligent. She softly suggested, Then how about we go for a stroll to the amusement park you own? I heard you recently expanded it, and I heard the pastries sold there are delicious. Aristona secretly thought to herself, perhaps she wasn't all that diligent after all. He turned around and refused. Absolutely not. You still have lessons to complete. She propped her chin and sighed. I was just kidding. If I finish all my lessons by tomorrow, will you go on a date with me? Joseph's face was devoid of any expression. He coldly refused. No. Open your book. Aristana grumbled in annoyance. How long are you going to keep refusing me? I know you're not even interested in teaching me. She covered her mouth as she suddenly realized, Oh, this is more than just a little affection. Wait, but this is different.
Unlike the future the Marquis once told me about, after taking your own life, you will walk a completely different path. You will even resort to forbidden means to destroy your own siblings. You will capture all who once mocked you and sell them into grueling slavery. And through the sacrifice of countless lives, you will dominate the empire. The person he is showing now has never sought death and is living a completely different life. Perhaps if I continue to watch, I will understand. As soon as she sat down at her study desk, Aristana grumbled, Do you hate me even more than you hate your lessons? Joseph nodded in response. That's right, lessons are much more pleasant. Among the current successors, the princess is the only one who has reached this level. She tapped her hand on the table and questioned, So what? I have no intention of taking the throne. Aristona's pupils widened as she realized something. She recalled her past self with empty, desperate eyes. Herself in this timeline had abandoned everything. She didn't even recognize herself. Aristana offered a gentle smile and changed the subject. Anyway, aren't you hungry, Marquis Patello? Or how about we eat a meal together? He decisively refused once again. No.
She nervously suggested, "Could I borrow your cloak? My hands and feet are so cold." Joseph took off his cloak and handed it to Aristana. "Just this once. There won't be a next time." She joyfully took the cloak from his hands. "Thank you. I'll take good care of it and return it clean." Aristana, in the present, crossed her arms and pondered, as if she were seeing an inverted version of their current relationship. At least when she was with him, she still looked happy, even though he had no intention of reciprocating her feelings. As night fell, Joseph's birthday party began. An orange-haired noble approached him to offer congratulations. "Oh, happy birthday, Lord Patello. By the way, I heard you've been having some difficulties lately." "Me?" Joseph asked, surprised and puzzled. "Why is that?" He widened his eyes in astonishment when he heard him ask, "Princess Aristona keeps clinging to you, doesn't she? To the point where it's difficult for others to strike up a conversation with you at banquets." A light-haired noblewoman standing behind chimed in. "That's right, she acts like a duckling following its mother. Perhaps you're the only one she can rely on in the royal palace." The orange-haired noblewoman continued, "Oh no, my lord, don't you know how cunning Her Royal Highness the Princess is? She's trying to turn Marquis Patello into her knight."
She came from a humble background, so it's no surprise she harbors such intentions. She also needs to know her place and behave according to her lowly origins. She silently observed Joseph's expression. The Marquis was exercising patience for Aristona's sake right now. He didn't want to say anything that could make rumors about her spread further. He feared he would become an impediment to her and reject her pursuit simply to avoid scandal. This version of Marquis Patello was truly different from the one she knew. Aristona quietly left the party and went out to the flower garden. He quickly found her. "Princess Aristona, please don't pay attention to what others say. It will do you no good." Aristona turned her head back with a gentle smile. She softly replied, "From now on, I intend to set my sights on the throne. I will find a knight and practice using my power. Given this power, to abandon everything would truly be a waste." Joseph's eyes widened in surprise at Aristona's radiant appearance. He remarked, "A commendable resolve." She was surprised to hear Joseph praise her. "Oh, did you just praise me? Then this must certainly be the right decision." He changed the subject. "Is that why you're reading by yourself here? It's my birthday party today." Aristona bowed her head sadly. "I know, but—" Joseph immediately interrupted, declaring, "The only thing missing today is Her Royal Highness's gift." She blushed, stunned, upon hearing these words from him.
Aristana took an item from her handbag and spoke up. "Well, I also brought something, but the more I think about it, the more I feel it's completely unsuitable. It's nothing like the splendid things you received before." Joseph stared at her gift in stunned surprise. He gazed intently at the box. "Is this a brooch?" Aristana's cheeks flushed sincerely. "It's too ordinary, isn't it? If you don't want it, then—" Joseph immediately took her brooch. He gazed intently at the brooch. "You look like you were about to cry if I refuse." Aristona complained irritably. I know it's nothing special, but for politeness' sake, you should have said it was fine." Joseph pinned the brooch onto his clothes. He touched it and expressed, "I like it very much." She fell silent upon hearing these words. Tears involuntarily streamed down Aristona's face. He called out in confusion, "Your Highness." She wiped away her tears and expressed, "I'm sorry. I didn't think you would actually say that."
She was surprised to hear Joseph comforting her. "Do I really look that cruel? How could I not like a brooch given by my first student?" Aristona gave a gentle smile. "Your first student. You are also my greatest teacher. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble." After that, she silently followed behind Joseph. Aristona softly said, "Thank you." He widened his eyes in surprise when he heard the secretary report. "Marquis Patello, Duke Gabriel Cathana has declared himself Princess Aristona's knight." Joseph asked again, "Duke Cathana?" He nodded and continued to report. "Yes, it seems their visit to Pandora Temple with Princess Ophelia 2 days ago was to annul their vows by mutual consent." These words made her anxious. It was absurd. Had Duke Cathana abandoned Ophelia for her? Their vows couldn't have been that trivial. Joseph clenched his fists in anger. How unexpected. He sank into thought. This meant that from now on she would receive lessons from her knight. Would he no longer meet her during lessons? Joseph was startled when he heard Aristona call. "Tello, Marquis Patello. It's not like you to be so distracted during lessons. Is something bothering you?" He grimaced, holding his head. "I'm sorry. Where were we?" She put the pen back in the box. Aristona laughed and changed the subject. "I just said next time we should go to 39th Street for steak." Joseph sighed helplessly at her and carefully reminded her, "Your Highness, participating in the struggle for the throne, even if late, is a wise decision. However, you must be cautious of Gabriel Cathana. He has his own ambitions." She again seemed unconcerned about it. "His own ambitions? Does his desire to make me empress count?" He immediately denied. "That's not what I meant." Aristona stood up and affirmed, "Don't worry, Marquis Patello.
I'm not that naive. I know the Cathana formula is very suspicious, but cooperating with him also brings me benefits. Anyway, thank you for the advice. I won't forget it." Joseph looked towards her with a pensive gaze, laden with many unspoken thoughts. Aristana was also busy with her own thoughts. This Marquis version was truly vigilant.
While it's overly blunt to admit now, back then I was so consumed with the thought of leaving the royal palace that I couldn't consider any other possibilities. Life truly never goes as one wishes. Gabriel's voice rang out in a formal greeting. "Greetings, Marquis Patello." He immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Joseph was secretly astonished, not expecting to come face to face with his rival. He politely bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Duke." Gabriel offered a practiced smile and touched Joseph's shoulder. "Thank you for what you've done so far. From now on, I will be replacing you as Tina's tutor, so you no longer need to concern yourself with that." He stared intently at Gabriel's hand. Joseph, without reservation, criticized him bluntly. "That is truly disrespectful. Whether it's a teacher-student relationship or a knightly one, you should know that it is not permissible to speak of Her Highness so intimately." Gabriel curled his lips into a cunning smile. He placed his hand on Joseph's other shoulder and sneered. "As for you, Marquis Patello, you should stop pretending you still hold any value to the princess. When she was still within your grasp, you didn't cherish her. Now that someone else has come to take over, do you feel regret?" He frowned, thinking to himself. "Regret?" Gabriel's voice turned artificial. "Don't worry too much. Humans are, after all, creatures of regret." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned on his cane and glided past Joseph. He clenched his fists in anger. If only the Duke's words were true.
If only my feelings were so trivial and meaningless, I wouldn't have been in so much pain. The next day, in Joseph's office, his secretary informed him of important news. Last night, Prince Seguin took his own life. He, who was sitting and looking at documents, immediately looked up, his face clearly showing surprise. "What?" The secretary added. "Currently, the incident is being regarded as such." Joseph fell into deep thought. "That's strange. He wouldn't do that. It's highly likely he was murdered by Duke Cathana. The princess must be in immense pain. Everyone knows how much she cherished him. Damn it, I'm thinking of Her Highness again." Suddenly, Joseph was startled by a realization. He suddenly felt a sense of unease. What is this unsettling feeling? It's as if there's a memory in my mind that I've never experienced. What's happening to me? Meanwhile, Aristana seemed to be standing nearby. She watched Joseph with her arms crossed, thinking to herself, "Marquis Patello possesses the skill of memory reconstruction. That's how he realized his own memories had been tampered with. A memory of a different yesterday has been stolen from him." On the same day, in the imperial palace, the emperor was sternly questioning Sion. "Is that White Sion? Is it truly so? Are you absolutely certain?" "Yes, your majesty."
Cien possesses a perfect memory. Duke Gabriel Cathana murdered Prince Seguin, and Cien vividly remembers everything she witnessed. Gabriel, standing nearby, clenched his grip on his staff upon hearing this. The emperor still seemed unconvinced, and he casually asked the empress, "Empress, is what this woman says about her abilities true?" She closed her eyes slightly and replied, "Yes, it was verified at the Pandora altar." Upon hearing this, the emperor frowned even more deeply. "Do you deny these accusations, Duke Cathana?" Gabriel looked utterly cold, muttering under his breath, "Deny?" The next second, his hand reached for the dagger hidden beneath his clothes, which he always carried with him. Gabriel suddenly grabbed Cien, held the knife to her throat, making her scream in fear. "Such an insignificant witness is causing me too much trouble." The people present began to whisper amongst themselves. The emperor, in a panic, shouted loudly, "What is the meaning of this? Seize him!" Gabriel smirked in warning. "If anyone takes another step, I will kill her." The knights in the palace, hearing this, dared not advance. Gabriel quickly glanced around. While everyone was still stunned, he quickly turned and fled. The emperor watched Gabriel's retreating figure and loudly ordered, "Pursue him!"
Joseph ran to Cien, quickly checked on her, then stood up ready to give chase. "What are you thinking, Gabriel?" Outside, the sky had already darkened. Joseph finally caught up with Gabriel. He hid in the distance, observing Gabriel's every move, wondering, why did he come to Pandora's altar? At that moment, Gabriel held his knife in his hand. He raised the knife high and slashed a line across his arm. Joseph's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Gabriel clenched his freshly cut hand, letting drops of his blood fall onto the pedestal of the altar. "O heart, with my blood I make this offering. Please turn back time." Immediately after, both space and time warped. Joseph, sitting in the distance, was stunned. He smirked, muttering to himself, "Ha, you bastard." The very next second, time had reversed to that morning when Joseph was sitting and reading documents. He gazed intently at the papers in his hand, thinking to himself, the woman named Cien, in this timeline, her entry into the palace was delayed due to a carriage accident. Gabriel Cathana turned back time to eliminate a witness. He is systematically removing everyone around Princess Aristana to make her dependent on him. I can't just sit by and watch. First, I need to bring that woman with the perfect memory to my side. With that thought, Joseph went to the Imperial Library and searched for many books about the power of time reversal. He researched meticulously, learning that when the most perfect emperor is born, the box containing Pandora's heart will open. The one who holds Pandora's heart will gain divine power. Is this Gabriel's goal?
Another voice rang out. "Yes, it seems so."
Perhaps this wasn't the first time he had turned back time. After all, he needed to create a perfect emperor. The owner of that voice was Cian, who was also reading a book there. Joseph listened and replied, "So that's it. Now it makes sense. The reason he suddenly abandoned Ophelia to choose Princess Aristona, it must be because he had intended to make Ophelia empress in a previous timeline but failed. So this time he aimed for Princess Aristona. How many successor princes had ascended the throne step by step thanks to his hand? In countless erased futures, how many todays had he experienced?" Cian, still reading, looked up slightly and added, "According to records, only a chosen one can offer their blood to the heart and borrow the power to turn back time." Joseph listened and muttered to himself, "A chosen one?" Cian couldn't suppress his curiosity and turned to look at him. His sword-wielding hand was clenched tightly. "Lord Patalo, could it be you?" It was no longer early outside. Joseph said seriously, "We must consider all possibilities." After that, he immediately went to the altar. Joseph also cut his own hand, letting blood drip onto the pedestal at the altar. "O heart, accept my blood as an offering. Please turn back time." The red drops of blood fell onto the water on the pedestal. However, nothing happened. The surrounding space remained utterly silent.
Joseph pressed his lips together and thought to himself, sure enough, it had no effect on him. What made Gabriel different from others was his nullification ability. Aristana continued to watch Joseph from behind. She rubbed her chin, looking at him, and thought to herself, "That's a sharp deduction, Marquis Patello. The chosen one must possess the nullification ability, otherwise the time traveler would also lose their memories. That also explains why Aaliyah retained memories from the previous timeline." Suddenly, Joseph let out a sigh full of despondency. Seeing this, Aristana looked over. Joseph's face fell, clearly showing sadness. "I only want Princess Aristana to find peace. Why is it so difficult to grant her that?" Hearing those words, Aristana frowned and pressed her lips tightly together. That year, as autumn arrived, Prince Kilstain fell ill and passed away after a period of struggle. In the winter of the same year, the emperor, who also suffered from the same illness, passed away. According to his last wishes, the successor to the throne. Congratulations, Empress Aristana. It was Aristana. However, fortunately, Pandora's box did not open. But could that truly be called fortunate? Gabriel Cathana would surely turn back time again to find the perfect emperor. Joseph had now returned to the library, resting both hands on the table, his face etched with complex emotions.
Cian looked at him hesitantly and said, "It seems he hasn't turned back time yet. Do you think he has any other plans? What are you going to do?" Joseph clenched his hand, crumpling the paper he held. "I must assassinate Gabriel Cathana before he interferes with time once more." In the future, after Aristana ascended the throne, a noble banquet was held. The ladies and young misses gathered together, chatting animatedly. They didn't hesitate to gossip about the royal family. "Today is Her Majesty's first official event as Empress, isn't it? And yet it's so small and humble." Indeed, it doesn't suit her title, but considering her background, it's not surprising. A young miss gently reminded, "Shh, watch your words. Although the real power in the palace lies in Duke Cathana's hands, I hear he dotes on Her Majesty immensely." Another, hearing this, exclaimed excitedly and curiously, "Oh, that snake? How interesting."
Could it be that he's fallen in love? Otherwise, why would he place a girl who only possesses competence on the throne? There must be a special bond between them. The recent whispers made Joseph freeze. He looked towards Aristana, standing at the pinnacle of power, and wondered, why did I risk my life to save her? I always turned a blind eye to her feelings, and never once acknowledged the affection she offered. What right do I have to interfere between them? After all the guests had gathered, Aristana called out, "Come, let us enjoy the feast." After a while, Joseph went out to the balcony alone and looked down. Suddenly, a voice called his name from behind, "Marquis Patello." Aristana's platinum hair swayed gently with her movements. Aristana looked at Joseph, smiling brightly, and said, "So you're here." Joseph immediately bowed to her. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Aristana's cheeks flushed slightly. "Hearing you call me that truly makes me realize I've ascended the throne."
Joseph continued, "Though late, I offer my most sincere congratulations on Your Majesty's coronation." Aristana happily accepted his congratulations. "To be congratulated by you, Master, is my honor." The very next second, Joseph's face darkened, and he looked past Aristana. He saw Gabriel smiling brightly, talking to other nobles inside. Just 3 steps to the side, only 3 steps, the angle would be perfect, and then he could save Her Majesty. Meanwhile, Aristana stepped forward towards Joseph. "Do you know, I've never been as happy as I am now. I never thought there would be a day when my world would become so perfect. It's all thanks to Gabriel and you." Hearing her words, Joseph couldn't help but be surprised. Aristana added, "Especially Gabriel. His insight is almost inhuman. It was that very thing that brought me to this throne. I don't know what you plan to do next, but I sincerely hope you also find peace. Well, I should return to Gabriel now. Goodbye." With that, Aristana turned and returned to the party.
Joseph, standing behind her, could only reach out his hand into the air, wanting to hold her back, but it was no use. He clenched that hand into a fist. Gabriel already knew about my assassination plan for him. Her Majesty had warned me. I have failed. I cannot eliminate Duke Cathana. I cannot expose his conspiracy. I don't have the courage to shatter her happiness. Joseph clutched his chest, muttering to himself, "This is terrible."
After that, I tried to forget Empress Aristana. Duke Cathana never turned back time again, and rumors spread that they were as intimate as lovers. Perhaps Duke Cathana had achieved everything he wanted. Gradually, I let go of the Empress and began to focus on managing the neglected family estate. Then, at some point, the Empress acquired a new title, Aristana the Tyrant. At this moment, Cien stood before Joseph's desk, reporting that the Empress was eradicating rebellious factions scattered throughout the empire. In the process, the number of innocent civilians unjustly sacrificed had exceeded hundreds. The secretary glanced at him and added, "What if all of this was orchestrated by the Empress herself?" Hearing this, Cien quickly denied, "No, this is clearly Duke Cathana's conspiracy. It's definitely part of his plan." Joseph, after his surprise subsided, spoke up, "But Cien, there's no concrete evidence to support your claim. And even if Gabriel truly pulled the strings, Her Majesty was ultimately the one who approved it." Cien was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Ah. Joseph suddenly recalled Aristana's words on the balcony during her coronation celebration. "I don't know what you plan to do next, but I sincerely hope you will also find peace." He pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, "I've been rejected by Her Majesty. There's nothing more I can do now." The next day, the news spread everywhere, and everyone was indignant that the Empress had once again caused another cruel massacre.
People say she doesn't even remember the decrees she personally issued. She must have lost her mind. Someone must put an end to that demon's crimes. But isn't there someone who can save us? It is Duke Gabriel Cathana. Without him, the empire would have collapsed long ago. He is the one who deserves to sit on the throne. As Empress Aristana's reputation plummeted disastrously, Gabriel rose to unprecedented heights. By the time I decided to act, it was too late. The tyrant Aristana was sentenced to death, and the one chosen to replace her on the throne was none other than the most perfect emperor, Gabriel Cathana. Slandering Empress Aristana as a tyrant, orchestrating her downfall, and then cloaking himself in the guise of justice, that was Gabriel's definition of the most perfect emperor. Joseph clutched the newspaper tightly in his hand, his face unable to hide his anger. Just then, footsteps echoed behind him, making him startle and turn his head. Several royal knights entered. "Are you Marquis Joseph Patello?" Joseph immediately replied, "Yes, royal knights. What brings you to my home?" The royal knight blandly informed him, "The condemned has made a final request to see you."
Joseph's body stiffened. He buried his face in his hands, remembering Aristana's radiant smiles. Why did things turn out this way? You who were once so pure-hearted, no different from other maidens your age. You are not someone who would easily allow yourself to be so tragically exploited. You don't deserve this fate. After bringing Joseph to the detention center, the knights quickly stepped outside. The creaking of the old wooden door echoed. They told him, "We will wait outside the door." At this moment, Aristana was sitting on the bed, her face visibly haggard. Seeing her current appearance, Joseph couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. "Your Majesty." Aristana didn't speak immediately, but glanced towards the door. She carefully pulled out a piece of paper, then she wrote something on it. Joseph silently watched her. "The soldiers are listening in. Please pretend you are talking to me. Please read what I have written."
Joseph immediately understood and complied. He looked at Aristana and asked, "How did it come to this? I swear to high heaven that I never ordered a massacre. And you might not believe it, but Gabriel can turn back time. I have buried the evidence for this truth where I gave you the brooch." Reading Aristana's words, Joseph couldn't help but feel astonished, but he still had to try to speak calmly and normally with her. "How does it feel to face death? Go there as soon as you leave this room," Joseph continued, heartbroken. "Didn't I once warn you to be careful of him? After verifying the evidence, destroy the box containing Pandora's heart. Today will be your last chance. I know you've always tried to help me all this time. Thank you, and I'm sorry." The very next second, Joseph knelt on one knee before Aristana. Seeing this, she was utterly surprised, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Joseph then carefully lifted her hand and gently kissed the back of it. He said seriously, "I pledge my life to protect your Majesty."
The magnificent white mansion emerged in the dazzling sunlight, exuding an overwhelming aura of opulence and regality. The wide-open box lay haphazardly on the ground, empty and cold. When the most perfect emperor is born, the box containing the heart of great Pandora will open. Only a royal family member possessing nullification power can reverse time at Pandora's altar, and the amount of time that can be reversed is directly proportional to the amount of blood sacrificed. Joseph held the stack of documents in his hand, unable to hide his bewilderment and astonishment.
Cyan and he had only just pieced together these clues, yet His Majesty had discovered everything on his own. He was startled to realize this was... Joseph read the pile of documents in a daze. Imperial Year 504, September 16th, Rebellion. Harbin was purged without authorization. Imperial Year 504, September 20th, 16 innocent civilians were executed. No memory of issuing imperial edicts. His Majesty had never issued these decrees. Gabriel was unaware this diary existed. It is speculated that Gabriel reversed time by 1 day to forge the imperial edicts. The records would still remain credible. Aristona was merely a puppet who had relentlessly fought to expose Gabriel's conspiracy. Even when I, in my own despicable self-contempt, abandoned her, she still stood firm alone in this vast palace, refusing to give up, even when labeled a tyrant. The tranquil evening air was suddenly disturbed by his urgent call echoing, "Sir."
I brought the gun as you requested, but where are you going? He quickly grabbed the gun. There was no time for explanations. I must go to the Pandora Temple immediately. Under the twilight, the mansion stood imposing and majestic, yet enveloped in an unusually profound silence. The knight was startled by the sudden appearance of Joseph, Marquis Patello. "What brings you here at this hour? The Pandora Temple has been sealed off by order of Duke Gabriel. By order of His Imperial Majesty. Please turn back, sir." Without a moment's hesitation, he coldly aimed the gun directly at the knight, issuing a brief but weighty warning. "Get out of the way." The knight panicked, only able to retreat. "What's going on? Please put the gun down." Joseph slowly squeezed the trigger. "I'm not kidding. Move aside now." The knight's face turned pale, unable to do anything, and Joseph immediately ran inside. The sacred space's silence was suddenly broken by Joseph's footsteps as he advanced towards the center of the magnificent grand hall. He fired at the box without hesitation, letting the resounding explosion tear through the air and draw all eyes.
Joseph panted, "It's done. I have destroyed the box. I have followed Queen Aristona's command." What was the final clue I discovered? What did she want to show me? The fragments of the box suddenly glowed, sparkling like stars. Faced with the brilliant radiance emanating from them, he couldn't hide his astonishment. "This is..." The jolt made Aristona jump, waking up in a state of extreme panic, her gaze still wide with shock. Heavy gasps echoed as she opened her terrified eyes wide, trying to calm her wildly beating heart. He suddenly spoke. "How does it feel to peek into someone else's memories? Quite a fascinating story, isn't it? And so I stole Pandora's heart, going back far into the past, and now I am here, before your Majesty." Aristona frantically grabbed Joseph's shirt. "Why did you stop the memory at such a crucial moment? What was in the box? What fell from the altar?" He gave a slight smirk. Joseph skillfully teased her, determined to conceal the truth with an evasive answer. "That's a secret. If you're that curious, I'll tell you another time." Aristona's cheeks flushed red like tomatoes. His current demeanor was vastly different from the image in those memories. "I can't reconcile those two people in my mind," she thought. Joseph had completely trusted me and shown me his memories, as well as his feelings, in complete vulnerability. What he revealed to me was deeper than truth itself. It was sincerity. He subtly stood up and offered, "Watching those memories must have tired you. Please rest. I will..." She grabbed Joseph's sleeve. Aristona proactively held him back with a sweet and alluring offer. "Don't go, Marquis Patello. I want you to stay here with me."
"I'm grateful you've gone so far for someone like me, and I sympathize with your loss. All these emotions are overwhelming. I have so much to say, but I don't know where to begin." Joseph responded to her confusion with an affectionate gaze. "Is that so? Then start with the first thought that comes to your mind." Aristona lowered her head shyly. "Do you really like me that much?" He paused for a moment. Joseph propped his hands on the bed. I should be the one asking that question. She no longer had any resistance, relaxed her entire body, and leaned back. He questioned gently and affectionately, "What exactly have you done to me?" Aristona was utterly bewildered. "Me?" Joseph replied, "That's right. You've turned me into a dog that only knows how to obey your every command."
Aristona's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and she stammered, unable to speak. What was he saying? She regretted her past actions. It was true she once harbored impure intentions towards Marquis Patello, but back then he always rejected her. Aristona hid her confusion behind a stern expression. She coldly brushed aside Joseph's words with a sarcastic rejection. "Don't make me laugh. Have you forgotten how you used to scorn every word I uttered?" He immediately fell silent, unable to utter a word. Joseph buried his head in her chest, seeking solace, shedding all his pretenses to utter a remorseful apology. "I'm sorry for hurting you." Aristona wavered slightly. She had never thought she would be so captivated by someone. Not only that, but he had also saved her life, so perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. She gently lifted his chin. "It's all right. All that is in the past, isn't it?
Besides, now the tables have turned. You like me more than I like you, so let's call it even. Joseph's golden eyes flickered with surprise. The distance between them completely vanished. He pressed close to Aristana, letting their gazes intertwine in a suspended moment filled with intimacy.
She was so embarrassed that she covered her face. "Joseph, Marquis Patello, what are you doing?" He locked his gaze on Aristana, softly uttering her name in a deep, warm voice, laden with long, suppressed emotions. "Tina." Aristana's eyes were restless and deeply stirred. Joseph held her waist tightly. "Ever since you regained your memories, I've wanted to touch you, Tina." All restraint shattered, the distance between them completely erased as the two became one in a passionate kiss, igniting the romantic atmosphere around them. A soft light spread throughout the luxurious room. The radiating light woke Aristana with a dreamy, bewildered blink. She properly opened her eyes, greeted by his gentle morning sun smile and doting, affectionate inquiry. "Are you awake? If you're tired, just sleep a little longer." Aristana loved it, but feigned shyness and pushed him away. "Isn't it a bit early to act like lovers?" She suddenly flinched. Aristana was astonished by the long scratch on Joseph Marquis Patello's body. "What is this?" He held her hand. "Marquis? Didn't I tell you to call me Joe? You called me that countless times last night, didn't you? Have you forgotten?" She recalled what she had done yesterday, and the more she remembered, the redder Aristana's face became. "Memories. Joe! Joe!" She was so embarrassed that she snapped at Joseph. "Aren't you ashamed at all, Marquis Patello?" He still took the opportunity to tease. "It's Joe." Aristana conceded. "All right, Joe." On the luxurious desk, a few scattered papers lay, a sign of important work left unfinished. She cut straight to the chase. "So, after breaking the box, exactly when did you turn back time?" Joseph honestly replied, 7 years ago, in spring. Aristana mused. 7 years ago, then. His face was heavy with remorse. "I'm sorry I couldn't save Prince Egwin." She reassured Joseph. "You don't need to apologize. I'm grateful you tried. Anyway, that means Pandora's box has been restored to its original state." He replied, "Yes, but the inside is different now. I took what was originally inside." Aristana's eyes blazed with a fierce glare. "And you intend to take that secret to your grave?" Joseph nodded vigorously. "If you're curious, you can break it open just like I did." She wondered inwardly, what exactly was in that box? If it wasn't the heart of the great deity Pandora, then what was it? This is driving me crazy. Aristana remembered something. "By the way, in the memory you showed me, I didn't see any trace of Ilya at all. Why is that?" He replied casually, "Of course you couldn't. At that time, she wasn't a princess yet." She gasped. "What?" Joseph gently explained. "Remember, she also possesses the power of nullification. Every time Gabriel reversed time, she must have retained all her memories. So when I reversed 7 years, she must have seized that opportunity to enter the royal palace." Aristana's face was a picture of speechless helplessness. "Ilya is truly terrifying. She's like an onion. Peel one layer, and there's another underneath." He continued, "I underestimated her as a loophole in the plan, and that very mistake ultimately led to the death of Prince Egwin."
Because she remembers the past, Princess Ilya is the second most dangerous variable, second only to Gabriel. She squeezed Joseph's hand. "You don't need to feel guilty, Joe. Gabriel and Ilya would pay for what they've done." He nodded, smiling faintly. "Yes, they will pay." Aristana continued to ask, "Gabriel must have realized that time was reversed by 7 years. Do you think he guessed it was you?" Joseph affirmed with certainty. "No, he doesn't know. However, he definitely realized that something was terribly wrong, because now he can no longer manipulate time on his own. The first person the Duke suspected was you, Princess Aristana. That's why he framed you for annihilating the royal family and dethroned you." As the veil of secrecy was lifted, she looked back at herself in shock. "Finally, every piece of the puzzle fits together. I can't believe I was once so naive." "Wait, then what about everything you told me when I first met you? Did you lie to me?" He smiled gently. "Yes, that's right. Back then, the biggest obstacle in my plan wasn't Gabriel or Princess Ilya, but you, Tina." This frank confession made her eyes widen in surprise. "What? What do you mean?" Joseph calmly recounted. "Please don't misunderstand. After reversing time by 7 years, I observed your every move." Aristana deadpanned. "I'm not surprised at all." He burst out laughing. "Then I'm relieved."
Anyway, what I found out was that you rejected every knight who dared to approach you. She was slightly startled by Joseph's meticulous observation. He wasn't wrong. This time, Joseph confessed and revealed what he had done. "So I lied to get your attention. I'm sorry." However, this very confession made Aristana reevaluate her past actions. "I was just too picky, hoping to find a knight I could trust for life, but perhaps that only made Joseph more cautious." Her hand clenched, revealing her fluctuating emotions. Stop apologizing, Joe. I'll make sure you never have to say sorry again. I can even be bait if you want. Use me however you need. This request made Joseph's brain momentarily freeze. Why are you looking at me like that? Her unexpected response made him happily speak his mind. I'm just happy. I truly like you. How could a man like me resist a woman as beautiful as you? And you're cute, too. Each cheesy word made Aristana blush crimson. That's enough. So what should we do to take down Ilya? We can't let her team up with Gabriel. Remember, a banquet will be held here in 2 days. Joseph offered with a mischievous smile. How about we ruin it? She pondered his words, an image of Minky with 3 dots floating above its head appearing in her mind. Ruin it. At a lavishly decorated banquet, Minky, with its black fur, happily stuck out its tongue. Its appearance suddenly became the center of attention. Count Evren, standing nearby, quickly noticed. Huh? Why is there a dog in the mansion?
Unlike his rather displeased attitude, Lady Evren, on the other hand, seemed utterly delighted. Oh my, haven't you heard? This is Minky, the dog that can distinguish between real and fake. Count Evren retorted irritably. That's absurd. How can a dog understand human speech and distinguish between real and fake? Who is spreading such ridiculous rumors? I want to meet the owner of that dog. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Are you looking for me? Seeing the newcomer, he stammered in panic. Marquis Patello, long time no see, Count and Lady Evren. Count Evren, startled, quickly corrected himself. You mean you are the owner of the dog? I mean, of Minky. She then stepped forward, praising on behalf of her hesitant husband. Sir, I've heard so much about your precious pet. May I ask Minky a question? Joseph generously agreed. Of course, but my dog only answers my questions.
Lady Evren looked at it perplexed. What should I ask? He stood to the side, a bewildered grimace forming in his mind. Is Marquis Patello spreading such a wild rumor again? I thought he was wiser than that. At this moment, he offered a conspiratorial smile and suggested, how about this? Let's ask if Count Evren has an illegitimate child. Count Evren, as if a raw nerve had been touched, turned pale, his voice trembling. What are you saying? Joseph, disregarding their opinions, directly asked, Minky, if Count Evren has an illegitimate child, sit down. If not, lie down. Not to disappoint anyone, it immediately sat down as if by instinct. Whispers immediately broke out. My goodness, did you see that? It must just be a coincidence. What would an animal know? The sound, like a lit fuse, ignited his tyrannical rage. This is an insult to my honor. All my life I have only loved my wife and children. Let's go, my dear. You wouldn't believe this nonsense, would you? Unfortunately, with a woman's sixth sense, Lady Evren coldly slapped away the hand that was about to touch her. She mercilessly exposed Count Evren. Insult to your honor? Do you even have such a thing as honor? I've long known you secretly meet women in dark alleys, and judging by your reaction, it seems you really do have an illegitimate child.
Excuse me, Marquis Patello, I must take my leave. Only then did he realize his fear, scrambling after her. Wait, my dear. Their departure left the hall in a momentary silence. The murmurs of conversation once again rose animatedly. That dog must be a mystical creature. People say Minky has guessed correctly more than 10 times already. Marquis Patello, may I ask the next question? Hold on, I'm first. Joseph closed his eyes, thinking to himself, a mystical creature, huh? It seems our bait is quite effective. His Highness should be pleased. Seated from above, Aristana's gaze swept over everything. Her hand set the wineglass down. Aristana's lips curved into a smirk as she turned. Have you come to enjoy the banquet, Leon? He frowned, full of dissatisfaction. That's not funny at all. Geneva 60? Do you know how rare that bottle of wine is? It seems Marquis Patello truly spoils you. Aristana leisurely offered a charming smile. Spoiling me, you say? The more Leon spoke, the more her rebellious spirit flared, and she picked up the glass, filling it with wine. With an expressionless face, Aristana poured away the precious wine as if it were mere tap water, not worth bothering with. He, however, was stunned by this action. Huh? Leon quickly snatched the entire bottle of wine, not forgetting to mock. They say fools are stubborn, but this is truly ridiculous.
If you're going to waste it, you might as well sell it to me. Her actions seemed childish, but in reality they were carefully calculated. Leon had always been fond of wine, but for him to react so violently, it must truly have been a precious bottle. He poured himself a glass in front of Aristana and gulped it down. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to drink? Though she said that outwardly, inwardly she kept urging, drink it, and remember to swallow it all. Leon was a notorious alcoholic, so there was no better bait than that. He slammed the glass down. His face flushed with a slight tipsiness, he swayed and sat down. You and the Marquis seem quite close. Aristana calmly gave a reasonable answer. What's wrong with a master and a knight being close? It seemed the alcohol was gradually clouding his judgment. Leon shed his usual mask and spoke his mind. That man, who had never cared about the struggle for the throne, wasn't it strange that he suddenly swore loyalty to a princess like you? Aristana's pomegranate-like eyes observed his every move. His words were somewhat rude, but it seemed he was genuinely worried.
She continued the charade, only replying in a formulaic manner. He swore loyalty to me at Pandora's altar. How could that be false? Wine loosened his tongue, and Leon, his face beat red, babbled on. Don't be ridiculous. Do you really believe that wild, sweet talk? I'm not saying this because you're my sister, or because I feel guilty, or for any other reason. Aristana was helpless, not expecting him to be so drunk in broad daylight. His hand clenched tight. You must think the Yo Grante royal family is completely rotten. Actually, I think so too. I'm fed up with it all. I don't want anything to do with them anymore. This unexpected confession made her pause for a moment. Leon staggered to his feet. I don't even want to set foot in this wretched place. Who cares about that cursed power anyway? After he left, Aristana confirmed in her mind. The information I received from Kilstain before coming here was indeed accurate. Leon Yo Grante often grumbled and blurted things out when drunk. At least I got a glimpse of his true feelings. She took off her earring, deliberately throwing it away, and a plan began to form. So, I'm ready for the party.
The conversations faded, but the party had only just begun. Amidst the flickering candlelight and the magnificent, intricately carved walls, the party remained bustling and vibrant. Amidst the crowd, Ilya's figure appeared. Her steps suddenly halted, as if she had discovered something. On the ground was precisely the earring she had just thrown away. This was... Ilya herself recognized it and picked it up, Aristana's earring. She clutched it tightly in her hand, as if she held a grudge against its owner, then let out a self-brainwashing sigh, as if she were too noble. No, I shouldn't be angry. A chosen one like me cannot stoop to hating anyone. I will simply return these earrings, and while I'm at it, inform her that Gabriel Cathana will become my knight. Then I will get to see her face crumble in shock. Ilya walked to the door of the room and knocked twice. The door opened and Penny smiled in welcome. Your Highness, you've returned sooner than expected. She suddenly froze, her expression slightly stunned upon seeing who it was. Penny exclaimed, Princess Ilya. She frowned scrutinizingly. This was the maid who had betrayed Fiona and sided with Aristana. She couldn't believe that she had stolen Fiona's maid and caused her downfall overnight. What a cunning woman. But her petty tricks ended here. With her superb acting skills, Ilya's face immediately adopted the role of a smiling white lotus. I found this earring and thought I would return it to Aristana. She awkwardly and hastily turned back inside. Oh, please wait a moment. In her heart, she secretly fantasized. Last night, Duke Cathana sent me a letter saying that Aristana is plotting treason. At today's banquet, I will use that information to strike her a blow, and then I will have the chance to save Marquis Patello. While she was daydreaming, the door opened again. The person inside, with flowing platinum hair, stepped out. Dressed in a new, exquisitely sharp outfit, she spoke. Ilya, what brings you to my room?
Hatred radiated from her eyes. Aristiana Yo Grante. The future tyrant would slaughter innocent people and lead this nation to destruction. She was completely unaware of the fate awaiting her, yet she dared to be so arrogant. I truly can't stand it. Ilya's hand raised the earring.
Her face lit up with a smile, as if greeting a dear sister. I found this in the hallway and thought I should personally bring it back to you. Aristana didn't mind playing along, putting on a polite front. Oh my, how thoughtful. But how did you know those earrings were mine? Perhaps I won't have to worry about losing things anymore, thanks to my little sister who always keeps an eye on me. Hearing the sarcasm in the last words, she couldn't maintain her innocent little sister expression, her voice turning sharp. Aristana, what exactly are you plotting with Marquis Patello? She maintained her elegant composure, feigning ignorance as she asked. Plotting? With their facades finally dropped, Ilya spoke without reservation. Don't pretend to be innocent. I heard the Marquis used hounds to spread false rumors, all at your command, didn't he? Aristana calmly stepped closer, arrogantly declaring, Indeed, you're as sharp as ever. But tell me, what good is cleverness without power? My Marquis, Ilya, you can't do anything. Just stand there and watch me helplessly. Her pupils dilated, a realization dawning in her mind. Don't tell me she's going to sacrifice Marquis Patello as part of a coup. I can't let that happen. The lack of information was a terrifying thing, and the evidence was right before her. Ilya foolishly ordered, Duke Cathana will soon take the place of the knight. Release the Marquis, and I will spare your life. Aristana's lips curved slightly, suppressing a laugh. Surely you understand the Duke's reputation. Oh my, congratulations, Ilya. But don't worry, this empire will be in my hands. Her face darkened, twitching, and her entire body seemed to go rigid.
Each heavy step was like stomping something to death. Listen carefully, Aristana. I will tell you exactly how you will become an irredeemable piece of trash in the future. You might not believe it, but this is my second life.
In my previous life, I was just an orphan forced to clean the house of a despicable merchant. He trafficked people to sell to nobles, and every day I lived in fear of being sold next. But then, one day, a man came to that house. Joseph's voice echoed, "Find me an assassin. The target is Gabriel Kathana." I fell in love at first sight. How could anyone be so handsome? I don't know when, but I started waiting for that day to return. I was nothing but a lowly, stammering orphan, yet I still hoped to see that day once more. One day, the merchant, bored, idly chatted. He's young and talented, but he's blinded by that woman. Upon hearing about Kathana, I boldly asked, "A woman?" He scowled and snapped, "You brat, stop eavesdropping and get back to work. I'm talking about the new Empress, Empress Aristana. She's going to marry Duke Kathana soon." Hearing that my crush, being exploited, was about to marry, my small, inadequate mind secretly ached. What? He's being exploited by the Empress. If only I could comfort him and heal his bleeding heart. Day and night I prayed to somehow help Marquis Patello. Did my desperate plea reach God's ears? A late night with a cool breeze, perfect for shady business. Why suddenly? The merchant, delighted, said, "Consider yourself lucky. A noble family wants to buy you."
I was also planning to run away myself, but here I am, someone who doesn't need to worry about money anymore. I can barely take care of myself, yet I'm meddling in others' affairs. Otherwise, if I'm sold off like this, he would have to suffer alone forever. But sometimes, a fool has a fool's luck. She opened her eyes again. Her calloused hand touched the soft sheet. She was startled and wondered, "Why am I back in my own bed?"
Ilya's hand emitted an aura, its manifested power causing the wind to rise and the scarves to flutter. She immediately thought, "Is this the power I've been blessed with by God? It's an ability only those of royal blood possess." After that, time kept reversing, and only I remembered everything. Most events repeated themselves exactly each time, except for one detail. Aristana grew increasingly cruel with each loop. That's when I realized I was the messenger sent by God to punish the queen. And then I swore I would enter the palace, expose the queen's corruption, and save Marquis Patello. She also played the role of a dedicated listener, analyzing internally that they must have been connected in a past life. To not call it a connection would be a stretch. At this moment, she looked like a madwoman lost in her own world, muttering to herself. Of course, at first, my goal wasn't easy to achieve, but God turned back the wheel of time by 7 years, granting me a second chance. Do you know how hard I've worked to rise from an orphan to a position where I can enter the palace? Enjoy your peace while you still can, Aristana. Your end is near. Having extracted a fair amount of information, she sighed, dismissing her guest. How surprising. You may leave now. Annoyed, Ilya's nonsensical words were starting to get on her nerves. She picked up her skirt and uttered a threat. I know it's hard to believe you could commit such heinous crimes, but it's true. You are a murderer. Just wait and see. I will bring down divine punishment upon you and save Marquis Patello. After delivering her information, Ilya turned and walked away without looking back. Aristana felt like an old mother, helpless against a rebellious child with limited intelligence. That mouth is always so troublesome. Couldn't she just get straight to the point and leave? Oh dear, I should have returned to the banquet hall ages ago. She turned her head, looking for Penny. Where is she? Behind Aristana, a pair of feet approached. Joseph, without a trace of awkwardness, intimately embraced the beauty, pulling her into her arms. Every time I see you, I realize there isn't a single color that doesn't suit you.
This sudden appearance made her beautiful face flush red. Dre, you scared me. Confused, when did he come in? Each suggestive touch made Aristana blush even more deeply. Wait, I haven't finished my hair yet. His honeyed lips placed a kiss. Your beauty alone is more than enough. You shine brightly even without jewelry. Even she, usually like a cold block of ice, suddenly melted into a shy maiden. We'll be late, Dre. His restless hand seized every opportunity to embrace Aristana's waist. She gave up resisting, accepting his embrace, unable to stop him. A sweet and romantic night. Returning to the party hall, brightly lit by torches. Aristana, like a sulking little girlfriend, rubbed her neck. No marks, right? Joseph said it's fine, but I can't trust that madman. Anyway, it seemed everyone had already arrived. All the princes and princesses were present, except for Gustin and Fiona.
And Gabriel was here too. He seemed to sense her gaze flicking his way. The Empress seemed to have recovered from the previous incident. Among the ladies, whispers circulated. Oh my, what is that? Haven't you heard? That word is all the rage now, so fluffy and cute. It seems even His Majesty has been enchanted. Macedonia approached and whispered in her ear. I wonder what he has prepared for us today. Marquis Patello and a dog. What an odd pair. Aristana glanced at her, thinking, she acts as if I'm always plotting something. However, lately that hasn't been entirely wrong. At this moment, a loud knock echoed, as if to draw attention.
Joseph, after conversing with the emperor, spoke up. If I may have everyone's attention. He then announced, please pay attention. Marquis Patello has prepared an interesting performance for me. He suggested livening up the party, and of course I agreed. I've heard rumors that the Marquis's dog possesses extraordinary clairvoyant abilities, and I wish to witness it myself. His gaze, like a cunning fox, swept across the room. Now we need a volunteer. Princess Ilia, would you like to be the star of tonight's performance? With her love-struck brain, she agreed without a second thought, as if it were a festival. Of course, if it is your request, I am more than willing. Joseph then made a request. Then I would like to invite everyone here to write a question on a small piece of paper, a question that can be answered with a yes or no.
Minky would randomly pick a sheet and answer. Aristana, with her sharp eyes, naturally recognized the trick. It wasn't random at all. Minky only chose the sheets we had prepared because Joseph had rubbed dried meat onto them, a simple but effective trick. He held the paper and began to read. This is the first question. Are you currently pursuing a knight? Minky would sit down if the answer was yes, and lie down if it was no. Is that truly so, Your Highness? Ilia clapped her hands in praise. How astonishing! It's true. Meanwhile, she stood outside like a spectator, watching her make a fool of herself. Ilia was overjoyed, thinking that Joseph had chosen her. How pitiful. She had no idea what was about to happen. On this side, he continued his performance, and now came the second question. Princess Ilia, have you been concealing your nullification ability from His Majesty? A question that made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice pit. What did you just say?
Joseph didn't even bother looking at Ilia, but smiled with downcast eyes and ordered, Now, Minky, you know what to do. Sit if it's true, and lie down if it's false. Immediately after, Minky promptly obeyed and sat down. The crowd instantly erupted in chatter. Nullification? Princess Ilia? Did she truly conceal that power from His Majesty? Of all abilities, it had to be that one. Just as she was sinking into despair, the Emperor's voice suddenly boomed, startling her. Ilia, it's merely a trivial trick performed with an animal. How do you think I should react? His cold words made Ilia tremble, clutching her skirt tightly. Your Majesty, I swear on the honor of Ilia de Grant that I know absolutely nothing about this nullification ability. I have never deceived you. I can stake my life to prove it. But the Emperor turned to Ophelia and commanded, Ophelia, check if she's telling the truth.
She immediately obeyed and began to condense magic in her hands. Yes, Your Majesty. A second later, that stream of magic swept past everyone in the Great Hall. Everyone was affected and had to shield themselves with their hands. However, only Ilia felt absolutely nothing, and that also exposed her. A moment later, Ophelia's hand froze. Oh my! Ilia wasn't affected by my power at all. It just passed right through her. Seeing the situation, Aristana smiled inwardly with great satisfaction. Oh, poor girl, she's been pushed to the brink. She had been wrong from the start. Now what would she do? Confess her lie and gamble her life, or continue to deny it even though the truth had been exposed before everyone's eyes? After a long silence, Ilia slowly bowed her head and spoke. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Please believe what I am about to tell you. If we want to save the Yogrante Empire from the hands of evil, Your Majesty must know this. I, Ilia Yogrante, am the sole savior of this empire. Aristona looked at her frantic expression and was silently speechless. Good heavens, was it really necessary to say that? Meanwhile, Ilia's fantastical voice continued to ring out. I come from the future, a terrible, desolate future where the empire has collapsed. And in that future, Princess Aristana is the tyrant who drove our nation to ruin. Even though time has been reversed, her true nature remains unchanged. She is merely orchestrating this plot to eliminate me, her greatest obstacle. The space fell silent once again until someone couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Then an endless chorus of mocking laughter rang out. Oh dear, it appears Marquis Patello and Princess Ilia have truly put on quite a performance. What an amusing diversion. Ilia's face darkened, but she persisted in her defense. Do you think this is a joke? Everyone, look at this paper. Do you recognize it? Isn't this a copy of the note you gave to your maid Penny? Aristona remained perfectly calm, even as the other woman turned to threaten her. So she plans to portray herself as a victim, just like Fiona. Madonia, standing beside her, whispered hesitantly, Isn't anyone going to stop her? Aristana ignored it and continued her silent analysis. It seemed Dinah had obtained the note and Gabriel had managed to give it to Ilia, but unfortunately for Ilia, she had walked straight into a trap of her own making. Still oblivious, she smiled smugly and held up the paper. Let me read it aloud for everyone. Item in the third compartment of the wine cellar, second shelf, yellow label. Target is the Golden Eagle. The surrounding crowd immediately began to murmur in astonishment. Isn't the Golden Eagle one of His Majesty's titles? Ilia, even more eagerly, turned with a glare and urged,
Quickly check that location. There you will find the poisoned wine prepared to assassinate the emperor. Hearing this, he gestured to a servant, who bowed and acknowledged the order. Understood. Then the emperor turned to question. Aristona, what do you say about Ilya's accusation?
She merely let out a calm sigh upon seeing this. Your Majesty, I truly don't know what she is saying. What worries me most right now is Ilya's condition. Shouldn't we summon the imperial physician immediately? Not long after, the servant returned. Your Majesty, I have found the wine at the specified location. The emperor quickly inquired. Well, is it poisoned? The servant immediately denied. No, Your Majesty, there are no traces of any suspicious substances. It's just normal wine. Upon hearing this, Ilya's face darkened with disbelief. Impossible. Aristana slightly furrowed her brows, feigning innocence as she explained. I merely wanted to invite you to drink wine together. I never thought it would be twisted into such malicious slander.
The emperor, now utterly furious, questioned her. Why did you lie to Ilya? Every word you uttered was a lie. Tell me, who in this room can still believe you now? Ilya, as if losing all strength, dropped the piece of paper in her hand. No, it's Aristana! Aristana! Just then, a man with a cane approached. Your Majesty, Gabriel said with a smile, I apologize for the sudden interruption, but I have an accusation concerning Princess Ilya. Hearing this, she turned her head to look at him, Gabriel, in utter disbelief. He didn't stop, but continued his accusation. This matter concerns the death of Prince Seguin, and it's possible Princess Ilya was involved in it. Ilya's face turned pale, and sweat poured down, drenching her. Her lips stiff, she asked again, What are you saying, Duke Cathana? He took another step towards her, each word pushing her further into the abyss. There are still many unanswered questions surrounding Prince Seguin's death. How could the culprit create an alibi and avoid capture? If that person possessed the power of nullification, then the answer is clear. Ilya immediately cried out in an attempt to defend herself. Stop these absurd speculations. I have no reason to do such a thing. Hearing this, Gabriel suddenly flashed a cunning smile. Just now, we heard about a motive. You openly harbored hostility towards Princess Aristana. That alone is more than enough reason to eliminate her beloved brother. Ilya's hands trembled as she clutched her dress, fearfully denying. No, that's not true. I am the savior of this empire. The people around them also began to murmur in disgust. Now that I think about it, Prince Seguin's murder happened in the same year Princess Ilya entered the palace. Was that her goal from the very beginning?
Seeing everyone believed Gabriel's words, she shouted in accusation, Shouldn't you also be suspected? You also possess the ability to neutralize. However, he merely smiled gently in response. Don't be ridiculous. At that time, I was with His Majesty. Many witnesses can prove my alibi. Aristana, seeing the current situation, understood clearly that Duke Pathana had completely abandoned Ilya. It was time to end this. Thinking this, she lifted her skirt, took a step forward, and called out, Ilya, is it true that you killed Zegrim and blamed me? She rushed forward, grabbed her dress, and screamed, Don't pretend to be foolish anymore, Aristana. It was you. Who else? However, before she could finish speaking, the emperor ordered Princess Ilya to be restrained.
Imprison her in the underground dungeon until a royal decree is issued. Do not give her even a single drop of water. She will be thoroughly interrogated. Outside, dusk was slowly falling, and the palace slowly returned to its usual quietude. Aristana stepped into the mansion alone, thinking to herself, the emperor and empress had left earlier than expected, and the banquet had quickly faded. Finally, I can rest. Just then, a hand gently draped a cloak over her shoulders. Joseph smiled gently and said, You've had a long day, Your Highness. Aristana blushed slightly and asked, Why is it you and not Penny or the other maids? He chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his voice, as if showing off. I dismissed them. I thought perhaps you needed some time alone with me. From what I've heard, Princess Ilya has named Duke Cathana as her accomplice. Aristana lowered her gaze slightly and murmured, She confessed faster than I thought. She also understood clearly in her heart that she must have finally realized Gabriel's true nature. No matter how much she struggles now, every word she utters is merely the desperate cry of a loser. A moment later, Joseph suddenly spoke. Your Highness? Aristana asked back in surprise. He slowly leaned closer and whispered into her ear. When all of this is over, I will propose to you. Even if you refuse me 10 times, I will propose 10 more times. And if you refuse me 100 times, if necessary, I will even become your concubine, as long as you are never bound by anything or anyone again. Aristana gently patted the arms that were tightly embracing her.
She smiled playfully, teasing, What nonsense are you talking about? What madman would take a marquis as a concubine? Joseph blushed when he saw her turn and lean into his embrace. Then don't make me propose 10 times. The sooner we get married, the sooner I'll have the right to protect you. The next day, as the sun once again appeared, Aristana slowly and dreamily opened her eyes. She propped herself up on the bed, rubbed her eyes, and softly called, Joe? Joseph, who was on one side looking at documents, smiled and looked over. "Did you sleep well?" Aristana asked, her voice rising. "What time is it?" He quickly replied, "A little past 10. An imperial decree has arrived from the palace." She looked at the stack of papers he handed her, a little surprised. "Don't tell me." Joseph seemed to understand her meaning and quickly said, "Except for the 4 royal heirs, everyone has been officially deposed." Aristona's hand gently gripped the blanket as she thought, "So it's really come to this. The only ones left are Kirsten, Ophelia, Leon, and me. Even Vesselbart was eliminated. What a surprise. I thought His Majesty would at least keep him in the palace for appearances."
Seeing her silence, Joseph spoke up again. "Furthermore, there's an order to move to the first estate. What do you intend to do?" Hearing this, she decided, "I will stay at the 3rd mansion." As she thought of the other 3, a shiver ran down her spine. How could I possibly live crammed between Kilstain, Ophelia, and Leon? Just imagining it is enough to make me lose my appetite. At this moment, Joseph seemed to suddenly remember something and continued to remind her. The imperial decree also includes an invitation for both of us to the imperial palace. It's probably a gathering of the 4 remaining heirs and their knights. Aristana slowly stepped off the bed and replied, "So soon? It's only just after the banquet. The emperor must be in a great hurry."
Joseph immediately and dutifully went to drape the coat over her. "That's good. This way I'll be able to deal with Gabriel faster. I will surely take revenge for everything he did to the woman I love. It will be a revenge so agonizing that he'll have to beg me to destroy him." A fresh, clear day. Aristana, formally dressed, walked down the corridor. "It's been a long time since I returned to the imperial palace. I wonder if the emperor has decided Alia's fate yet. In any case, I never thought the Marquis would wake up later than me. He must have been overexerting himself these past few days." Suddenly, a voice called out, startling her. "Princess Aristana." She quickly turned her head and questioned, "Who are you?" A maid bowed respectfully and said, "Please forgive my abruptness, but Prince Kilstain wishes to see you." Aristana was even more surprised when she heard that name. Kilstain. A moment later, the door to a room was pushed open, and Aristana calmly stepped inside. "It is I, Kilstain." But the moment she looked, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, because Kilstain, standing before her, had bandages wrapped around his neck. He gazed at her gently and gave a faint smile. "It's been a long time, Aristana." She silently and slowly approached the bed, her mind in turmoil. As she assessed, his condition was worse than she had imagined. How frail his health was. Despite this, she crossed her arms and coldly spoke, "If you called me here just to say your last words, then spare me." Kilstain, upon hearing this, seemed used to responding, "Why are you so cold?" Aristana sighed, closing her eyes. "If you wish to be sentimental, do it with Vessel instead of wasting my time." Kilstain then offered a faint smile. "Vessel is gone, Tina. He adamantly refused to depart, claiming he would remain even in death. So I held the sword to my own neck. Only then did he go." Aristana seemed to have pictured that scene. Perhaps it was the only way to handle someone like Vesselbart. Then Kilstain's voice rang out, full of emotion. "It's good that you have a loyal dog by your side."
I don't have any lackeys, Tina. Vercel, Madonia, and you are all my precious siblings. Hearing these words, Aristania's hands couldn't help but clench until they trembled. "So what? Did you call me here just to tell me you did nothing wrong? Are you going to try to trick me into believing you destroyed Zegwin for my sake?" Kilstain immediately guessed, letting out a soft chuckle. "Did Marquis Patello tell you everything? He's always full of secrets." Aristania didn't respond, but she silently denied it in her heart. "No, I overheard it myself when I was stuck between the bookshelves." Noticing her distraction, Kilstain suddenly probed, "Tina, do you trust Marquis Patello? He's just as suspicious as Duke Kafana. And Gabriel, he's the most cunning person I've ever known." Aristania subtly frowned, questioning coldly, "So what is this? Did you call me here for relationship advice?" She secretly felt disgusted in her heart. If that's the case, I'm not interested. It was then that Kilstain stated his true purpose. "No, I called you here to use you. I only have about a week left to live, a few more days if I'm lucky. Once I'm gone, only you and Leon will remain, and I know you'll have no trouble pushing him aside."
"Well then, congratulations, Aristana. The throne is finally yours. I won't be able to attend the coronation, so I thought I'd give you your gift early." With that, he turned and pulled out a stack of documents, handing them to Aristana. Kilstain then seriously explained that these documents recorded all of Gabriel's crimes, complete with evidence and witness testimonies. "Use them however you need to," he added. The more Aristana listened, the harder it was for her to believe, and she probed, "Since when have you collected all of this?" Hearing this, Kilstain slowly revealed a truth. "You know the eldest prince died when he was a child, right? People said it was due to complications from albinism, but that was a lie. Gabriel killed him. He approached all the heirs, waiting for an opportunity to turn them into pawns, but I was too weak and useless, so he paid me no mind.
I saw that as an opportunity and began secretly monitoring him, and what I discovered shocked me to my core.
Duke Cathana has manipulated the entire royal family. He has a system for eliminating heirs, one by one. Yet even knowing all that, I am still powerless. But you are smart. You will know what to do with these documents. If he aims for the throne, he must be eliminated. At this moment, Aristana picked up the stack of documents and read them page by page, another seed of hatred sown by Gabriel. Seeing that she had accepted them, Kilstain lowered his voice and pleaded, "Please expose his crimes and restore the foundations of the empire." Aristana didn't answer immediately, but put the documents away. She thought to herself, I'm not impressed with Kilstain for discovering the truth about Gabriel, but he chose the wrong person for this. Although I can seek revenge, saving the Yograte Empire is a different matter. Just then, the room door was pushed open from the outside. A person wearing high heels quickly entered. Kilstain looked up at the newcomer and softly called out, "Oh, you're here." It was none other than Madonia. Aristana was also quite surprised to see her. Madonia. Kilstain continued, revealing another piece of information. Madonia helped me track down Gabriel. After all, he had done something unforgivable to her. The first prince he eliminated was Madonia's twin brother. Aristana suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and turned to look at him. Is Madonia the crown prince's older sister? She suddenly remembered receiving a letter earlier that said Madonia has an older brother, and now she understood what that meant. Was that what the letter was hinting at? At this moment, Kilstain calmly closed his eyes and recounted. The crown prince was assassinated by Gabriel, and his death was faked as an illness. Their mother, the emperor's former wife, discovered the truth and quietly sent Madonia away with a servant. Almost no one remembered that the crown prince had a twin, which allowed Madonia to grow up safely. Later, when I learned everything, I asked her if she would come to the capital to seek revenge on Gabriel. She accepted my offer, and while pretending to be an heir indifferent to the throne, she gathered information. Upon hearing this, Aristana finally understood everything. So that's it. So your true right hand wasn't Vesselbart, but Madonia, which is why you didn't hesitate to cast him aside. This way, you wouldn't arouse suspicion from Gabriel and others. The more she listened, the more she silently assessed. It was no wonder Kilstain was so intelligent. He used Madonia to gather information, and now he intended to exploit it through her. Thinking this, Aristana turned to look at Madonia. But why should I get involved in your little scheme? If it's about avenging Zegwin, I can perfectly well handle that myself. Madonia remained silent for a long time before patiently speaking. Aristana, I don't just want revenge for my twin brother. I want Gabriel's complete downfall. He manipulates the heirs, has committed assassinations, and sowed discord among us. I will expose him before the emperor and the nobility, and for that, I need the power of a crowned princess. Aristana said nothing, but inwardly she was beginning to waver. All of this was truly interesting. It was precisely for this reason that she decided, "All right, Madonia, what do you need me to do?"
Hearing these words, she immediately brightened up with a radiant smile. "Will you really help us? First, I need an event that will attract the emperor and all the nobles, and I need you to cause a bit of a stir." Aristana replied with great confidence, "Oh, I'm very good at ruining the atmosphere." Coincidentally, a grand banquet was soon to be held to celebrate everyone's return from Cassandreg. Time passed, and that day arrived. At this moment, Aristana and Cavell were walking along the palace corridor. Suddenly, a look of suspicion flickered in her eyes. Aristana observed her surroundings, thinking to herself, something is wrong. She then spoke up, inquiring, "Cavell, aren't there too few royal guards around?" He turned his head and replied, "Oh, perhaps your highness hasn't heard. That was Duke Cathana's request. He believes assassins could be mingling among the knights, and he insisted on reducing the number of troops." Upon hearing this, Aristana's expression grew serious. That's absurd. Normally, one would order the opposite. Could it be that he senses something is about to happen? I really shouldn't underestimate him. Cavell, as if realizing something, nervously turned his head to look around. "Perhaps your highness should go with Marquis Patello right now. There's something that makes me feel—" Just then, someone approached. A voice rang out, startling both of them. "Oh, look who it is." The person who arrived was Gabriel, and a terrifying aura now emanated from him. Aristana quickly stepped in front of Cavell, simultaneously waving her hand to signal him. "Do you have something to say?" Gabriel subtly curled his lips into a sneer, inquiring, "Tina, you still have no intention of marrying me, do you?" Aristana's expression immediately turned cold. She scoffed in reply, "I'd rather be dethroned and spend my entire life eating in a pigsty." Hearing this, he found her even more intriguing. "You are certainly the only one who captures my attention. Think about it, Tina. I can impress you." Aristana shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, "That line again? Aren't you tired yet? Go find some other fool to flirt with." Receiving an unsatisfactory answer, Gabriel stealthily pulled a pistol from his coat. "What a pity," he said.
Cavell, standing behind her, quickly noticed and shouted a warning. "Your Highness!"
Just before Aristana could react, a gunshot rang out. She stared blankly as the person in front of her slowly fell. For some unknown reason, the gun flew straight to Aristana's feet. Immediately, someone spotted the scene and screamed in panic. Seeing this, the surrounding people began to gather and whisper, "Duke Cathana has been shot! Princess Aristana killed Duke Cathana!" While Aristana was still disbelieving her eyes, someone yelled out an order. "Guards, arrest Her Highness immediately!" Cavell turned around and angrily cursed. "You despicable wretches, this is clearly a trap!" But the guards quickly rushed over. They immediately surrounded Aristana and Cavell. "Your Highness, please come with us." Someone else turned and ordered, "Take Duke Cathana to the infirmary right now." A worried servant helped the blood-soaked Gabriel up, responding clearly. Aristana frowned uncomfortably, observing the situation. Even though the number of guards had been reduced, they still mobilized knights this quickly. We've been completely played. Everything is unfolding exactly as Gabriel planned.
Seeing the situation becoming increasingly unfavorable, Cavell resolutely prepared to draw his sword to intervene. "Hold on, the princess has been ambushed. Your Highness just needs to give the order and I will risk my life to take them all down." However, Aristana unexpectedly made a request. "Sir Cavell, go meet Marquis Patello." He paused, asking in confusion, "Your Highness?" Aristana didn't respond, but bent down and picked up the gun. "I won't surrender easily." Finally, she calmly smiled, raised her hands in surrender, and admitted, "Yes, I shot the Duke. What are you waiting for? Arrest me." Gabriel, seeing her actions, smiled, full of excitement. "Tina, your unpredictability always amuses me, but I'm afraid the game ends here."
The council chamber. The door creaked open and someone from outside stepped in. A guard bowed respectfully. "Pardon the interruption. We bring an update regarding Princess Aristana." For the attempted assassination of Duke Cathana, the Emperor, upon hearing the news, looked up and questioned, "I have already heard about that unfortunate incident. Aristana, is it true that you shot the Duke?" Aristana, her hands cuffed, calmly admitted, "Yes." The Emperor immediately rubbed his forehead, full of disappointment upon hearing the murmurs around him. "Why would your Highness do such a thing? Was it an attempt to seize the throne? Perhaps an act under the command of Marquis Patello?" Just then, Aristana's calm voice rang out. "Punish me according to your Majesty's will. However, I wish to explain that I only shot Duke Cathana to expose his conspiracy against the royal family. Ladies and gentlemen, and your Majesty, I am not the one who killed Prince Zegwin 5 years ago." The crowd, hearing her bring up the matter again, was utterly bewildered. "Wasn't that a rumor that spread at the banquet in Cassandric? I thought Princess Aaliyah had already confessed." Aristana paid them no mind and bluntly accused. "The one who truly killed him was Duke Cathana. He systematically eliminated the royal heirs. Princess Aaliyah was merely a pawn in his scheme. Your Majesty, please summon Princess Aaliyah as a witness." She suddenly recalled Aaliyah's pale face when the incident occurred that day. Aaliyah had insisted that Gabriel was behind everything. Clearly, she didn't want to take the blame alone. If she spoke the truth, then... However, the Emperor suddenly fell silent, pressing his lips together. After a moment, he spoke with a heavy heart. "I'm afraid that won't be possible." Aristana, taken aback, raised her voice. "What? Why?" At this, the Emperor explained in a low voice. "Princess Aaliyah has been found dead. She took her own life. We will conduct a full investigation into this matter."
Hearing this, Aristana understood clearly in her heart. Gabriel must have silenced her. When did he approach her? Seeing that she could do nothing more, he burst into mocking laughter. "Your Highness is truly skilled at imagining fanciful things." Aristana's cuffed hand slowly clenched tighter, full of unease. "Ilya is dead. How can I still prove his wrongdoing?" Just then, the door to the council chamber was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A servant turned around and shouted, "Who dares to barge into the council chamber like this?" Princess Madonia, accompanied by Joseph, walked in and quickly presented a stack of documents. "I bring proof that Gabriel is the true culprit. This dossier contains numerous testimonies, detailing how he ordered the assassination of Prince Zegwin. Even Princess Athelia, who was once his master, has testified. Furthermore, I officially accuse him of also eliminating the Grand Prince, and these documents detail how he acquired the poison."
The Emperor's hand, resting on the table, clenched tightly, and his voice, full of anger, rang out, "Duke Cathana, do you have anything to say about these accusations?" Gabriel was silent for a moment. Then he subtly curved his lips into a devilish smile. As soon as Aristana saw his smile, a sense of unease welled up within her. She clearly saw him draw his gun once more. Gabriel had no intention of yielding. Immediately after, he coldly fired his gun. Aristana's eyes widened in astonishment as she followed Gabriel's arm. A desperate scream rang out. "Sir, His Majesty has been shot!" A guard hastily shouted, "Seize Gabriel Cathana!" Then deafening gunshots continuously rang out. Panicked screams echoed everywhere, and everyone ducked for cover. Aristana still couldn't believe her eyes. She froze, staring blankly at his current actions, wondering, Gabriel knows he can't turn back time now. What is he thinking? Just then, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Joseph approached, knelt on one knee before her, and spoke with a voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry I didn't save you sooner. I couldn't save Princess Ilia. I'm sorry." As he removed her handcuffs, Aristana asked in confusion, "Marquis Patello, what are you talking about?"
Hearing this, Joseph frankly explained to her, "This is the third time today, Tina. The first time I went back in time after losing Princess Madonia. The second time I went back in time after losing you. And now things might not be different from before, but for you, I will turn back time as many times as needed. So please, don't forget that you are not alone, and that I am ready to face everything for you." Aristona was stunned for a moment upon hearing these words. Then she let out a soft, appreciative laugh. "I didn't think you were so sentimental, Marquis Patello. This time, I will not fail." Gunshots continued to ring out incessantly. Gabriel, with a cold expression, fired another shot. Then he gnashed his teeth with a twisted grimace, frantically searching. "Aristana, where is Aristana?" Next, he saw her pulling Joseph along and fleeing outside.
Gabriel slowly raised his gun, his heart filled with hatred, thinking, "It must be because of her that I can no longer turn back time. If only I could eliminate her." The moment he sensed the intense killing intent, Joseph glanced back and cried out in horror, "Tina!" Immediately, a deafening gunshot ripped through the air, and drops of blood, like petals, splattered right before Aristana's astonished eyes. The one hit by the bullet was Joseph. He had timely lunged forward to shield her, taking a bullet to his calf. Aristana watched him collapse to the ground in pain and screamed in fear, "Joe!" Despite the intense pain, he struggled to lift his head and warned, "Tina, behind you." The moment she sensed the killing intent, her arm was seized by Gabriel's hand. Aristana's face turned pale as she whipped her head around and yelled, "Let me go!" Gabriel cast a cold glance at her and darkly threatened, "If you don't obediently come with me, I'll blow his brains out right here." Hearing this, Aristana broke out in a cold sweat and dared not struggle further. Madonia, who knows when, had run over and was applying pressure to stop the bleeding from Joseph's leg wound. Her face also pale with fear, she softly called out, "Aristona." Immediately after, she watched helplessly as Aristana was dragged away. Although there had just been a commotion, the area outside the castle remained eerily smilant. As Aristana was being dragged away, she frowned and wondered, "Pandora's altar, why is he taking me here?"
She was thrown out by Gabriel before she could even process her thoughts. He slowly drew his sword, then spoke in a cold voice. "Tina, you don't understand the gravity of the theft you've committed." Clutching her aching arm, Aristana slumped to the ground and retorted, "What did I take from you?" Gabriel's gaze fell upon the god statue, which was radiating an aura, and he growled, "Pandora's power. I will offer your blood on this altar and reclaim the power you stole from me. As I don't know how much blood is required, I will spare your life." Aristana stared at the sword blade pressed against her neck, freezing completely. Her fair skin was nicked, slowly oozing blood. Her mind raced at that moment. "Think, Aristana, what should I do? What else can I do?" Just then, a scream from behind shattered the deadlock. "Gabriel!" Immediately after, they saw Ophelia, gun in hand, running towards them, panting.
She pointed her gun directly at Gabriel and questioned him, "Stop right now. How many more crimes do you intend to commit before you're satisfied?" He showed no concern whatsoever, only speaking with impatience. "Ophelia, do you know what you're doing? You and I are bound by a knight's oath. If you break it, you will burn in the sacred flames of retribution." These words made Ophelia's gun-holding hand tremble uncontrollably. Gabriel looked at her and offered a seductive smile. "Everything I do is to put you on the throne. Now lower your gun and come here." Yet that very expression calmed Ophelia down. "Uncle, don't you know?" Hearing this, he was a little confused. "What are you talking about?" Ophelia lowered her head and continued to mumble, "You've never once smiled at me like that before." As soon as the words left her lips, she fired without hesitation. However, her target was the object behind Gabriel. His face immediately darkened, and he sharply turned his head. Was she aiming for the box all along? Ophelia, with tears welling in her eyes, looked at him with hatred and said, "I only wanted to see that expression on your face. Even if I burn to ashes and vanish, I still want to see your face contorted in despair." Simultaneously, the punitive flames rose and consumed her. The gun in Ophelia's hand, no longer supported, fell heavily to the ground. Gabriel paid no attention to her, but frantically dug into the ruins of Pandora's box. "No, no, don't tell me the inside is also damaged." Soon, from among the fragments, a glowing red dagger hilt began to appear. The blade was short and sharp, but it was almost entirely rusted. As soon as Gabriel saw it, his face darkened. Aristana, sitting nearby, also tilted her head to look at the knife. So that's the true form of the heart? That was how Marquis Patello stole Gabriel's power.
Just thinking about that scene, Aristana's voice grew colder. Give up, Gabriel. You're nothing but a coward, manipulating others only to discard and kill them. You've never achieved anything on your own. Despite her defiant words, she was calming herself internally. I must stay calm. Gabriel was panicking now. Aristana, seeing his desperate face and hands, continued to provoke him. Give up and hand over what rightfully belongs to me. Gabriel, stunned, looked at the knife in his hand and warned coldly, Tina, shut up before I kill you. Nevertheless, Aristana didn't stop, merely curling her lips and saying, If you kill me, that power might disappear. Do you want that? She was also trying to seize the opportunity internally. I must take advantage of this situation. With that thought, her tone grew even more mocking. Even if you turn back time again and again, you will never succeed. You've lost, Gabriel. The moment her words ended, his gaze became even more resolute. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the blade straight in, and red syrup flowed.
Aristana achieved her goal, a faint smile playing on her lips. The knife in Gabriel's hand fell, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Why? Why didn't time reverse? Has divine power been transferred to someone else? Before he could even comprehend, he collapsed face first. Aristana suddenly felt a sense of relief. Finally, Gabriel was dead. The one who had killed her, killed Zegwin, and even cornered Marquis Patello. However, Gabriel's arm suddenly moved, and her heart involuntarily tensed. Or was it like Joseph? Had he returned to the past and was now devising a new plan? Just then, a loud call interrupted her thoughts. Tina! The person who arrived was Joseph, standing there panting, his eyes filled with worry and fear as he looked at her. Aristana looked at him and softly called, Joe, you're late. No sooner had she spoken than Aristana suddenly collapsed, unconscious, onto the ground. The night finally began to lighten with the first rays of dawn, and the rain continued to patter, making Aristana's hazy consciousness perceive. She heard the rain. Where was she? That person was... When she opened her eyes, she was standing in the rain on a grassy field, and before her was a familiar figure holding a bouquet of flowers. Aristana exclaimed, a mix of joy and fear. Zegwin! He tilted his head to look at her, his eyes filled with both love and sorrow. Why are you all the way out here, Aristana? Aristana didn't rush to answer, but quickly stepped forward toward Zegwin. She calmly lowered her gaze and inquired, Is this Mother's coffin?
Zegwin gently closed his eyes, then lightly kissed a white rose in his hand and replied, If you've seen enough, then go back. You shouldn't be here. Forget about me, and live the rest of your life for yourself. As soon as those words were spoken, the morning light simultaneously shone all over her. Aristana's eyes, though incredibly sad, also flickered with a hint of relief. All right. The sky after the rain had finally brightened. Aristana slowly opened her eyes. Just then she heard a doctor's voice not far away. The bleeding has stopped. He fainted more from mental exhaustion than from the wound. Suddenly she softly called out, making Joseph turn back in surprise. Joe! He quickly moved towards the bed where she was lying, calling, Tina! Aristana looked at his bandaged thigh and the crutch beside him, asking heartbrokenly, Does it hurt much? Joseph gently touched her cheek with his hand, saying lovingly, I'm the one who should be asking that question. How are you feeling? Aristana slightly furrowed her brows, pressing her cheek tightly against his hand, and stubbornly asked again, Answer me first. Can you walk? Joseph couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, I'm fine. No nerves were damaged.
Hearing that, she felt a slight sense of relief and looked around the room. Is that so? And this is the place you're thinking of, right? However, Joseph's answer surprised her a little. This is the Emperor's private chamber. Aristana was bewildered, pointing at herself in scrutiny. Did I become Empress while I was asleep? Joseph didn't understand her train of thought and simply honestly denied. Not yet. As you know, His Majesty and Princess Ophelia have both passed away, so the remaining successors are only Kilstain and you. But because Kilstain's condition is getting worse, it's only a matter of time before you ascend the throne. Hearing that, Aristana murmured in realization, I see. So I'm about to become Empress. Then she suddenly remembered what happened before she fainted. What about Gabriel and the heart of the great Pandora?
Joseph immediately recounted the situation to her. Gabriel was still alive when we found him, and he was executed for treason. Aristana recalled the sight of him lying in a pool of blood and was somewhat surprised. He was still alive? But that knife? He immediately answered her question. The blade was too dull to kill him instantly, so we made him suffer before beheading him. Hearing this, she pondered for a moment, thinking, what a pity I didn't get to witness his death firsthand. Then she asked again, so the true heart is really the dagger? Joseph recalled the time he opened Pandora's box and calmly confirmed, yes, that's right, and I took the power to turn back time from Gabriel. That power was originally mine, so Gabriel spent 7 long years chasing after what he had lost long ago.
Hearing this, Aristana's face flushed with worry, and she lowered her gaze. So that scar is from the knife. It must have hurt terribly. Joseph gently smiled to reassure her. It's all right. Saying this, he slowly extended his hand towards her. Joseph tenderly embraced Aristana tightly. Thanks to it, I was able to save you after 7 long years. A knife wound to the chest is nothing compared to the pain of losing you. His heartfelt confession deeply moved her. Aristana also wrapped her arms around his back and said softly, Thank you, Joe.
The sky outside the window was gradually enveloped by night. Aristana, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes again. She propped herself up to sit, looking at the empty space beside her on the bed. Then she saw Joseph's lonely back as he sat on the balcony. Aristana frowned slightly, a pang in her heart, thinking, it must be very cold out there. Then she resolutely got up and left the bed. The balcony door was then opened from the inside. Aristana, wearing a robe, gently hugged Joseph's back, saying, Come inside, Joe. Hurry up. Joseph only then reacted, reaching out to take the robe from her. Sorry, Tina. I was lost in thought. Hearing this, she gently inquired, Can you tell me what you're thinking about? Joseph lowered his eyes, looking lost, but answered without hesitation, The power to turn back time. Every time I use it, I feel like the great Pandora is slowly absorbing me. Hearing this, Aristana's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, The great Pandora. If you overuse the power of the heart, your soul will be corroded by the gods. Joseph had once coldly told her in her memory, I was going to kill them because they annoyed me. His demeanor at that time was far from normal. That was the true meaning of wielding Pandora's power. Back in the present, he seemed to recall something, his hands trembling uncontrollably. If you were in danger, he wouldn't hesitate to reverse time again. However, he couldn't help but worry that one day he might suddenly lose himself. Aristana gently took another step forward and softly called out, Joe, from now on, never use that power again. Not for your sake, nor for mine. It's in order, understand? Joseph looked at her serious face and unconsciously broke into a relieved smile. He respectfully bowed and lightly kissed the back of her hand, replying, Anything for my master. Aristana was embarrassed by his cheesy actions. Come on, stop being so dramatic. Let's go inside. Joseph then smiled obediently. All right. A few days later at the church, a priest stood before the emperor's memorial portrait. His voice, filled with sorrow, echoed, O great Pandora, please guide us, those who have lost the dazzling light in the land of Io Grande. Aristana had just woken up, frowning slightly and muttering to herself, This is deadly boring. I wonder what the Empress is thinking. Is her relationship with the Emperor worse than I imagined? She looks just as bored as I am. As if sensing her gaze, she calmly spoke, It's fortunate he passed away before my son did. It seems you're wondering what I'm thinking. What about you, Aristana? What are you thinking? Aristana was a little surprised at a question and pondered. She's truly perceptive. Let's see what I'm thinking. Then she glanced at the grieving man beside her and replied, I just noticed the butler's tie is a bit crooked. I think I want to fix it. Helena, hearing this, suddenly burst into cheerful laughter. She actually agreed with her, truly. A long while later, the church doors finally opened, and someone approached, calling her name, Aristana. Madonna smiled teasingly. How can you doze off during the emperor's funeral? Aristana simply replied nonchalantly. I couldn't help it. The eulogy just kept dragging on. She stopped joking and asked seriously, Anyway, what are you going to do about your coronation? Aristana, hearing this, let out a helpless sigh. Do you want Io Grande to collapse? What about Kielston? Madonna, feigning indifferent, said, Why would someone who's about to die be crowned? He and I will leave the capital. He's my only half-brother. Someone has to look after him, right?
Be careful, Aristana. After Mardonia left, she suddenly called out softly, Zoe. He immediately replied, Yes. Aristana's hand tightened slightly. She didn't know what expression she had when she said these words. Kilstain and Mardonia are about to leave the palace. They said you will become empress. Joseph seemed to understand her meaning and softly asked, What do you want, Tina? I will always support your decision. Aristana smirked and tilted her head, saying, Actually, I have a good idea. The coronation ceremony. All the nobles gathered in the grand hall of the imperial palace, and the butler's clear voice rang out. The next ruler of the Yagrante Empire, Princess Aristana Yagrante, will present herself. Before everyone's expectant gaze, a red cloak gently fluttered on the throne.
However, the one sitting there was not Aristana, but the dog Minky, clutching a letter under its paw. As soon as the butler saw this, he clutched his head and screamed as if struck by lightning. What is happening? What is that dog doing here? Just then, someone else discovered the letter under Minky's paw and brought it before Helena. Your Highness, we found a letter left by Princess Aristana.
She quickly opened it to read the contents. I heard the voice of the great Pandora, who told me to place Minky on the throne. After reading it, Helena gasped in astonishment. Oh my goodness! Cavell almost froze on the spot, while Penny couldn't help but lean against the wall, trying to suppress her laughter. What is this? Meanwhile, Aristana and Joseph had fled hand in hand, not caring that the palace had already ordered a search for Princess Aristana. Joseph thought of this and chuckled happily, saying, "The coronation hall must be in utter chaos right now." Aristana turned to look at him, also laughing with satisfaction. "After everything the Empire has done to me, I think this is well deserved." Hearing this, he remembered her image that had been published in the newspapers. "But you are considered a hero who defeated the traitor and saved the Empire. You will be discovered soon." Nevertheless, Aristana held his hand tightly, not caring at all. "That doesn't matter. Together, we can handle anything. We always have, and we always will." Thank you for watching today's video. We have now reached the end of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.